Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Casters headquarters. Shout out to early birds coming in bright to get some goodness. It's the CODM Garena Masters 4 back with Kelly at the help. I've got with me once again, it's the Warden, and we have our last 4-match day of the week coming our way. Warden, we've got a lot of good series today. Some are fighting for the playoff spot. Some definitely are not, but they're here to prove themselves today. How are you feeling today, man?
Feeling quite good, feeling quite excited here. I mean, we're approaching to, as you said, the last and final day for the group stages for week 3 at least. And obviously, we're going to be expecting a lot of replays in terms of the matches now. And Honestly, I'm quite half-hearted about this because clearly the first time that we saw the runs in between these teams here overall with each other, it has been quite a one-sided love affair. I just hope that, they've spent the time in between learning from their past mistakes and possibly showing a different form that they offered compared to before.
And just like what we're talking about here today, there's gonna be some players and teams fighting for that number 2 spot for their respective group. And of course, first player in line, the first teams in hand that comes into mind is that 4S Kings and that RAU FRANIC matchup. Both teams are deadlocked for that number 2 spot. Whoever wins today might just have that playoff spot later on. Warden.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be a really big decider for this one as well. But, for the rest of the competition here, which I'm actually seeing, I mean, I don't know how to feel about this. Coming again, Blacklist, Blacklist International Ultimate up against DIVINUS later on. Same goes for the side of ALMGHTY and LF Org and EZR versus SKADI. I mean, we did see a very dominant win the first time that we saw them play this one out. So it's just all going to come down to how many games can they put up a scratch up to one another. Because clearly, I mean, especially for EZR, I think it would really matter quite a lot, especially if they're really locking that number 2 spot for their very bracket as well.
Yeah, up next, we've already seen EZR Esports go up big versus R&D yesterday. And it was a very refreshing 3-0 victory because of how well that they did in terms of just playing the search and destroys. And of course, always coming back in every matchup in game mode. Something that they really need to look forward to doing consistently today up against SKADI, who's currently in the number 1 spot. And if we do see, and if EZR Esports really want to play that playoff spot, they really need to see themselves winning up against SKADI. And I don't know, man, they might have a chance because I heard Cisco actually is having troubles with their internet today.
Yeah, actually, and did make an interesting tweet right there, and then and I hope that he really got that conversation pursued, because if not, SKADI might be in big trouble.
Yeah, they're gonna be in big trouble when your captain Cisco is not going to be able to play properly, because 4 versus 5 is not something that you'd look forward to the most when you're playing a respawn game mode. But dropping into the tournament format once again, 256 teams managed to play and of course try to qualify for the group stage, but only 16 teams made it out alive. And again, we're playing at the group stage right now. We have 16 teams, and the top 2 of each group will be able to advance to the playoffs, where they play a double elimination format, and of course to play for that grand championship. And Warden, we've talked about SKADI, we talked about EZR Reborn, but Blacklist International Ultimate so far for that Group B have been so fantastic in terms of playing their game modes. I mean, Rage has been such a great addition, but seeing Yato back in the Yobabs has been extremely key for this team to look so solid today, and of course in this season.
I mean, when the season came along, Callie, I mean, we did talk about how Blacklist International Ultimate would be really one of the strongest contenders, as Yato and Yobabs is surely going to be coming inside a season heated up. They're on their prime, coming in the age of legality. That's going to be able to put them in a very nice spot to have more opportunities in this competition of Call of Duty Mobile. With the addition of Rage, it's just cherry on top, man. It's such an overkill overall, man.
It's such a very it's something that you look forward to the most in, of course, playing for the playoffs. But looking at the Group A qualified teams, while some of the teams like R&D is officially out of the playoff picture, you can always talk about the top 3 teams that's still fighting for that number 2 spot. SKADI, they're at the top, but they're really not safe after seeing EZR Reborn put up so much pressure up against R&D the last time they met. And now, for EZR Esports, if they do manage to take this SKADI win, they might just topple up this Group A squads here. Warden.
Might be the case, but till then, we always got a drawback as well on how did the last matchup between these two came along, and it was a pretty dominant win, a 3-0 win, and nowhere whatsoever in each and every game mode where EZR Esports was able to put any pressure on towards SKADI. I mean, SKADI was always on the driver's seat while EZR chilling in the passenger seat. So coming in, I mean, if ever they do put up a scratch at least for one game, they might stick to the passenger seat, and that might be more than enough for them to advance to the next stage of the competition.
I mean, 250, 113 victory at Hardpoint versus EZR, 7-3 to Standoff, and of course 3-1 takeoff, and something you look forward to in the way SKADI's been playing all throughout. They are the new rising stars, and obviously it is Very impressive to see this coming from them.
Yep, definitely. And moving along towards this run for the group stage overall, I mean, I will really want to lean towards talking about Forest Kings and Ralph FRANIC here because as you did say, I mean, it's going to take at least this series overall to decide who's going to be able to advance to the next stage of the competition alongside with the Westpoint Bombero Lowkings, and which we all know Westpoint Bombero Lowkings has been 100% in this group stages overall. And it's just all down to Ralph FRANIC and Forest Kings to decide who's going to be the second team to advance on towards this Group D. So in terms of odds and probability here, I mean, Ralph FRANIC has played 12 games so far, while Forest Kings has only played 9. And there's still a lot more opportunities here for the side of Forest Kings.
Yeah, but now we're looking at the qualified teams of Group B. And, while we do see Group D being dominated by Blacklist Ultimate, the fresh off victory by Huntsmen versus Kazoku Legacy, that might just seal their slot for that number 2 spot. And now looking at the group of death, number 1 spot, highly secured ALMGHTY with 4 series wins in this group stage. But Smart Omega, they are not really safe yet for that number 2 spot because LF Org is going to be there trying to contest that and take that away from them. And they might be going in last here. And obviously speaking, Smart Omega, it is... They've been struggling, with these new rotations of players that they have.
Yep, really. And, LF Org coming in. I did have a very faulty decision to predict that they were gonna be able to win that matchup against NACAGUE. But NACAGUE was able to really put up a very interesting take right there, and that just happened. But, moving over to Group D, we got the Forest Kings, Ralph FRANIC, SHUSHHH, and Westpoint Bombero Lowkings, in which, right in our faces, obviously for this very group, who's going to be battling this one out later on. It's gonna be the Forest Kings up against Ralph FRANIC, but we've already tackled we've already tackled them, Callie. I want to talk more about the Westpoint Bombero Lowkings and how far they can bring their journey here in this competition. Because come again, they always suffer the curse that they just stick towards the semifinalists and never really the next stage.
Well, with the new addition of Susano in the team, they have added more depth, not only in experience, but of course, firepower as well. We all know Kalo can provide the attacks and the respawns, but Susano just provides just a bit more in terms of the slaying power. And well, he's been such a key here for this squad right now because he's been such a great addition. And of course, it allows PJ and Yopi to shine even more and play faster along with D-Morse. And Group D, definitely, WPM Lowkings are the number 1 contender to make it out as the number 1 team in Group D. But the number 2 spot, that's still going to be decided here today. So right now at the end of at their last schedule, Forest Kings and RU FRANIC, they will be going head to head. And whoever wins that takes that number 2 spot. So basically, we're just looking at the playoff match coming along our way and taking a look at the standings of the group stage. Broke Boys Club and SKADI, they're definitely up there for Group A right now. Blacklist and Huntsmen for Group B. ALMGHTY and Smart Omega standing at that number 1 and number 2 for Group C. And for Group D, I'm telling you, WPM Lowkings dominant with the map wins, 12-0 and 4 map wins, a 4 series win. But RU FRANIC and Forest Kings, that's where things get a little bit more spicy, Warden. If Forest King can win today, they will be having a 2-2 map win, 2-2 series win. And granted that SHUSHHH will be 0-3 by Forest Kings, they might just have it a little bit more better here.
Yep, a little bit better here, and it might lean towards that case. I mean, it's quite unfortunate as well that SHUSHHH hasn't been able to really show off any appearance any much more. I don't really know what the speculation for that, but one thing for sure, the energy is not really in the brightest of case no more for the set of SHUSHHH. So Forest Kings smiling big time now. And Callie, I mean, before we start things off, I like to set the tone by putting in the hot seat. Overall, for the matches, man, who are you? Which match are you overall looking for?
I'm granted that the Forest Kings and RU FRANIC, that match right there, it's something that will be like a playoff picture gameplay. And if apart from that, I'm looking forward to the first game, which is SKADI and ESPORTS. As we all know, SKADI, they are undefeated in the map win so far, undefeated in their series win so far. And ESPORTS, who is fresh off a victory from R&D, will be looking to create their own playoff run here at this Group A. And if they do manage to win against SKADI today, they will be placing themselves up there in the top 2.
Yep. Definitely, they are bound to do that exactly, and but it's going to be the hardest of takes here for the easier esports. The only time that SKADI was able to drop a game was during that control game in between the altercation of them and the Broke Boys Club, in which it was a down to the wire situation. They're on game number 3, Slums Control. And it still could have went to the way of SKADI, but it didn't really matter at the end of it. It's not really going to put any scratches whatsoever for them, so it's still going to be them quite on top here, man.
Obviously, so I mean, Broke Boys Club, they've been showing up, but they're still not safe. We're still on the second half, and of course, easier esports can still turn things around despite that disappointing first half of the group stage. And now taking a look at our schedule for today. First match, easier esports and SKADI taking it in here on our very interesting first match. And of course, coming right up next of that matchup, it's going to be Blacklist Ultimate and DIVINUS, ALMGHTY and LF4 at the third match, and RAU, FRANIC, and Forest Kings, the battle for that playoffs number 2 spot for Group D. But everything here right now is very important. LF4, they needed that win to go up number 2 spot against Smart Omega. Easier esports, they need this win against SKADI to go up in number 2. Same thing for Forest Kings.
Yep, same thing for them. And actually, it was quite overlooked from my side here, Callie, and how detrimental this today is. And I'm quite scared. I mean, this is the group stages we're talking about, and anything can surely happen. Especially when you get to see like the dominance coming from the side of ALMGHTY, in which, in case they only bled one game, if I'm not mistaken, and that was against they bled
SR NACAGUE.
Yeah,
SR NACAGUE
on Hardpoint Hacienda, and Search and Destroy Summit up against Smart Omega. So that's just really all about it. But in terms of them dropping games, I don't think it's going to be the most probable case here. But till then, anything can surely happen. If SR NACAGUE can do it, surely can LF4 can do as well. And keep in mind, there's one big statement that one player from the side of LF4 put up, and it was Static, is that he was really longing for the Westman Mamba Lowkings over from ALMGHTY, because they clearly saw that the Westman Mamba Lowkings was a tougher opponent compared to ALMGHTY. So let's see if that's going to be the same case or the same statement that ALMGHTY will showcase for them today here, man.
I mean, taking a look at what happened in the first half of the group stage, ALMGHTY has managed to defeat LF4 in a pretty convincing victory, apart from that hardpoint raid that they played. But taking a look at the prize pool of this season, Garena Masters 4 will be hosting at $26,500 with the first place taking a lion's share of the $10,000 prize pool. Second place gets you 4,500, third place gets you 3,000. and fourth place gets you 1.5K US dollars. And there's still plenty of time for you to change your narrative and of course bag this fourth place, because after you reach at fourth place, it only goes up. The better your performance, the more money you can bag at this season.
As well.
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, anyway, we lost Warden, he got EMP system, but now that we are here, let's talk about the other places that you actually get in here. It's not just like the fourth place that will get a lot of money here. The 8 and 12 place will be getting 750, and of course, the 9 to 12 and the 13 to 16 teams will actually also get CPs in terms of money arrangements. But hey, this is just the prize pool, and we're still far from the playoffs, so we can't really gauge who's actually going into the #1 spot. But just by looking at the group stage, we saw how WPM Lowkings has been dominant in their group D, and of course how ALMGHTY has been dominating group C despite it being a group of death. They have survived every challenges and contest that they made here at this game. And yes, we've lost Warden, but we will see him right back up next year, maybe in a couple of a while. But hey, chat, EZR versus SKADI. I would love to know your opinions about that, and hopefully we get some attacks coming through in the comment section. Not just really those violent attacks, but like, these comments that we really are looking to root for here for today's series. And again, for EZR Esports, they're really in a top position where they cannot lose any games, and this win right here from SKADI is gonna be very important for them. And well, Warden, looks like you're back. How are you, man?
To be back, that EMP system is surely the most annoying part of today's thing for me. But anyways, you know, moving over back here to the prize pool, man, I really want to talk about how I'm really long who's going to be able to take this series for Garena Masters, for the series of Garena Masters overall, because we've only seen 2 teams that has won the championship, which the first run was won over by Blacklist International Ultimate, followed up by the second and third with Smart Omega. Who is it in terms of getting the fourth? Is it still going to be them, or is it going to be someone else? That's really what I'm looking forward for this event.
Yeah, I mean, just by answering that, Blacklist Ultimate has seen such a resurgence with the way the team has been playing. And honestly speaking, if we are going to talk about the way Smart Omega's been playing, they aren't really there yet in terms of their team chemistry. So it's going to take a while for them to actually get that. But now that we are here, first game of the day, it's gonna be easier esports. They got Shocks, Moy, Joke, Ashuri, Jai, and Judas, and anything in particular. This team has been on the rise with their capabilities after a fresh off 3-0 victory against R&D, coming back in those first 2 games. One may say that Joke is the best layer of this squad, and Choke is the most clutch player for this team.
Definitely. I mean, in terms of the taker for Joke, I mean, 2 MVP so far back to his name. That just proves to show how consistent he is. And moving along, I mean, Strokes is also, as we did say, a factor that you should be mentioning for the side of EZ or esports. And it's just all going to come down to the rest of the squad here now. I mean, Spotlight has already been a revolvement around Strokes and Joke. I really want to see Moy, Jai, Hudas, and Ashuri pop off for the squad overall, because they're at the stage of the competition where each and every point matters. And if they don't step up, man, they might lose the opportunity and the chance to move along and advance to the playoffs.
And this is something, every game right now for EZ Esports is very important. And starting the series with a win at Hardpoint is something that they will have to look forward to, because the team that they're going up against with, you can't just back them up and of course zip it. SKADI, they will find ways to break and they will take you down in every way possible. Chirac, Cisco, Snurpy, Mark, Mids, and Spid, they've been showing so much consistency in playing that Hardpoint, but that at S&D where Mark is subbing in is where it gets really tricky, because not only you do get a first blood Reaper in Mark, but you also have the support from Cisco with this SKS. The range that this team provides can pressure you, especially when you play a long range map. And add in the factor that Chirac, playing that SMG, can play those tight corners. He is one of the players that you really have to look forward to the most when in terms of initiating, because he's there bagging every first bloods for the team in the close range.
Yeah, in terms of consistency as well, you can really put Chirac on that one. And looking like Cisco has found a resolution in terms of his internet, and that's going to be moving into someone else's house. So let's see.
That's Magista.
Yeah, oh,
that's Magista, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Rex's DVK Rex's Alt Magista. Okay, well.
It's
good to see. Good to see. Long time friend right there.
And if you guys may not know, DVK Rex's Magista is actually a pro player for Call of Duty Mobile before he comes back and become a triathlete. So, yeah, he is there. He's still gonna clap me in a 1v1 though. That doesn't remove that fact. He still got the skills. I don't have the skills, but I have the skins.
well, that's a really interesting appearance right there for the set of Magista. But overall, you know, in terms of spawns here, Cali, we could really eye for speed as well. You know, we did have a conversation in the back ends where speed is just able to sauce out the competition, really consistent in terms of playing control in a Hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, Joke, 64 kills in the first game that they played against R&D, 59 on the second they meet, and here he is, having a far better KD ratio and an average kill and even better average death. So he is definitely very consistent in Hardpoint, but you really can't remove the fact that Chirac has been playing consistent in every game mode. He's been the slayer for the team in playing that Hardpoint, but he's also the front man in terms of initiating for the squad in the close range when they're playing S&D. And not to mention, he is very reliable and have very insane accuracy to back him up here, Warden.
Pretty insane. Consistency is truly the key here for both ends of the spectrum. So that's just about it. I mean, in terms of their takes here, it's not too far apart. I mean, both ends has really been able to put up a lot of impact, and their survivability is also a no question as well. You can really rely on these two, and I think it's safe to bet as well that these two here are IGL for the squad. So proper decision making is really going to come in handy as well for this matchup overall between them.
And now, when you see the head-to-head, we are going to look down on that maps in mode to see who is really going to have that advantage, because we all know SKADI. SKADI is very versatile in long-range maps, and I think that's something that Easier needs to consider. Well, they do have managed to have scored victories against R&D and Takeoff back-to-back, but up against SKADI, who loves playing multiple long-range maps such as Firing Range and Raid, they really have to win that coin flip. And it seems like they will, and no, they won't. So Easy Reborn's going to pick that Hardpoint in that control matchup, and they're bringing us back to Takeoff. And again, recently what I mentioned, this is where they have a 100% win rate, taking over teams. But I don't know though, they're going up against SKADI, the #1 team in Group A right now.
Yeah, I mean, up against R&D there for Easier Esports, winning it out 250 to 234. Yes, for sure, it really went down to the wire, but it kind of shows as well what are the familiarities. And keep in mind, R&D, this is the map where they were able to take down the Broke Boys Club. So it's really going to come in handy as well, especially if they can really offer what they did up against R&D. But if not, you might just be able to see, SKADI run this one down, because once the momentum gets in going for the side of Easy or for the side of SKADI, they are really on that override. But moving over to Search and Destroy Hacienda here, man. So far, I'm quite empty-handed here. I think we're coming inside this matchup quite empty-handed on what they could possibly offer. So that's just really about that. But for the side of Control here, man, I think we can really be in the 50-50 slot for this. Maybe leaning towards more for the side of SKADI here perhaps, but till then, the only time that they did play Slums Control as well, they did falter. So I don't know in terms of the overall standings here for Control. I think it might be 50-50. I'll take that back. I'll take what I said.
You're actually right. You're actually right. Easier Reborns is actually 50-50 here at this Slums Control, and giving SKADI that defensive side as well could just lower their odds of winning this game. But one thing that we know so far is that SKADI actually lost a slums map up against Broke Boys Club. So I think it's pretty equal to say that whoever actually starts aggressive on the first round, whether it be the defense or the attack side, is going to dictate whoever runs that game. But first match of the day, that's going to be Hardpoint Takeoff. And R&D, they lost to Easier Esports back-to-back, giving this squad a 100% win rate at this map. SKADI, this is their first time taking on this map here this season. It's going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a fun one for this squad.
Quite a fun one here. And in terms of Hardpoint, I mean, surely if we're going to be basing it off the numbers here, Cali, I mean, it might just lean towards SKADI, but I'm going to be playing devil's advocate. I'm going to be vouching for Easier Esports here. I mean, they're quite hungry. And, these players here overall in the communities, they've been grinding quite a lot to make it to the Garena Masters 4 or to the Garena Masters overall. And I know for a fact they don't want to go down without showing a fight. The question is their fight going to be enough? Because now we're finally going to be approaching to the game. Cali, Takeoff on Hardpoint. Take it away.
I mean, just by backing it up, Easier Esports, they remind me so much of WPM Lowkings, though they might not have been winning as much as WPM Lowkings did in their first attempt on the Garena Majors event. They are quietly resemblance. You got Joke, very versatile, plays like PJ in terms of playing that Hardpoint. Then you have Strux, who plays kind of like Yopi, and they also have a coach to back them up despite being rookies, which is Teflon. So crazy resemblance. But now we open things up. Easier Reborn, SKADI starting up today's Group A group stage matchup, and solid so far for Easier Reborn. They do have that spawns as well as the Hardpoint, and SKADI is still looking to find ways to break that hill, and they do so by adding him three pillars shot down in the middle of the map, and they go now.
Yep, they go now. And this Hardpoint #1 is really how I would love it to be played with, having 3 players around the perimeter and just playing trades. Because, a money hill, it's basically a pandemonium here, quite well quite undefined on how this one's gonna pan out. So really just barging in inside his hill and just playing for dear life would really caught the case. And having, being able to accumulate points in this very hill is such a hard tall order. And if you are able to do so, it might put up a lot of impact at the latter stage of competition here for Hardpoint.
I mean, every map that we play in Takeoff, it always goes down to a late game, 250 to 200x. And of course, in every hard point, everything counts here. And it's just really much more important here at this map because you really don't know when you are going to be hit with a late rotation and when you have to give up to scrap time. And so everything you really have to take into consideration. And so far on this P2, we have number 4 in Cisco Rubisco having that SKS setup, tagging there to secure the spawns for the squad. So despite him not being able to score some kills, he is spawning his team on his back and spawning them right beside of the hill. And they've been claiming the time here so far, but SKADI, they're really having a rough time claiming time because Easy Reborn, they keep contesting here, Warden.
Yeah, they're pretty persistent here. I mean, having players all around, and maybe until now that SKADI was going to be able to clean up the hill for them to get at least a very convincing point for their side, but it looks like it's not going to matter at all. Player 3 still so persistent to put his name up into a board on that very hill, but finally he does get shut down. So the remaining scrap time will remain for the side of SKADI, while in the process, Easy Reborn will get that early rotation to B3.
Yeah, now they just have to make sure that they maintain that number 3 player. Of course, that's going to be a Shuri to create and of course stay in that generator spawns to secure them the spawns here at this P3. And well, they're gonna open up with them inside of the hill, but the contest coming through now, and this is where the operator skills actually kicks in. If you invest that properly, you might just be able to stand your ground or break the hill. And for Chirac so far, he's not gonna get the timing to get that gravity vortex deployed. And now the break is coming true for SKADI. The collapse is on, and Joke will be shot down, and they rush out immediately, but Chokes inside of the hard point takes 2 players down to reset, and it's still a 50-50 battle, and the game is just so close.
Game so close. Speed with Annihilator picks up the 2, enough to reset EZR Esports some more, and he's still on the roll, still on the prowl, looking for more opportunities, looking like he's not going to be able to get more, but that's going to be enough for them to make a break inside a hill, to deny the lead to be given for the side of EZR Esports. Only 10 more seconds to go, and man, Cali, this game overall has been playing for dear life, but one thing for sure, EZR Esports still longing to get the lead out away from SKADI, as so far we're approaching towards P4, they're still on the passenger seat.
Yeah, 13-point lead for SKADI, but Joke is early on rotation. Same thing with number 5 in blue. That's going to be Moy. He has to win his gunfights to help his team spawn, but the gods of RNG favor SKADI. They have 3 players stuck on the left side of the minimap, and Joke is here to try to win some gunfights, attacking the top 4 controls. Extremely going to be very beneficial as they maintain the height advantage, and they're going to secure up the entrance for now with a Gravity Vortex that Gravity Vortex really good at holding up these players in the attacking side. So right now, Easy Reborn, they have return of the tides. They now have that lead, but SKADI goes right back to it. And I'm sensing a very close match till the very end, Warden.
Oh, but what's with Takeoff being such a close game, man? And it's so hard to define on how this one's going to pan out.
Yep.
Split spawn situation here for the set of SKADI. Looking like they're more going to be well-defined here onwards seaside. Well, in the process, EZR Esports has now swarmed themselves inside this very hill. More than enough factors for them to get the remaining scrap time as well. But looking like SKADI wants to barge in once more, and they want to get the break. Just lower down the lead, but a lead is still a lead here for the set of EZR Esports. And we're finished now for the first phase of this game. First deck said and done. Moving over to the second deck, it's going to be EZR Esports on the lead now.
I mean, you know what? A game is pretty much close when everybody is scoring numbers. You know, even Mids is scoring 15 kills right now, which is the second highest kills for SKADI, and everybody's just getting involved, and that's how you get indulged in this match here right now. You gotta get into that flow state, and every player right now is just on it, activating it. As we open up the second set of rotation, Easy Reborn's gonna get this hard point, but it's going to be tightly contested here by SKADI, by, of course, claiming him that top 4 control, and Cisco, great play right there, but now that he's getting taken care of, the good news is for them, they still have their spares inside of that spawn, and Mids doing a great job soaking the time.
Yeah, I mean, Chirac there onward speed 2, anchoring for the squad, while in the process 4 players all around the parameter for the set SKADI will take over this very hill, and that's going to be enough time for them to take the lead back for their side. And looking like they're longing to get this rotation here, Cisco on the process to try to get the anchor spot on towards P2, but he needs to deal with player 4 Jai with a Holger 26. Cisco, can he get the skill? And this might be a very big deal for them if ever they want to continue to take the lead, but looking like Jai will deny.
Jai denying that one is very important for EZR, but now he gets taken down, but they're still inside of that hard point. They are trailing for now, and again, Specialist is something that you need to invest here properly, but they're coming off the flank to make sure that the players get taken down, but 3 feed for EZR Reborn on the kill feed, and they will be able to contest here. And surprisingly, SKADI, despite that spawn, they are still struggling to claim time inside the hill, but the play from that claw just saves them some grace, but still, it is so contested. Everybody is just flanking the flank, and it's just a constant flanking the flank. I don't know, man.
I mean, Moy here trying to barge himself inside the hill. Mids from the back ends will get straight down, but Mids will win the gunfight. Claw right in front of the face of Snurpy as well. Will get invested, surely. And that's going to be Dam still remaining on the driver's seat here for this very game. Game close as ever, man. This is one of the closest game we've seen in this Garena Masters 4, and it might not change at all, as we're still seeing a very good rotation here being found over for the side of EZR Esports, but looking like Smids wants to deny it as he pick up this 20th kill. Can he pick up 21st? Absolutely yes. And as you thought that the early rotations will begin for the side of EZR Esports, Mids was long to deny, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter at all.
It's a 50-50 battle here, and Cisco's Claw will not really able to connect here any players at all, but now he's getting the timing. He finds the 2 players there, just 2 more players to worry about, but he's gonna get shut down by Mo with the Gravity Vortex, and if anything in particular that EZR Reborn has been doing so far is holding up players with that Gravity Vortex all throughout the map. With all those bought time inside of that hard point, they've been able to claim time, and EZR Reborn, they are definitely hanging in there, but SKADI is slowly pulling away, and that needs to change. They need to get some traction inside of this P3. If not, SKADI is gonna run them down over.
Yeah, running them down over. Game was close, you know, before this hardpoint started, but looking like breakaway loose will be found over for a set of SKADI, 141 to 115. Only until now, EZR Esports is going to be able to get the break inside a hill, but there's was only at least 10 more points for them to claim, and it's surely not going to be able to put up any impact whatsoever. So quite a convincing, a little bit more of a convincing lead here will be found over for the set of SKADI, but you know, it might not lean towards the same pace, as now we do see more players, more influence being found over here for the set of EZR, especially if they can win their gunfights, but looking like it's not going to be that case.
Yeah, it's not going to be. But the EZR Esports, the good news is they're not gonna have any problems attacking because they have the favorable spawns, and they might just go and do the pinch play maneuver. But Mids is actually cutting the rotations off the back, and Snip is winning in the front, and now they are standing their ground inside of this hill, the hardest, and of course the largest lead so far. A 40-point lead now for SKADI, and EZR Reborn is losing traction, but they are again contesting the hard point, and that's number 1 in blue. That's going to be Shocks, making sure that the team will find some way in the hill, and he's gonna have the top floor advantage, and Snurpy still there to actually help this team contest, but EZR Reborn are gonna get the scrap time.
What we need to see from the side of EZR Esports is going to be persistence here. I mean, they're trailing, but not so far, not quite a lot. I mean, it's only going to take at least 1 money hill for them to reset the momentum here, and it's going to be a 26-point lead here for the side of SKADI as we're approaching here onwards P number 3. I mean, the 3rd rotation here for P1. So here we go. It opens up. We need to see more parameter players here for the side of EZR Esports if they're long to deny the lead to continue and to ensue here for SKADI. If they don't perform starting now, we might be able to see SKADI just snowball out away from this game.
And the problem here with EZR Reborn, they are taking on the power position. They're holding up that 2nd floor. But the thing is, they're always met with Cisco, who's currently having a highlight game so far. I mean, having himself involved in the gunfights in the long range and pressuring these players is definitely getting into the head of EZR Reborn, and that's why they have this lead moving from P3 to P4. Now come P1, it is EZR Reborn actually claiming time despite this in the middle of the map and being it a very scrappy hill. They're making it look so easy. They have claimed 20 points off this P1, and that's great, but they actually need to get that spawn from P2, which is number 2 Chirac. He's holding that.
Yep, Chirac holding this one up, 36 kills under his name already, looking for some more as well. Not much opportunity, not just yet, but he does get shut down. So it's going to be one player, one less of a player that EZR Esports has to worry about. But till then, the spawn's still rightfully there. And you know, when Chirac goes down, Cisco is right there as well to be the saving grace in terms of getting the power position. And the spawns will still lean towards SKADI.
I don't know, man, but I am craving for an underdog victory. And I want to see EZR Esports tie this up because I want to see a very crazy ending of this. But again, it's the players that decide themselves who actually gets in with the victory in here. And SKADI, they have been doing so well, manipulating the map and speed. 31 kills, Chirac with 41. Everybody's just getting involved here in the gunfight.
Everybody, and there we go. Scotty, 200-point mark. Welcome them. Speed here on a 33rd. Make it a 34th, but Jai shuts him down. Jai, 35 kills under his name. Can he get some more? Put up more impact for the squad overall. They really need this one badly, and looking like he's going to be able to get one more kill before he goes down. Snurpy swoops in to get the remaining scrap time, just extending their lead by some more. Chirac popping off all over the place. SKADI wants to revitalize themselves and really take over this game. As we approach towards P number 3 we go. The early rotations will be found over for the set of SKADI. EGR Esports, they're in big trouble.
Chaining P2 to P3, it takes quite some mental fortitude, but SKADI is gonna be there. They take over that generator spawn. Snurpy now attacking in the front, and well, they are going to remove the players who's investing their operator skills, so that will cut them up some slack, and now it's time for them to show out. And here they are on this first set. They win the early rotation battle, and Snurpy on a 4th spree with the claw. Good investment right now coming in along for SKADI.
Hardest hill to break, but can EGR Esports prove me wrong? Snurpy still on the prowl. He's still on the roll. 230 to 184. More than enough time for SKADI to end this game off. And here we go. One last push. EGR Esports, can they perform? Or are they finally going to falter now? 241 to 184. It was a good run. It was a good stretch. But at the end of the road, it's going to be SKADI winning this one out. 250 to 184.
I tell you what, man, that spawn manipulation, SKADI always finding the right timing to get that hardpoint rotation is something that they've used to counterattack all the aggressive plays from Easy Reborn right from the second set of rotation, and that is very, very impressive.
So impressive. I mean, you gotta give props for the set of Easier Esports, so we gotta give props. I mean, it was a really good fight.
Yeah.
That first take from the first 2 decks of this hard points, but approaching onwards the 3rd deck, which, you know, at the start it was kind of leaning towards Easier Esports, but the rotation that was granted for the side of SKADI on towards P2 to P3, that was really the determining factor in how that matchup was going to pan out. And keep in mind, if the rotations was won over by Easier Esports for the last 2 hills, it could have went to their way, but unfortunately for them, the persistence, the overall defensive direction that SKADI was able to put up, it was just quite insane, man. I mean, that's just really the composure of SKADI, and that really shows how they are able to, you know, put themselves apart out away from Easier Esports.
And one of the more surprising individual performance that we've seen so far for SKADI is Mids. 45 kills and 38. I believe that's the highest kills that he's got so far in any hardpoint match. He's always been a negative in terms of the slaying department, but today he stepped up big time in a big-ass map. And, well, you know, the slaying power of SKADI really showed out here today. A clearly overpowered Joke, who scored 59 kills the last time they met R&D here at this Garena Masters group stage. And well, there's a reason why he actually gets shut down in here. I mean, Cisco has been such a crucial factor for this squad when they're holding up the P1 to P2 until P3 to P4, because he's holding up this power position, getting the second floor control, striking with that SKS, you know, that 2-shot gun, even 1 shot to the head. It really pressured Easier Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's, you know, this one big misconception about Cisco. You know, the general community really expect him to bag those kills up, but you know, his general role for the set of SKADI is just anchoring and being a support player. So, not going to be the flashiest amongst all, but in terms of doing his role, I mean, he's probably one of the most consistent out there in the competition. In terms of decision making, you know, that's where he really excels at. Now, coming into execution, a bit of adjustment that he has to do, but aside from that, I mean, in terms of consistency, he can really put his name up in the board. So really, impact coming in from Cisco is a no question. For the rest of the squad, still gonna be the same case here. I mean, after all, they are the #1 team in their very group for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, well, they have a complete package here, you know. I mean, they have Cisco with the scope, also a very great captain as well. And they have Chirac that you can rely on in terms of playing that close range. And now the sudden rise of mids from that place is something in particular that the team needed badly on that takeoff hardpoint. But Search and Destroy Hacienda, there's something that you really need to look forward to the most here. SKADI, they will be having Mark in the lineup here for S&D. So that automatically means that you get the First Blood Reaper here coming in along for SKADI and easier esports. If they want to win this map, pick here by SKADI, they have to shut down Mark every time and take him away as fast as possible in a very big map like Hacienda.
Definitely. I mean, Hacienda, in terms of statistics and history line, don't really have anything here as well. So I'm quite scared myself. But in terms of the overall standing, we always got to talk about this. SKADI has been 100% in terms of search and destroy. And that just, in terms of the composition, the team comp of SKADI, it's really quite interesting. I mean, we get the run here from Chirac being a very flexible player, can rock the scopes alongside with Mark as well, and Cisco faddling around with the SKS. Although I did have a conversation with him actually as well. If ever he does switch over to an SMG, the CBR4 will not be a topic anymore. It's actually going to be the Bison, as he did get some few recommendations from bigger talents in the Call of Duty mobile community scene.
Yeah, I mean, he's a promising star, and I just hope that he continues to play consistently. But nobody expected Scotty to be so dominant in this group stage, man. Knowing that there's not much known from the team aside from Cisco, who's a famous CODM content creator who returned to the competitive scene. But here they are, defying the odds and limits, currently the #1 team in Group A. And I mean, Mark, I'm talking about him. He's a First Blood Reaper. Now he's a Wizard. He takes down Boy for the First Blood here, round #1.
Yeah, good kills. Early 4v5, exactly what you'd want to see. Strokes, though, quite early to respond back as one would want as well. Takes down El Capitan Chirac. Snurpy takes down Joke. So overall, exchanges will try to come through here onwards to open halls and close halls. And it's going to be looking like an A execution here being found over for the side of SKADI. Well, in the process, they took pick one as well. Cisco finally puts his name up in the board. Takes down one. And in the process, one player does get traded. So it's going to be a 2v3 situation approaching to this retake.
Yeah, still a very possible play here for Asia Reborn. As long as they get that rotation properly, not get cut off by Cisco here with the SKS. I mean, he's guarding off the long flank here. He's expecting a flank, and he spots the guy with the pistol, and he ends this guy's life. Send him to the next round, and it's all down to Jai. Will be spotted by Snurpy and SKADI. They started off with that First Blood, and they picked up from it, getting that 4v5 advantage. Definitely helped them a lot in planting that bomb at A.
Getting those early altercations and winning them over is such a big factor, especially in search and destroy. Having the numbers advantage really can come a long way in terms of putting up your morale. So, having Mark for your squad as well, and you might just get that momentum overall. As you do get to see, this time around, it's going to be Mark finding himself into an altercation, but this time around, he does lose the gunfight all the way down. Joke will take them one. Jai will take them one as well. And so far, big exchanges coming through, looking like easier esports wants to respond back as well.
You can see the importance of the First Blood in here, in this game. You get that First Blood, you automatically, your win rate spikes up very significantly. And it depends on how well you win your other gunfights. And for Easy Armoy and his team, they are backing it up. They're just playing for trades, and it's still a 3v2. They still have a one-man advantage, but that bomb from SKADI, they're crossing it at A, but they still haven't planted. We're still waiting for a pick to happen. That's not going to happen anytime soon. Easier Reborn, they're playing it patient.
2v3 situation. Bomb can get planted onwards to the A bomb side. Looking like easier esports just waiting for the initiation to come along, but mid's quite stagnant. I don't exactly know what's happening there. Is he holding down an angle? Looking like he's having a hard time going back to his reception for his internet. So I thought it was only Cisco that was struggling. Looking like it's going to be mids as well.
No, I think he's waiting for a player to pop off. As you can see his head turn around. You can see the arrows as well. And he's waiting, but there's not much time left here. 35 seconds left. And if you're mids, you gotta go. You gotta go into the bomb so they plant it as well. And Chirac gets to pop up against Joke. So there it is. The opening that they need, the opening that they get. The bomb plant is gonna come true now. And they are about to go on a serious blood battle in here. They have to win their gunfights after this post plant.
2v2. Jai, Moy hasn't been the brightest of players here for the set of easier esports. Chirac and mids has been able to put up their names already as well. If people don't know your name, you got to make your name known, and especially this very round, as this is going to come in quite crucial. Jai trying to find an opening here, looking all around. You got to check your corners. You got to check your corners.
Check your corners.
Check his corners. Mid sprays down, takes him out of the case, pushing down Moy to a 1v2 situation, and looking like SKADI will have no problems at all. They win that one up 2-0.
A very impressive play for them, SKADI. They have the 2v3 situation there. And despite the First Blood from Easy Reborn Joke, it really didn't matter due to how well adaptable SKADI is. And when Chirac got that kill to tie up the numbers in make it a 2v2 situation, that's where the odds of winning just favored SKADI because they got a post-plant defense, and now they're attacking very aggressively this time at this A site, and Mo is the only player there. No one really there for the backup, but he still wins one gunfight there. Then it's a 4v4, Warden.
Big altercations onwards, Bravo. Looking like SKADI's still on a formation to persist this push here, but they got to worry about strokes on this wraparound. Still, think a second.
Oh,
no,
wow.
absolutely not.
Wow.
Good read from the side of Shirac. We'll pick up one on this very round. Looking for some more as well. A lot of trade-off will want to ensue for the side of easier esports, but looking like SKADI wants to ensue as well. Joke will take down Cisco. 2v3 situation, and look at how committed they are in terms of pushing this B bomb side. Joke picks up another one as well. Chirac now left alone. El Capitan in a 1v2.
El Capitan, Chirac, what are you gonna do? You have that CBR4 to play with. Something that you can use to surprise the Easy Reborn last two players. But he's using the erratic AMR to at least get some information. He's gonna spot one on the rocks. And Joke, he's still out there hunting on the middle of the map. But Chirac, he knows what he's gonna do. He's gonna try to get that B bomb side attack and of course get that bomb. But he's doing the long route here. 37 seconds left, not much time to do. But if you can get that timing to square up against Joke in the middle of the map, it's very, very crucial.
Chirac gets the opportunity. Spots him out. 2 shots will not connect.
Unfair.
But the CBR4 will come in. No honor, Chirac. But you gotta do what you gotta do to win. 1v1 situation here. Taps the bomb. Last player onwards seaside and looking like he's gonna be able to get this upper edge onwards. Chirac Jai secures the first round for the side of EZR Esports.
Come on. No, I was expecting a sniper battle there, but okay. You're playing to win. And Easy Reborn, Easy Esports, Easy Reborn Esports, they did a great job, you know. That's their first round win here on the defensive side. And now let's see if they're going to use that as a sort of a momentum booster here and shift the tides over to their side. The first blood not really able to be encountered yet, but just by looking at the grounds being taken by SKADI, they are looking to invade the middle of the map. And, well, this is a 50-50 for them, but Mark gets the first blood, so there it goes. Number advantage favoring SKADI. They have the mid-map as well, so they can go wherever they want here now, Warden.
Oh, definitely. You can go wherever they want. And there we go. Once more. Big altercation. Chirac will take down Joke. One player will falter for the side of SKADI. Takes some mids out of the equation. But coming in, you know, this odds so favorable for the side. Oh,
that's
SKADI.
disgusting.
Oh, my. There's a lot of disrespect coming in on towards this game. And now here we go. 4v1 situation. Ashura left alone with the bomb planted as well. If you are not known, you gotta do something to be remembered as. And, you know, this is really the opportunity for him to put up. And looking like he's gonna be able to be 2 steps closer to clutching this one up, as now he forced this was once a 1v4 down to a 1v2.
Nice, the long range and the close range. That the last 2 players standing for SKADI and Chirac there to clean it up. And many expected Chirac to actually use an SMG here. That's what he's really good at. But he's using the sniper here. And it turns out Cisco is also using a long-range gun. So SKADI is using a long-range setup here at this Hacienda, which is something that you can use viably because of how the personality of the map is. It's a long-range map. And only having 2 SMGs can really hurt you in the late game mode, and where eventually Snurpy and mids get picked off. Having 3 long-range map players, it's not really good.
Not really good so far in terms of the push here on versus the bomb side. Not looking so good for the side of SKADI, but mids evening things up. We'll take down one. Jai looking to get the trade off here, but it's gonna be Stroke from the back end. We'll take down one. Mark from the distance will take down Stroke. So overall the plays, it's gonna be a 2v2 situation. Body drop down. Undefined on how this one's going to pan out, but the bomb control is going to be handed for the side of easier esports. And if Joe can get this opportunity granted for his side, they might as well put the odds so favorable for the side of easier esports. It's now left alone for the side of SKADI. It's going to be the first blood reaper. It's Mark in a 1v2.
He needs to get that bomb. Of course, needs to get another gun as well. That sniper is not viable, especially on this map. But if you can get the angles correctly, why not, right? You can to peek on some cheeky angles here. Now, it's not going to find the timing to get the attacks for now, but that should be information set up for Easy Reborn, and he has to be unpredictable with the way he takes this. One bad read could lead to SKADI losing this round.
Mark. it's gonna be
He just
anyone
picks it up.
who touches one up, it could be him, but he decides to go back and try to re-challenge. Doesn't really work out.
Yeah.
These are esports. They lower down the lead out away from SKADI by 1. A lead is still a lead, though. The question is, can they actually, for the first time, win rounds consecutively, or can just SKADI continue to deny the lead overall? And it was truly the personality right there on towards Hardpoint as well, where Easier Esports, for the entirety of the game, perhaps, they were always on the passenger seat, while SKADI chilling and cruising on the driver.
Oh, well, for Easy Reborn, that needs to change here quickly, and the first blood is something that will help them gradually here. But I have to really criticize Mark's play on that last round. I mean, you saw the players already in that rocks, and then you decided to pick up the bomb. You saw them already, but you still yet go there. You still went there, and of course, contest. It is something you don't give that easily. You know, you had the chance to push that bomb towards A, but he didn't. And so Easy Reborn, they're looking to pick up that pace here by using that round 1 victory, that round 5 victory, and chain that here to a round 6 as well. Cisco, he needs to get this kill. Moy is right up there. That jump, that's gonna be heard. And Moy, he hears everything, but he's not gonna do anything for now. He's just waiting. He's just waiting.
Yeah, it's search and destroy at its finest now. Silence is quite loud. Silence is pretty loud now right now, and we're just waiting for any sense of movement whatsoever. But looking like since Easier Esports is playing in a default formation, just having those 3 lanes well covered. It's just waiting for them to find themselves in contact. Probably fall back and play for retake as well, but it's going to be too hard to call, especially if, they won't get this one up. But looking like Cisco alongside with his comrade will come through. And if Moy peeks out right now, this could be big double kills. And this might be enough as well for them to even things up against SKADI. And looking like they are about to get this one planted. Moy takes down Cisco out of the chase. No trade-off whatsoever now. And it's going to be a 1v3 situation. Mid's left alone. Can he do it? Takes down 1. Going to go for a reset here, but he needs to move in quick. 10 more seconds to go. The bomb on his hands. And looking like he is going to be entirely ensuing to go for the slays. Will go for a spray down, but through the smokes, Moy will connect. And that's going to be now the grounds evened up 3-3.
Here we go. Easy Reborn slowly picking things up. And Joke has been particularly very important in every round that they have played so far. Currently sitting at least 1 kill per round. Just how incredibly consistent he is at knocking down shots versus SKADI here on this long-range map. And being able to at least take down Mark or mids early game is very key for them to win this round. As they switch the sides, the attack coming through now, Ashuri will be able to push things up at the cost of 2 players. Not good for Easy Reborn, but they still have made advancements here at this B side.
Yep. Situation right now, pretty stagnant for both ends of the spectrum. A stalemate we see. But the odds still so favorable for the side of SKADI. I mean, they know for a fact the bomb is dropped here onwards speed bombs, and if ever the plan ensues, I mean, player 5 mids might just go for this wrap around onwards halls and could get those kills as well. But from the front lines, it's gonna be Mark with a sniper holding down the angle. Will get one opportunity but doesn't connect, but that information relayed. And look at how patient SKADI is, man. I mean, this is how you play Search and Destroy into perfection. Just playing this one up patiently can surely capitalize big time here. So they do drop 1. Jai already out of the equation. Joke, Ashuri left alone in a 2v4.
Joke is still caught in between Ashuri as well. Joke is looking to find a player that is initiating that flank, but nothing's going to get sent out by SKADI for now. And Chirac, they are just waiting here. But Ashuri, he's got the CBR4, so he's only lining up with this sniper. So he's going to be having an easy time here. But he needs to time this attacks perfectly because there's 2 players in the middle. He turns on Cisco! Woo! He gets the help from mids, and now they turn things around. It's all down to Chirac. Can he clutch it up? He's got the right AMR. He hears it, Warden. He's gonna pop off. He's not gonna find the player on the rack, but he shuts down Joke, who's planting the bomb. 12 seconds left, and the defense is just continuously here for Chirac.
He has to plant. Chirac holding down the angle. Ashuri, don't peek out. You're gonna get dropped down. Looking like he's gonna be playing for the angle now for the bomb itself. 38 seconds to faddle around with for the set Chirac, having a shorty in hand. Spots down, spots him out, whips it down right. AMR gonna go for the shot. Ashuri kills, and they deny SKADI. A clutch ensued for them. A 2v4, not so impossible for the side of Easier Esports. And just like that, they're on the lead.
Oh my. Warden, did I just see what I just saw?
Patience. It paid off.
Bro,
Amazing.
the comeback after a comeback. They just like 3 comebacks in just 1 round.
Well, at this stage of the game, anything can truly happen.
I
Man.
love
And
this.
really,
I love this.
it's really insane. It's thrilling here. And you can't ask for more aside from this. This is search and destroy at its finest. The most exciting part of this is that, we're still not anywhere near close here. Still a lot more plays to come just like this. SKADI, it happened to you once. It can for sure happen to you twice. You better watch out.
Now, there's an interesting statistics made at Twitter where Bobby asked like the viewer, or like his followers, which game mode do you like watching the most? Hardpoint came in at second. S&D came in at first. And there's a reason why. Everything is slowed down. You can see every sort of play. And right now, Easy Reborn and SKADI just making that highlight just even go up.
It's a very, very thrilling pace. You can really reciprocate what is about to happen here and wanting for sure, looking like it's going to be easier. Esports really having the odds so favored for them. The bomb is planted now. They do drop another player here. Cisco out of the equation. Mark and Mids left alone for the squad of SKADI. Sniper in hand, up in the bound. On the front lines, looking for any opportunity. Same goes for the set of Mids, but he does get shut down by Jai. Mark now. The sniper, the scopes, Eagle's Eye. Can you come through, or are you going to falter just like your comrades? And looking like he is going to fall down once more. As now Easier Esports will score another round. One more round for them, Cali, and it's going to be the match point advantage.
Yeah, at this point, Warden, if you're SKADI, you got to be thinking, is this 3-scope setup working for you? I mean, you've lost about 2 defensive sides for now. And that's guaranteed to get more. Looking that Easy Reborn is capitalizing on playing the close range. And at least maybe Mark could use that CBR4 now. Because Easy Reborn, they're picking up their pace. And even see that they're attacking so aggressively. They're confident that they can win this round. Initiating a fast plant. And here comes the post-plant defense for EZR. SKADI now hitting them a 5v5 retake.
Putting their pace here, probably one of the best choice for a set of Easier Esports, but the first altercation will not really go to their way. Cisco will take down Jai, and looking like Mark here, looking for more opportunities as well, but it's going to be Snurpy getting the second blow from this very round. The bomb, yeah, for sure is going to get planted, but the time, the lives here is going to get dwindled down, but it says SKADI as Mark will pick up 2.
Never mind.
Now with Shuri left alone in a 1v2, but Mark! Oh, Mark! Triple kill on his name. Give this guy some slack, please. Please, just someone slow him down. Slow him down.
Here I am doubting the first blood wizard, Mark. And there he responded. I remember, I was asking him to maybe at least use a CBR4 to play for those retakes, but he went out there with that sniper and retake with the triple. I mean, what is with this guy? He's just crazy.
Quite loose already. That might have been the answer what SKADI has been looking for in terms of changing the momentum for them. But look at this takeaway from the side of Easier Esports once more. It's going to be another A executioner this time around, a 5v5, making a 5v4. Snurpy will take down 1. Strokes not checking his corner, will get picked off. A trade-off will try to ensue, but Moy just gets shut down. Joke as well, all over the place. This retake here cited for the side of SKADI overall. Now we get to see a Shuri once more in a clutch situation. Not going to be able to answer anything at all. SKADI, 2 consecutive rounds being won over. Enough to even things up now. 5-5 for both ends.
Yeah, you're trying to rush it. You want that win, but it's not gonna come off easily, especially when you're going up against SKADI that played for retake at A. You already saw what happened when you hit them with the 5v5 post-plant defense. It didn't work. And Snurpy getting those good TPs at round number 10. Set things up for SKADI to initiate the push and be confident. And now they are riding here with the momentum. And Easy R slowing it down. It's going to be a problem, man.
Big problem. Changes for pieces and search and destroy is really one of the hardest things to deal with. You don't really get to see and get to read properly and how this one's going to pan out. So looking like this hallways here might get heated up soon. Moy had an opportunity, but doesn't really gonna decide to connect at all. Not until now. Just slide in. We'll take down 1. Snurpy on the process from the wrap around. We'll pick up 2. Can he find a triple? Absolutely yes. He does get shut down, but the damage has been done. Moy, Chirac, who is it gonna be that's gonna be able to put their names up in this round to decide it all? Who's gonna take that match win advantage?
Second top fragging players of both teams. Chirac with 12, Moy with 10, and this guy is just swimming because he's hot. But yeah, Not gonna be any engagements for now, but if you're Moy, you're gonna have to plant that bomb at some point. Was looking to cut off this rotation, and this rotation right here could just be the case. Chirac got the scope, he can close it down. He did not spot the man! Same thing for Chirac, and now the conversation is on. Say hello to the yellow Lambo, and Moy getting there for the blow. And Easy Reborn, first to reach match point, but that was just Call of Duty Mobile timing right there.
You can see their smiles. You can see their smiles. They absolutely know what they're doing right now on SKADI. They exactly know what they're doing. And that's going to be a very devastating thing for the set of SKADI. As we all thought that, SKADI Search and Destroy will stay at 100%, looking like Easier Esports is just one step away to proving that number is wrong. As we move along towards this round number 12, this still could go both ways, man. And I'm quite excited, and I'm hoping that we get to see an overtime.
Easier Reborn, A has not been working for them, but B has been doing them so far wonders. And Easy Reborn, they're perfect so far when they are attacking this B side. And now that they're crossing it in, Snurpy, he's the guy you want to take down early. He's been scoring multiple kills after multiple kills in the last few rounds, and something that you need to take into consideration. But the push not being made so far yet, Warden.
Look at the aggression here for the Savashuri, pushing all the way into the open halls. On top blue as well. That's going to be player 4 Jai, pushed up all the way to the balcony on the A-bomb site. This is really a very finicky situation here for the side of SKADI. If ever the place will come in for the side of EZR, this might be the deal-breaking point for them to seal the deal up. 6-5 coming again, a match point advantage for the side of Easier Esports. SKADI needs to force one more round if they want to pursue and ensue this round's over more. And looking like another opportunity will be granted for the side of EZR, but Mids wins a gunfight as well, enough to even things up. It's a 4v3 situation, man.
Too many angles to hold there for Snurpy, but if only that first one landed, that could have been a double with that spray transfer. But Easy Reborn, they got so much numbers in hand, but Cisco now trying to change things up by dropping Strux, who's been underperforming all throughout this Hacienda map. It got you thinking, Ashuri's been stepping up so badly to play for retake. The top 2 players of SKADI here. With 16 seconds left, they might have a chance, Warden.
Might have a chance, but as Cisco gets dropped down, Snurpy, you're all alone. I mean, Chirac, you're all left alone to clutch this one up. But looking like he's not going to be able to do so as well. Easy R Esports. Come on, man. Easy R Esports wins Search and Destroy up against SKADI. Evening things up now, 1-1. We move into control.
Well, now for Easier Esports, one thing that you can talk about is their playoff run is still alive with this win. And that's Slums Control. That's deadly 50-50 here, Warden. And I mean, for SKADI, the only map that they lost so far in the group stage, apart from this Search and Destroy, was on Control Slums. And where they went up against Broke Boys Club and where they lost 2 and 3. And now for SKADI, they're going up against Easier Esports, who has a 100% win rate on Slums. Or not really 100, but 50% win rate at Slums. So I don't know where I'm getting at, but I mean, these 2 squads, they are not safe.
Pretty not safe. And, keep in mind, since this first round of Search and Destroy in between SKADI and Easier Esports was quite dominated for the side of SKADI, I think, it's safe to say that Easier Esports did spend a little bit more time fixing their Search and Destroy game up, and it clearly showed. I mean, it all really went to the late game of the competition, but the last 2 rounds was well dominated by the side of Easier Esports. So for Control, I mean, keep in mind, in terms of Control, the only 2 games that Easier Esports was able to win was up against R&D, in which in both cases was up against R&D and was Standoff and Slums. Moving over to the decider factor of it all, I mean, it's going to be Control and Slums, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that really it's going to be a 50-50 take here for both ends of the spectrum, just because both ends has lost a map in Slums.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that take, Warden. And just to, we have a basis here. Both teams have played Broke Boys Club so far in Control, and it happened to be on the same map. And maybe there's a reason why Easier Esports prepared, and of course, they won the coin toss, right? So they prepared for this moment. First, they brought us to Hardpoint takeoff, which is where they've been most successful at in the game mode. And now they're bringing us to control, wherein it's not really their strength, but more of the teams were the opponent's weakness of SKADI, of course. And well, it all boils down to how well they do in the first round, man.
Well, you know, in terms of the sides here, keep in mind blue side is going to be given first to SKADI. But, you know, one thing about me and Neptune has talked about as well, you know, since we're pretty much into the competition of Call of Duty Mobile for such a while already, and Control has been released for a couple of months now, and it's safe to say that, you know, the familiarities of these two teams is something that could really be something that we can lean on. I mean, I think someday, or if maybe it is now, that, you know, starting which sides wouldn't really matter. I know some or majority of the community will really agree on the fact that, you know, being on the defensive side is such a one-sided thing. But, you know, I don't want to neglect talents here that both ends can offer. So in this scenario right now, easier esports, the odds supposedly, realistically, statistically, is not really looking so bright for them as they're starting off an offense. But I wouldn't be so surprised as well. You know, they've fixed their search and destroy. Maybe they've fixed their control as well. So that's just about it. So here we go. We're starting in towards this matchup now, Callie. They've decided of it all on who's going to be able to win the series. Is it going to be easier esports, or is it going to be SKADI?
Yeah, I mean, easier reborn. If they get this victory right here, that puts them on the second place, only up ahead by SKADI here, which is going to be pretty crazy to think that, you know, SKADI, who've had so much good runs on the first half, is going to be taken down here. The first game of the second half is extremely something you're not going to think of for now. But again, the map wins, like the offensive side wins, really depends on what map you are playing, and knowing the personality of the map you're playing. Some teams, like some maps like Summit, and of course this Control Slums is very defended, you know, very defense oriented map. So you're gonna capitalize on every moment you got, and you gotta play it smartly as well. And for now, Easier Reborn, they're on the attacking side. They're doing time at the B side, and Mid's there to cut them off. They are going to be shot down, and this should be it now. SKADI, they might just have to give this B up to not really, you know, raise their lives here.
19 to 19. B control point already. I mean, B point already into the capture. Handed over for the set of EZR. Time gonna get extended more as well. And you know, when you have this much time, one misconception about these teams is that they don't really take their time. I mean, 2 minutes more than enough time for them to play with, more than enough take for them as well to slow down the pace and for them to get the momentum to rock for their side. And so far it's gonna be easier esports here on the breakaway. They are obviously on this momentum right now. They're longing to get the map control here, as it's really a big factor that you gotta have for your side, especially if you want to go for this A execution.
And notice how Easier Reborn is not really pushing at that bricks. They're not pushing that garage. They are looking to play for that ghetto. They want that P3 hardpoint in order for them to be able to initiate the spawn trap here. But SKADI's been doing the same thing. They're holding off. They know what the strategy of Easier Reborn is, and they're trying to fix that. And so SKADI's been winning their gunfights not because it's caught by surprise, but they are anticipating these players to pop into that ghetto. And anticipation has been key for them so far, but this rotation from Joke is going to open things up at the graves. It's going to find 2 players there, but no moves and no advancements made here, Warden.
Really convincing round here for a set of SKADI. 5 versus 10. Gotta play this one to the TDM now for a set of SKADI. I mean, confidence is right there, but they can't get the complacent. Jai gets 2 out of the spray down. Mid Snurpy under his name, but a reset still comes through with the lives. Still so favored for the set of SKADI. 3 more respawns to go, and so far it's going to be them capitalizing off this very round. Snurpy speed, putting their name up in the board. Mids as well. Joke, Ashuri out of the round. Jaya left alone with a Holger 26. What can you do? I mean, you can get those kills here and then, but the numbers, the time is dwindled down. Not much you can do. SKADI gets the first round.
Very impressive defense there for SKADI. I mean, they were kind of expecting everybody to pop out of nowhere. At first, they were expecting the players. After that B point capture to just pull on barge your head towards that A control point at the garage. But it turns out the attackers are actually attacking that junkyard to initiate that spawn and take over his fountains. And SKADI was quick to know, and they're able to adjust to that. And that led to them really winning their gunfights. And well, for now, they're going to switch sides. And this time, Scotty is on the attack, doing the same exact setup here, pushing for the B side. But Easier Reborn on the defense, doing a slight more aggressive approach. They're looking to attack the spawns here, Warden.
To attack. Whoever SKADI can capitalize off this round, it's just going to be able to put them in a very promising take here for this game mode of control. But, you know, in terms of the number, it's not really leaning towards the case. Still on a lead, Easier Esports. A little bit of influence being found onwards Bravo, but it's not going to be enough to dwindle down the momentum out away from Easier Esports. And look at the map control here, actually. I mean, mid lane fully covered here. The speed point might just be an entryway for the set of SKADI, but till then, expect a big retake as well from the side of EZR if ever it to do so.
It's going to be tough because they're losing lives despite them on the B side. And the pressure from the alleyways towards the back of the ghetto is just extremely important here. Jai is investing a big one here with that annihilator. It's going to pop off and score some tricks and cause one more stir-ups. And Easier joke, the defense single-handedly at the B side has just been so constant, and the players are feeling that pressure with that SKS. Man, take a look at this guy, 3 in a row.
3 in a row, 9 kills. Can we get to 10? Spots an opportunity on towards speed, but only gets 1 connection, 1 more bullet to get the elimination. It doesn't really happen right there. So, you know, in terms of the lives here, it's still so favored for the side of Easier Esports, and we need to see the influence to kick in now onwards Bravo. As look at the time, 9 more seconds to go. Joke here, gatekeeping this one out, and look at this, 4 in a row now. 10 kills under his name. Can he make it so more? Absolutely not. Snurpy shuts him down, and the influence will be found over onwards Bravo as well, and it will ensue. And we are bound to see a continuation onwards this round, but with only very little lives being found over for both ends of the spectrum, it has to go down to the eliminations now here, Cali.
Easier Reborn. I don't know why they had to let go of that B side when they only had SKADI on 6 seconds left. They could have used that cloth from Shocks to enable them to win this round, but no, they are not willing to take that risk, and now they have to win their gunfights here at this A side. The defense is currently on. They're taking in the headage advantage, and that's very important. They also have the junkyard defense set up as well. SKADI, 7 lives left, 38 seconds left. They're running out of time.
Time they need to make a play, 1 more push is all what they have with only 5 lives here. It's not really looking so favorable for them. Strox here playing on versus mid lane. 2 players, 3 players coming to push here from the brick side. 1 player playing around P3 as well.
What?
All gonna come down to this push now. Strox spraying down for dear life. I don't exactly know what's happening here on versus Cam. Looking like it's gonna be a chopper. Cam here perhaps spawning for sure. The elimination's not sided for the set of EZR. I mean for the set of SKADI, is EZR here breaking away from the momentum here out away from SKADI. As now we do see them securing a round out away from SKADI. It's now 1-1 here, man.
Do you think it's a better defensive round for EZR, or was the defense from SKADI in the first round a lot better on the defensive side?
Well, you know, yeah, I mean, both ends now play defense. And in terms of Easier wanting a chance to win this control game mode, you really have to win 1 offensive side. And what a way to start things off with an Annihilator for the joke. Picks up the 14th kill on a 2 spree. Can we get a 3rd? Absolutely, yes. That's going to be the play that they are going to be longing for them to really get this entry here on this round number 3.
He has to stay alive, though. Build up that streak here for Joke. He's got 15 on his name. Moy and Jai is opening up the graveyards, and now they have control of the bricks as well. Talk about map control being let go by SKADI, but only to turn it up in the last moment. Now it's going to be a 50-50 battle here, but one thing more than likely, Easier Moy, they are not doing time at the B side, but now they do so after I said. And well, EZR, they're in deadlock, but they have the number advantage.
You get the number advantage. You get the influence onwards Bravo as well. Absolutely what you would be needing. And look at the streaks here. Look at the specialists. Actually, it's all going to come down to how they can properly utilize this one up. But before that, we do see on our faces here, Shuri's still on a spree for the squad. Enough opening for them to get the momentum going for them. And that's going to be overall a very convincing lead for the side of EZR. If they decide to go for an investment here, I think it's the perfect time, because look at this, man.
Here we go.
SKADI, their lives is dwindled down big time.
Their child and the fountains as well, but a big play from Chirac to drop the double and avoid the push and delay it here at the junkyard. And it's going to extend even more. And if there's something that SKADI has to do, they have to defend his final 1 minute and 30. And that's going to be a lot of time for Moy and his squad to push. And they're going in here big time.
Ooh, really very intensified situation here. one big push to put the pressure for the side of SKADI is what easier esports need, as now they do take down Shrek. 9 lives remain for the side of SKADI. Make it 8. The Cisco will get dwindled down as well. 1:11 still, more than enough time. And this might be a very big secured round for the side of easier esports. They do get put into a reset. But, you know, they still have a lot of utilities to fiddle around with for them to secure the round. But with speed on this wraparound, we'll pick up one. Looking for more opportunities here onwards in mid lane. But unfortunately for him, he does get shut down by Jai. 6-12 now, doubling the lives of easier esports. SKADI looking at the barrels of defeat here for this very round. And they are absolutely faltering big time here, man.
Yeah, I mean, SKADI, they are standing their ground, but the gunfight is clearly not better for Easy Reborn so far. But Cisco stepping up big time with the double Ps. And well, for now, 30 seconds left, 3v7. It's important that Snurpy wins this first one, gets the second, jumps that third as well with the help of mids. Now they have turned things around, and they can use the clock to win this round. 20 seconds left, and Snurpy is anticipating one player on the graveyards. The timing is just impeccable. 25 kills for the man, 13 seconds left. And he's gonna pick one more up with Jai being down. Snurpy is on. He's on fire, but last man standing, 5 seconds left. Then he's gonna get spotted mids.
You need to contest. You need to contest. The world is upside down. It's a 1v2 mids. Can you deny Joke and a Shuri? One quadrant into the capture already. He's gonna go for a spray down. Tags him up. A Shuri looking to set up this double chow as well. They need to play by the trades. He's on the heady as well. The contestment comes through and it ensues. And now here we go. Mids whips out the gloves in the wrong time. Why did that happen? How does that happen? But in regards, the blunder will cost them to lose the lead for this one. And keep in mind, SKADI on offense hasn't been the most promising thing in this competition of Slums Control. We might just see easier esports take this series out away from SKADI, man.
And the world turned upside down for SKADI here. And if anything that you need to check up in here is Easy Reborn Joke on that B side. If you're going to push for that B side, you gotta make sure you take him down in the tractors. But look at the defense here by Easy Reborn. 4 players to go up in here with back-to-back kills. And now, look at the lives of SKADI now. 7 lives lost in just the first 20 seconds.
Wow, I wasn't really expecting the situation now, but it's surely happening. Look at the aggression. Look at the formation here for the side of EZR. Playing quite aggressively. I mean, the momentum is right there. They just can't afford to lose more rounds. They can't afford to lose this round overall. I mean, this is pretty much a secure round. So they just need to capitalize off this. Moy from the back ends will pick up 2, lowering down the lives. And I think that really easier esports wants to play with fire and just go head to head because they absolutely can. I mean, momentum, gunfights, they've been doing it quite well. And it's just all going to come down to how they can finally execute it for the last and final time to secure this series out away from SKADI, man.
Yeah, 16 to 22. They have at least about 6 points here, up by 6 lives here. And they're just flooding into the B side here. Cisco's gonna find one, gets the second. Oh, he's gonna help. He's gonna get help from mids there to get the third one as well. And well, they're not really looking good, but they're doing some time, and which is important to increase that, you know, the time that they have to push for that A side later on. And Shrek is stepping up big time. Big boy moves. He's not gonna get taken down there. Joke. Nice shot with that SKS. He's just so surprising and consistent here at this Slums Control.
10 to 15. 5 live lead here for the side of EZR. SKADI. I mean, in terms of specialists, 3 well available for them. Speed, Cisco, and mids. You really have to find a way to invest this one up. In terms of, you know, forcing a round number 5, I think really coming in raw mechanical gunfight is not really the hardest of choices as well. So might be one option for them as we move along.
Nice win, Cisco.
Will try to ensue. Speed will pick up 2. Chirac finding an entry onwards. Van as well. Looking like they are going to get closer and closer to the hill. Speed with an investment with Annihilator will pick up 2. Chirac will pick up 1 as well. The odds here might extend furthermore. Look at the break here. Look at the break, Ali.
They just are just mental with their gunfights, and the investment of the Annihilator is just clearly popping off, and Speed is opening things up at the garage. They're claiming time, and Snurpy there for the backup, and Chirac is just waiting for the next gunfight. 4 players left for Easy Reborn, and SKADI is just on the hot streak, and Chirac has been a big part of that. He's just lighting it up! He's just lighting them up! Let them know it!
Give him the 24! Give him the 24.
Let them know it.
My days. Let them know. Your name has been known, shhh, but everyone clearly knows you've been loud and you are heard. Round number 5 here, the decider of it all. Who can win the series, man? Here we go.
SKADI on the defense. They clearly have the advantage here. And a chance to absolutely turn things around at their win rate at this slumps control. It's gonna be very big for them. But we need to see more from mids if they're going to win this. It's currently sitting at 11 kills. And well, it doesn't really matter at all because Nerpy's just hot here.
33 kills. What more can you expect?
Yeah.
Fully picked up shhh as well. And you know, it's all going to come down to how they can properly execute this one up, because both ends, they have resources, they have utilities, they have specialists. All going to come down to the execution now. And so far, we are expecting this round to go down to the wire as both exchanges will come try to ensue. 12 altercations, has been 50-50 overall, and it's still going to remain the same here for this one, man. And looking like this B point here really getting contested heavily by the side of Easy or Esports. The question is, will SKADI push and ensue and deny this one up, or are they just going to let this one go and looking like they want to go with a fight?
Yeah, Nerpy the rookie has been lighting things up here for SKADI big time. Not just here at Control Slums. We saw him with multi-kills there at the Search and Destroy. And they clean up this B side. And now this spawn trap is just enabled.
Wow.
SKADI just pulled up with the craziest comeback of all time. Here comes the raining down parade. Whoo! That's just hot.
Game is hot, man. Game is hot, hotter than ever before. As we thought that EZRE Reborn had this one in the bag, SKADI wants to deny as they're on the lead right now. 21 more seconds to go. Contestment will ensue for the side of EZRE Esports, but they gotta win their gunfight starting now. 9 more lives to claim and reap away for the side of SKADI to secure this series up 7-13. Lives not so favored no more for the side of Easier Reborn, and looking like they are going to be looking at the barrels to defeat here, man.
The game is just crashing. Game is just so hot right now. Easy Reborn. They're after their final push. They have to win at least 2 kills every time that they go down, but speed there. Try to make things different. SKADI just looking to close this out.
Pulls this one up, mids up in the front lines, will try to pick up 2, but he gets denied. Double chow comes in, but the lives here is just so little for the set of EZR. Strokes, player 4 Jai, left alone in a 2v10 situation. Annihilator will ensue. Jai shuts him down, but till then, it's only going to be Strokes left alone. Once was a doubted team. SKADI proves, and they will stay on top of the competition for their bracket. Strokes, what can you do?
He's the last man standing in SKADI, letting them know it. They are the rising star indeed. And well, Easy Reborn this year is just gonna be the second in hand. But Stroke, he's the clutchest player, but he's getting ganged up and hit the punch to end the round.
Wow.
Ding, 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 a KO. SKADI takes it home.
Oh, wow. You can see Honest Magis's face. You can see Magis's face. Y'all can see their face right now. They absolutely knew. They absolutely know what they just did to Easier Esports. And one word I can describe it, Callie: nasty. That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, I think nasty is an understatement with the way they perform here. It is disgusting, man. It is disgusting. SKADI just pulled up with a very impressive win, and well, this will not be the search and destroy, but this will be the control statistics that we're gonna have. And you see the lines distributed. Nerpy 36 and 30, Speed with 37. I mean, we can talk about Cisco and Chirac as much as we like, but Speed stepping up like his what is the hidden gem, or at least the hidden piece for this squad to win this slums control. Definitely important. 37 kills, 27 deaths.
There's a lot of hidden talents here in this competition for the side of SKADI, man. And I can't wait to see and unfold what more they can offer in this competition for Garena Masters 4. If it's not going to be Chirac, if it's not going to be Speed popping off, it's going to be Snurpy himself as well. Mids was a bit in the underperforming side, but at the end of the day, when the eliminations just get so sided for Snurpy, Speed, and Chirac, you don't really get to do much. Honestly, there's not really much more opportunities that you can get for your side. At the end of the day, there has to be one star player. And in terms of the possible MVP, actually, despite the fact that Snurpy's on top, I really want to hand this one down to Chirac. That player right there, on towards round number 4.
That annihilator? Yep.
That was insane,
lineup,
man. That was really...
Yeah,
Crazy.
that was the play that actually I think broke down easier esports because let's face it, Scotty was down in numbers at that round number 3. I don't know, at that round number 4 on the attack side. And then easier esports, they already know that they're gonna win because they're waiting it out. They are inside of that garage, they are in the fountains, they're guarding that junkyard as well. They get everything in control. And then Chirac happened. The opening at the garage was created, and he created the universe once again. I don't know, this guy, he was very important in setting up the momentum, not just for SKADI at round number 4, but transitioning that to round number 5 as well.
World was turned upside down. Is all I can say. SKADI, easier esports. What a matchup! I mean, from Hardpoint to search and destroy, moving over to control, it all went down to the wire, man.
And yeah,
it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate for the side of easier esports because, with SKADI winning this round up, I mean, with the series overall, it's gonna be scratching their odds overall to advance to the next stage of the competition for the playoffs. So, but for the side of easier esports overall, I mean, if I can relay a message to them, it's just keep on grinding. There's a lot more potential that they can offer in this competition for Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, but again, they may have taken a series loss here up against SKADI, which gives them that 3-3. If I'm not mistaken, that's 3 series wins. No, that's 2 series wins. Wait, I'm lost. That's 2 series wins and 3 series loss. So they still have a chance though if they beat Broke Boys Club. But again, it's gonna be hard. But the saving grace here is they took away 1 map. So if we're gonna go for a tiebreaker, they may have at least a chance to go up and take that number 2 spot.
I mean, in terms of putting a scratcher on towards SKADI, I think Easier Reborn is pretty close with the SKADI with the Broke Boys Club for this one. So I mean, the only teams that has made SKADI bleed is the Easier Esports and the Broke Boys Club. And I think if ever we move on to the matchup between the Broke Boys Club and Easier Esports, it might just go down to the wire and we might be able to see that tiebreaker that we all are asking for.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be crazy. And well, let's take a look at the highlights here. Fresh victory from SKADI. It was down to the wire and the takeoff, but the rotation and the map manipulation was key there for them to win. But in this search and destroy, we've had some multiple instances where we thought it's going to be a win for SKADI, but it also ended up with a win from Easy Reborn. So like everything, it just gets deleted and switched, right? And well, at the end, Easy Reborn on the attack side was just clearly a lot better. They were struggling at that A bomb site, but that B bomb site control, they had it locked down, and they manipulated this team to actually lose the round.
The search and destroy, I was really half-hearted about this, and especially this British situation with Chirac and Moya had this altercation, which fortunately that was enough momentum for them to just seal the deal and get this round up. But in terms of the tides getting switched up exactly at that very moment right here where we thought that it was a GG well played for the side of SKADI, but the turnaround came along and guess what, SKADI managed to push it to round number 5.
Now for easier esports to actually have a chance to play at the playoffs, they have to hope that SKADI gives Broke Boys Club a 3-0 here in the second half of the group stage. And now if that actually happens, they have to absolutely 3-0 Broke Boys Club as well. So that odds are kind of slim, but it's still possible for them to make it, but it's gonna be a long climb. But the MVP of the match, and well, it's a deserving win for him. It's a deserving MVP, 4th straight MVP if I am not mistaken. 30.33 average kill for Chirac and a 1.54 KD ratio. Very impressive for a player that we absolutely can rely on in every response, man.
Really reliable. I mean, after all, we did see him being one of the most consistent. I mean, he is possibly, if not the most consistent player for the set of SKADI, always revolving around the number 3 spot, or I mean, at least in the top 3 at least. And if it's not going to the top 3, I mean, I'd be quite surprised. Maybe it's just bad reception overall. But aside from that, that's just about it. I mean, we can really expect a lot more from Chirac and his time with the team overall, because I did have a conversation with Cisco, and they've been talking a lot how to implement North American playstyle into Garena. So that might be something that we might be able to expect and project if as they move into the playoffs.
Well, it's totally possible. I mean, they've already done that in Search and Destroy, where they've been using the dual snipe setup plus the SKS. So that definitely is currently in place, but definitely not effective just yet. But with this win right here, that guarantees them at least top 1 or top 2 here at this Group A. And now the fight is just between Broke Boys Club and versus, of course, Easy Reborn for that number 2. And it's going to get completely attacked, but it seems like we're gonna have some awards for you guys after watching that intense matchup between Easy Reborn and Scotty in the first pop quiz of the day for Garena Call of Duty Mobile Academy. I wonder what the question is. I hope it's not a hard one. So who was the MVP player of the really? Okay. Who was the last MVP player of the last match? Now, do you know who it is, Gordon?
I mean, I think it's the what do you call this? It's the cracker Cisco Rubisco.
Yeah, I mean, I would love that. I would love some chocolate Rubisco right now. But hey, if you guys want to win some crates and of course want to participate in our pop quiz, you can answer through the format of answer plus player UID and plus pop quiz hashtag. And yeah, we've talked about this guy over and over again. He's got 4 MVP titles. That's what the hint is for you guys. Enable for you to answer this one correctly.
Yep, definitely. So, take your chances right there. If you guys are having a hard time looking for your player ID, you go to your settings, go to About, and copy your player ID right there. But, there's just only one segment done for the first series here. I know we have a lot of questions in mind here, Callie, and I don't exactly know who I want to see. It could be either be Cisco, it could be either be Chirac. I actually want to see Chirac even more because I really want to ask what was his mentality during that play that switched up the momentum, man.
Yeah, I really want to pick his brain a little bit as well in that control slums because that play right there was very key. So hopefully he's the player that we get to interview, but it obviously can be Cisco here once again. The guy with the rice you is gonna be, I don't know if you got the joke there, but it's you is gonna be one hell of a series here. One hell of a match that we had starting off our Super Sunday. And the fact that it's just the first game, we got 3 more and these players are fighting for a spot as well. It's gonna get intense.
Gonna get quite intense. Now, I mean, overall, I wasn't really expecting how that series is gonna pan out. I mean, I was really seeing easier esports to win that one up, but guess what? SKADI was too prideful, and they still want to stay on top of their bracket, and they are absolutely gonna be staying there, man. Consistency has been their key. So that's just pretty much about it.
Now, we're going to be hopping into our interview session, and I want to know who's the guy that will help us, get the brain a little bit here as we come into the interview for SKADI, and it's going to be popping off anytime now. And hey, my man, Cisco, what is up? Hello there, Magista as well. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. What about you?
We're doing great here. First question. We've heard that you voiced out on Twitter that you had some trouble with the internet, and it's a good thing now that you're here. So again, game number 3, Control, round number 4, where you guys are down in numbers and you're the offensive side. You guys were playing for a retake at A. How did you guys pull that off?
Wait, is it okay if you repeat your question, Callie?
Oh yeah, sure. So you guys were playing on good game. You're playing at game number 3 at Control Slums, right? So you're round number 4. You were on the attacking side, and Easier Reborn is on the match point. And you guys were playing for a retake at that A control point, which is the garage. And you guys were down in low numbers, right? So how did you guys try and take that?
Okay, we had basically what we had to do was we had to distract because we had to distract the opponents who had operator skills, and usually for the opponents the crucial side is P3, right? So yeah, usually I think Joke and the others, like those who had the Annihilator, actually went over to P3. I stayed there. I peeked every now and then when their eyes were on me, that's basically when my teammates made the push, and then just caught them off guard. And then when they got secret, that's when they got control of everything.
Oh yeah, there you go, Warden. That's the answer that we needed. Now, very impressive
Definitely.
win for them, right, Warden?
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, that was probably one of the hypest things we've seen so far
Yeah.
in Green Master 4 as well. I can't deny that one up. Karak right there with the spray down to secure those kills was really so thrilling to see. But now, overall, to Search and Destroy, I mean, y'all had a lot of highlights. What do you think y'all could have done better on Search and Destroy to get the clean sheet that we were so used to seeing here for this group stage for your run here, Cisco?
I think is the fact that we didn't maximize our angles. We just didn't max because like in 2F was always open, and then when we send people to 2F, it's always like one person. So Mark had to look at like two sides. So the moment we got flanked, it was just game over.
And well, there it goes. Well, it's very important. Well, now, Cisco, if you're going to have the chance to shout out somebody today, who's going to be the guy that you're going to shout out to, man?
Magista, 100% Magista. It's gotta be him. It's gotta be him.
Yeah.
Gotta be him.
All right.
We did have a history line about Magista as well. We did talk about him being a former
Gotta give a shout
player, I
out to
think,
Mom
on
as
the
well.
top 16 team for the Philippines as well. So that's just going to be, you know, one veteran player out of the chase, focused into a different career now. You did say Cali. So this is about it. Hello to you, Magista. Good to see you appear once more in the live stream for the Garena tournament. So that's just pretty much about it, Cali.
All right, thank you, Cisco and Magista, for hopping on here with us again. Once again, congratulations on the victory. And whoa, okay, thank you guys so much. Cisco's got the Rise jeans on him, man, and you see it there, true. And well, that's the first series of the day, done and dusted.
Yep, GG, well played. That's just about it. So, you know, after this, so we're gonna be having we're gonna be moving over to the next stage, the next matchup for today. But before that, we're gonna be having a short break. So we'll be right back. Oh,
Not yet.
well, not yet. Wait, hold on. Wait,
We're not gonna be out yet.
I did forget to mention it was gonna be Blacklist International Ultimate up against Divinus, in which, in fact, actually, you know, since we're not yet transitioning Cali, let's talk about this. How far do you think this matchup will go? Because for me, I'm actually vouching for girl power here, man.
I'm looking for the girl power as well. Sugar, spice, everything nice. It's the perfect little concoction, you know, to create the perfect little girls. Until you add the chemical X, and then things might just get overall. And well, I mean, it's definitely a David and Goliath story, and of course, it's former teammates actually going up against each other, and it's going to be interesting. So once we come back, it's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate taking on their sisters in DIVINUS right back after we come back in this break.
Well, quite a short break. Finally, we're back for more action here for the Garena Masters 4 Week 3. Last and final day for the Week 3 as well for the group stages now. Coming again, it is I, Warden, here in Cali. We will be your casters for today's matches. So, Cali, easier esports and SKADI said and done, and probably could be the hypest match that we might be casting today, not unless DIVINUS and Blacklist International Ultimate can prove a strong singles for set of LF4 and ALMGHTY, and last but not the least, Force Kings up against FRANIC. Maybe those are the case, but since it was a well possibility on the first matchup, it might be the same case here for this next 3 games.
I think there might be more hype. I think there might be at least like the same level of hype later on between 4S Kings and RAU FRANIC, but this coming game up ahead, realistically you're looking at a team that is world tier in terms of their performance in Blacklist International Ultimate. And of course, DIVINUS, who's currently the CGI 2022 defending champs, they are also top tier as well. But like the difference here is that Blacklist International Ultimate, they have far more performance in the world stage. And so they had more experience as well, Warden. But I'm definitely looking forward to how well DIVINUS plays today, especially 151. 151 that S&D has been such a banger. Initiating for the team has been her thing. And I'm definitely looking forward to the most here between Blacklist Ultimate and DIVINUS for game number 2.
Definitely. Looking at today's schedule here, easier esports, SKADI once again said and done. Current matchup on the present is going to be Blacklist Ultimate up against DIVINUS. Approaching after this is going to be ALMGHTY and LF4. And last but not the least, going to be RAU FRANIC and Force Kings. Which, the last matchup right there is truly what the matchup that I was eyeing for the most, especially since I projected it to be the sweatiest. It is truly going to be down to the wire, and it's going to be those determining factors as well, and who's going to be able to advance in the next competition, because both ends quite evened up in terms of the grounds here, Cali.
Yeah, we will see. And now we're going to be looking into the lineups of Blacklist International Ultimate. And, this team with Yato's return for Garena Masters 4, and Blacklist Ultimate, we can say, is back in the conversation of taking home the throne. I mean, they've been looking so solid. The team is on a research, with Yato leading the team in the slaying department. Now, having him around made it easier, Warren, for Blacklist to break and retake parts of the map. And adding the factor that Rage is playing here for Blacklist, they've now taken the Kryptonite away, and now it's playing in their side. Sky's the limit for this squad, man.
I mean, in terms of gunfights, they are pretty much the strongest team in the competition for Garena itself. And what is this, Rage? What jersey are you wearing?
Make Uncle Roger mad. Rage, what you doing? Well, I guess doesn't have any clothes to wear. Oh, he's flexing it.
Okay.
Never mind. They're ready. Look at their game face. They're coming in here with dominant victory, 9-0 win map wins, 3-0 on the map wins, on the series wins, and now they're going up against their former teammates in their own organization. And of course, DIVINUS, the one and only girls team, the first all-girls team in Garena Masters history. They got Tin, 151, Aurora, Jax, Roshi, and Mia. These are the 6-girl wrecking crew that took the world by storm by qualifying here at GM4.
Yep, definitely. I mean, quite underestimated by the vast majority, but with that win up against Kazoku Legacy, they were able to switch up the tides for a bit or so. And that control run that they were able to put up against Kazoku Legacy, man, oh man, 5-2 on slums. They were able to change the tides big time, and approaching on the search and destroy before the game mode, they were able to win that one up quite convincingly as well. So search and destroy could be one of their strongest suits, especially if they want to put up a scratch up against Blacklist Ultimate.
Yeah, that's where 151 actually plays into the team, and of course, score the rounds with her sniper with a TLQ-33. But again, just a couple of facts here. Mia, absolutely one of the first players to not just one of the first, but she is the first player to actually score a nuke in the entire Garena events held so far for MSP, and that's very impressive, knowing that you're playing at a top tier competition. And well, now for the head-to-head, you're looking at the captain himself, who has been leading by example all throughout the series that they've played so far in Garena Masters 4, up against Aurora, which is the team captain of DIVINUS.
El Capitan Divinus, statistics rundown here. 22 kills for the side of Jabin, 18.33 for the side of Aurora, 13.5 for the deaths, 28 for the side of Aurora as well. And in terms of the assists here, quite a margin overall for the side of Jabin, 16.5. I don't exactly know. In terms of assists, I don't exactly know how to feel about this, because assists could mean two things. Either you're really a good support player, or you can't really secure your kills. Other way around, it's still gonna be impact for the side of Jabin. We move along here for the KD ratio. This is where it gets differentiated big time. 0.98 for the side of Aurora, 2 for the side of Jabin.
That's doubled. And it's fine. It's expected. The team of Divinus has been struggling with hard points. And with that being that way, they've always at least averaged at least 40 deaths per game as a team. And that's not really promising at all. But, well, for them, today is a new day and they can manage to put up impressive numbers. But Blacklist International Ultimate, they win the coin flip. So they're taking us into the hard point at the control map. First and foremost, hard point at Hacienda. I believe this is the first time that we will see this type of map being played here by Blacklist International Ultimate. And after that, they're going to hop us to control raid later on for that map number 3. But Divinus picking that search and destroy firing range, it's very likely of them, knowing that 151 is a very tricky sniper in a long range.
Yep. And in terms of firing range itself, Blacklist still hasn't played firing range in this very group stages as well. So we might just see the upper edge here given for the side of Ultimate Divinus, but for Divinus actually as well. So, but in terms of firing range, search and destroy, they are coming in this matchup 50-50 as well. Despite the fact that yes, they did win against Kazoku Legacy in this very map itself. Keep in mind they did lose to the Huntsmen 3-7, basically the same scoreline but in reverse against the Huntsmen. So we move along now. Search and destroy will be later on. We're gonna be moving over to Hardpoint Hacienda. Here we go. Match number 2 starting in our faces. Here we go, Callie.
Yeah, few players to worry about here. If you're Divinus, you're gonna have to worry about Yato and Jabin and AG. Rage and Scared. Well, I just point out everybody because that's how much of a big threat that they're going up against with the world's top tier. The Juggernauts of Blacklist just taking this game by a storm by dropping in 4 players right away in the first set of hard points that we had. 6-1 in the score so far. But Divinus putting up a great fight by stepping inside of the hard point and taking control of the 4 corners of this open middle.
Open middle, you really want to have at least one player on towards the open halls, one on top red and top blue. Maybe till then you can really get the points rocking for your side. And so far, it's just going to be a 50-50 here. Actually, good runs from each and every end. 99 here. Looking to be the lead given for the side of Divinus for just a little bit. But, with Blacklist International Ultimate barging in, bombarding themselves into the hill, they're going to be able to take the lead quite convincingly now. And we approach onward speed 2 with the rotations quite 50-50 as well. We do see a lot of altercations being coming true, and so far it's just all going to be coming down to the gunfights now. Skurd will pick up 1, will not pick up the double to get the early rotation. So driveway spawn will be handed over for Divinus.
Very important for them to have that here, which means they can spawn beside. But you already know Blacklist, they love playing early. They also love playing late, so they can get this break anytime they want. And right now, they're trying to slow it down, make sure that the players gather, and they have one player to decept the players here at the statue. And there now, the flood coming through. Scared and Jabin now leading the storm. And Agent there for the backup, and well, Divinus standing their ground so far, but there's only a player left there, and Jabin cleans it up along with Scared, and now they take control of the break. In just a matter of 10 seconds, they made it work.
They made it work. Surely happening now. And so far, it's just going to be Blacklist Ultimate really gaining their momentum back. Their side. A break will try to ensue though. 3 players from the right side will come in. Player 1 Roshi barging in. Player 2 Aurora as well, hopping inside the hill. And as you thought that the lead will be shifted over for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, Divinus will deny. And this has been 2 consecutive hills that Divinus has been on the lead. Something that we didn't really expect. But guess what? Divinus made it happen.
I told you, man, it's not just a sugar, spice, and everything nice. It's also the chemical X that's been added to their genes in here. And Blacklist currently slowing down, but now they have the spawns. They have been able to manipulate that with number 4 and Yato on the right side of the minimap. So they're currently having the garden pool spawn. But look at the gods of RNG spawning Jax and the team on the right side. So they have a chance to initiate the pinch. But Yato is in here with the play, hopping in with the Purifier to try to burn things down and help Blacklist get back to their glory. And there they go, converting.
Big conversion for the side of Yato. 11 kills on his name. Couldn't make it to 12. Does get shut down. And now we do see now Blacklist International Ultimate on the lead, while Divin is wanting to get a break here from the top ends. Mia finds one opportunity, 11 kills for her. Can defend up 12, unfortunately no as well. And that's going to be them now. Divin is quite slowed down big time. And that could be a 20-point lead perhaps given for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate. And might be a chain as well, as we do see player 5 already into the rotation for P4.
Look at the route pattern here for DIVINUS. Number 3 in Aurora is currently on the open. Mia will be losing that gunfight on the rocks, so immediately as the Hardpoint opens up, Blacklist International Ultimate is gonna be there right in time, but the investment's now currently on, but no! They have been able to time that attack correctly against Aurora, which prevents that claw from getting invested, but Jax will invest her own as well, and now they are doing time inside the hill, but Rage responds back with the Gravity Vortex, and then they're going right back at it. The push and the flood coming through. The collapse is on for DIVINUS, and Blacklist breaks it once again. It's never the early rotation for this squad. They love playing late.
They love playing late, and it's surely going to be the biggest tall order that they have to face, especially if they want to bounce back and regain the momentum out away from Blacklist International Ultimate, and surely not showing here no more. I mean, a well-defined side here for Blacklist, while Divin is barging in towards the right side. No matter what they do, they lose their gunfights, and that's just about Blacklist International Ultimate accumulating more points once more and securing the lead convincingly much more as well. 5 more seconds to go. Still the hill being played for dear life, but at the end of the rope, it's still going to be Blacklist International Ultimate really swinging quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, they got full momentum now. They're riding on it as well. And Money Hill just being accumulated there at P4. The rotation was there to begin with, and scared on a 10 kill streak. Damn, that guy is on a roll. We gotta watch him out here from here on out. And Warden, you gotta keep track of him while I'm talking here, because currently he's on 10. And well, for the squad, they are looking in here. Attacking no mercy.
Well, you know, if the game is now halfway through, and you know, if ever Scourge still continues to go for a spree here with his raw mechanical games,
it's 9.
you know,
it's on a 9.
Unimaginable spree will come in, but Scourge will get eaten down by that CBR4. Does get shut down, and finally the streak gets loosed out. Until then, I mean, yeah, for sure, Blacklist International Ultimate is on the lead, but you know, Divin is all they gotta do, which is not the easiest thing to say, especially if you're against Blacklist, is you have to get one Money Hill to bounce back.
And in order for you to get that Money Hill, you gotta get in that earlier rotation and take away the spawns away from Blacklist, which you did in the first 2 set of Hardpoints, and that's why you were able to take the lead. And right now, they're doing the exact same thing. They're taking over driveways, but Scared is here early at the garage, and they are claiming time with the help of number 2 and our number 4 in blue. And well, Jabin has been lighting it up, as well as AG, who's going to be investing at Gravity Vortex in time to buy some time for Blacklist to reinforce inside of the hill. And Yato been winning the gunfights inside, fully strict up, and that Purifier locked in ready as well.
You know, Yato with the Purifier has been able to devastate a lot of teams, may it be the West Point Mom, Lowkings, or Smart and Mega. They all know what the Fury will come in for the set of Yato, and he's still on the prowl. 21 kills under his name, Onyx 6 free as well. And looking like this remaining 25 seconds inside this hill will just remain for the set of Blacklist, as every factor is just being won over by them. And still Yato, finally, Yato gets shut down. But if a break will ensue for the set of DIVINUS, it's a bit too late. Only 15 more seconds to go, man.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're gonna get the scrap time here. Maybe you get that and use that as a sort of a momentum shifter here. And Mia's gonna route around all across. Number 4 in yellow in thin is going to be the only player out in the X of the Hardpoint. Well, Jabin is going to cut that off here. We're going over to fences. Hardpoint number 3 opening up in 3 seconds. And you see Blacklist International Ultimate. They are riding with multiple score streaks. And now they're using the Purifier to burn their players down. And there it is. Yato once again. It's causing chaos and spawning DIVINUS away from the hill, which buys Blacklist more time inside of this fences Hardpoint.
You know, it's no question if DIVINUS can really be on par in terms of the gunfight here for Blacklist International Ultimate. But where does Blacklist just be better at compared to DIVINUS is really just endurance, man, because as we can see now, DIVINUS is not really showing the energy that they were showing for the first phase of the few hills. And it's like that now, just looking at the current standing now, I mean, 210 to 89, only at least 48 more points for Blacklist to claim, and it's going to be a GG well played, a very dominant win here. 15 more seconds to go, the game will surely not end here, but if ever the momentum doesn't get shifted down, I can really just project to end this one to P4 Cal.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. DIVINUS now. They're approaching 100 here, 100-point mark, but not for now, as Blacklist is going to delay that. We're hopping right back to the rock statue, and well, number 5 in Scared is always going to be there first in line. And look at him, 41 kills in the game right now, and how is he still frying in the lineup? The attacks coming through here for DIVINUS, and I mean, it's been so crazy anticipating, and he's been prepared for that next gunfight, and they've been converting. And look at this, all the operator skills being invested. AG using that gravity vortex, he just tried to spawn away DIVINUS and cut them in act, and well, he's not gonna be successful with that. Aurora's popping up with it too to open it up here at this rocks, and Jack's gonna be there in time as well for the reinforcements, but gonna get cut off by Scared once again. He's using off angles to break away these girls.
You have 3 more points to claim here for Blacklist to seal the deal up against DIVINUS. One more push is what DIVINUS needs. One more break is all they need to get the game ongoing, but it's not going to happen here as Rage will take on Jax to seal the deal here for this hard point of Hacienda. 250 over a dominant standing here, man. I mean, it was pretty expected, but at the same time, a good fight was shown from DIVINUS. It's just that the endurance didn't really play along with them at the latter stage of the competition.
At least now you know it's clearly a lot better performance from them. The last time they went up against Blacklist International Ultimate, they only scored 32 points. Now they scored 100. And clearly there were some adjustments that they made at that first few set of hills where they were able to be step ahead of Blacklist Ultimate, but it wasn't just really replicated because Blacklist found their momentum and they kept on going, and they played through Scared. Remember, this guy, every hard point is always there, first one in line to anticipate the players and take them down. And when he does that, Age is going to be there to claim time along with him. And the next thing you know, they just pulled away.
They pulled away big time. I mean, for a moment there, I mean, I was with the cards being laid down there for the set of DIVINUS. It was pretty much expected for me to at least put this one through even more. And that's not like a statement that would bring them down, though. I mean, that's just me saying that, you know, they really have the playing cards to put up a good fight up against Blacklist, and they surely did on the first few phases. And if ever they can maintain their endurance and maintain their energy and morale on towards the middle into the latter stage of the competition, we might be able to expect DIVINUS to rock the crowd even more. But that's just about it now for Hardpoint Hacienda. We move over now to Search and Destroy, which is by far the strongest suit for the side of DIVINUS. The question is, can they make the play and put up a scratch up against Blacklist, or at least can they put up a good fight?
They might be able to do that. I mean, they have the map pick. They're confident at this map, and they can play through their sniper, which is 151. And well, for them, they're gonna be stacking. They will be stacking and of course attacking here in the first half. So it's gonna be quite intense to go up against Blacklist on the defensive side, knowing that this team loves to play for retakes, and no matter what number that they ended up with in the current round, they still managed to take it over and flip the table. But again, this is the firing range is the only map in S&D that DIVINUS had the win. And if they're going to take down Blacklist Ultimate, might as well take it here, right?
You know, might as well take it here. And you know, I mean, coming inside this matchup, I mean, for the brackets overall, it was really projected that Blacklist International Ultimate and the Huntsmen is going to be advancing towards the playoffs. But you know, one thing I love about DIVINUS is that they're playing this one by the passion. Despite that, you know, the odds for them advancing to the playoffs is pretty much chalked out, they're still playing for dear life, and you can really see that one on towards Hacienda Hardpoint. We move over here to the next game mode, firing range. This might be the start for them to, you know, spark things up for their team overall. Keep in mind, DIVINUS, in terms of the girls division, there hasn't been a lot of opportunities, but they took the opportunity here for this Garena Masters 4, and guess what? They were able to capitalize and qualify for this competition. So they are rightfully deserving to be here. So now we move along to game number 2, Cali. It's going to be Search and Destroy in firing range. Take it away.
Here we go. I mean, DIVINUS, they are the CGI 2022 champs. They got Adarna champs as well. They have been dominating the girls scene and, you know, making the history, and of course scoring and being the only first team so far in the Garena Masters season to be here as an all-girls team is impressive enough. And well, as you can see, they've been doing a lot of job. 151 takes the first blood, and well, they are trying to push here at this A site, and Yato will be able to win one against Aurora, but the bomb is going to be down. But number 3 in Rage is gonna get that flank ready, and 151 is gonna get shut down. It's all down to me on a 40-second retake. for Blacklist.
1v2 situation, not gonna last long. Yato will slide in, will pick up his second kill for the very round. First round handed for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. So that's just pretty much about it. I mean, in terms of exchanges, we did see the first altercations, first three altercations being won over for the set of DIVINUS, but Blacklist International Ultimate, just running around, springing up and winning those gunfights will put them a long way through and getting the first round out away from DIVINUS.
A very fast route that Divinus taken there, but it's always logical because they took the first blood and they had numbers to play and trade it out. But now this time, it's not going to be the same thing as Rage finds Aurora. And crazy to see Rage play that sniper though. Usually you see him play with that SMG and play those tight corners for the squad, but here this time, looking to challenge himself out. And I think it's a 3-man sniper setup for Blacklist moving into this round number 2.
Yep. I mean, Javen, Rage, and Yato with the scopes. And something about the talents in the roster here for the set of Blacklist is they don't really have any solid sniper no more. At least, since Yobabs and Yato is part of the equation now, at least. But back then, we were so used to seeing Kenshi or either FDX rocking the scopes. Pretty nice to see this one bag this one up. And looking like Skurd will pick up the sniper for Rage as well. So they still have a triple sniper setup as they move along for this round.
It's going to be quickly a slow round for Divinus, as the first aggressive attack did not clearly work. And now they have the numbers advantage. Great job there by Tin, taking down number 5 in Scared. So the interesting fact here right now that they're going to deal with is those 2-man stacking here for Blacklist playing the defense at this A side. And with all the shots being fired, you obviously know that's going to be informations made now for Blacklist, and they tied up the numbers right away.
So far, 2v3 odds so favorable for set of Divinus, but with AG wrapping around, lurking from the back ends, will pick up 2, forcing Mia to be left alone in a 1v2 as well, out in the mid lane. 14 seconds left on the clock, looking like Jabin has spotted her up as well, and they can just play for the time, but looking like Jabin still wants to go head to head with the pistol in hand. Not the most favorable situation, but fortunately AG will push up and support Jabin and secure his 3rd kill for that very round. 2-round lead for the set of Blacklist.
Yeah, Blacklist International Ultimate, AG always find. He'll always find the timing to come in flank, and Divinus got to take care more of their 6, because that's where Blacklist has been hitting them with, and they've been successful taking over those first 2 rounds. This time, A has not been working. Maybe B will for the squad. As you can see, Rage, the only player there, while 2 of the players are coming in hot here, coming through mid-map. Guy will be there to create the first blood. Rage comes in with the shot against it, and the blood from Skur with the nade against 151. This currently to finish Blacklist out of nowhere. Look at the rotation made by Blacklist. They just removed 4 players in an instant.
4 players out in an instant. It's going to be the follow-up here for Aurora to be left only in a 1v4. Make it a 1v3. Not going to last no longer, no more. It's going to be the Blacklist International Ultimate bagging this one up now. And, really just dominance being showcased here for the set of Blacklist, but you're going to still see the efforts here being found for a set of Divinus. I mean, projection, I don't think they really have a problem, but in terms of execution, they're having a pretty hard time, man.
Yeah, they are having a very, very hard time. And, well, they've been good at doing the first bloods, but one thing that they've done so far is they're struggling with closing rounds. And Scared, they're dropping that double. I mean, everything is just going so good for Blacklist, but 151 now trying to hit some shots. Gonna miss the first 3 and the first 4 as well. And now the attacks are getting close. Then, and the headshot from Yato. But Thin here gonna go and stay alive. 1v1.
10 opportunity granted for her as well. Gonna wrap around the long way. And this could be a very good read, especially if Jabin leans towards playing onwards barrels with an SKS in hand. Just have the upper edge as well. Make your name known, Tin. This is truly the opportunity. Looking like she might be able to get this one up. Looking like not as well. She has to check her corner, especially towards the right side. Jabin has this crossfire. Locked down. All gonna come down to this. She does get Jabin tagged up. Jabin falls back. Only one more bullet to connect, but good play for Jabin. Just taking his time, knowing for a fact that the time factor is still ticking up against Tin.
Oh, Jabin is following her right through the middle of the map. And well, I think Jabin knows that the bomb is dropped at this A site, so he's not really pushing towards B. And yeah, I don't know why those shots are fired, but are those warning shots? I guess so.
He's gonna go for the one tap. Nope.
No way.
Nope.
It's hard. It's hard.
Cannot. I mean, SKS against the Eagle. Not the case here, but he really wants to go for the one tap challenge here with a 50 GS. The question is, can it connect? And I don't know about this, but it's quite funny that we're seeing Blacklist up against Tin here for this one. Looking like Jabin. Chill out, man. You can't get too complacent just like that. You are for sure gonna get punished by Tin, and we can see them laughing. We can see them laughing from both ends here. They exactly know what the situation is. But one thing for sure, man, and quite fortunately, DIVINUS has now finally secured a round, and that could be the momentum handed for them.
Yeah, great time. Yeah, great timing there for Tin. That scored her 6th kill for the day. And you see the smiles coming through. Finally, the relief of scoring a round versus the Blacklist International Ultimate is finally done and dealt with. But Blacklist, looking at the rotation or the positioning that they have so far, they are invested heavily on that B site while dropping in number 4 in blue and Yato on that Americans, while Jabin holding off to that A site. So they are expecting the attacks to happen single-handedly. But at this second 30 seconds that we're gonna have, Tin is going to get that first blood, and Rage dropped off, and Blacklist see they're attacking towards mid.
2-0 altercation here for the set of Rage. Tin has been winning this one up, but Skurd wants to put his name up on the board. Will pick up one. Almost translated with a spray down, but the fight still ensues. Here's JG as well on this wraparound. Will take down Tin, forcing this one to a 2v3, and he does come out alive. And in the process, Yato will take down Roshi. Aurora now, El Capitan left alone in a 1v3 as well, 1v2. And that's going to be two big names that she's got to worry about. It's going to be AG on his mid lane on towards the Heady. We'll get the clear angle to seal another round for the set of Blacklist.
Yeah, not afraid to take the shots. Aurora Pride not worked on that round number 5, but again, it's still pretty far. They're still on the attack side, so they might just have to go towards B here. A has not been working so gradually, so they're gonna go in full force. And the good news here is Blacklist is anticipating a bomb plant, but they have scored 2 players to work in that rotation already towards B. And the nades are not going to connect for Blacklist, so they don't have information for now. But this nade's being shown by DIVINUS. That should be information. And look at the rotation being made by Blacklist. Number 3, number 5 will be sent out towards the Woodhouse. And Ara's going to be there anticipating. She's going to find the one player on the window, and you got to think twice. And it's going to get the first blood.
First blood with, Blacklist. Respond back with 2 as well. Forcing it down to a 3v3 situation. Bomb leaning towards the B bomb site. Yato, I don't exactly know what was that all about, but he wants to go for 360 as well. Really interesting play style here for the set of Blacklist, and they do love to play with their food quite a lot, but it's not really the most blissful thing that you can do, especially in the competition of Call of Duty Mobile as well. You gotta calm down, Blacklist. It might bite back someday, but for now, it's just all gonna come down to when is the initiation to come along. I mean, DIVINUS has this opportunity to get the bomb planted on towards the B bomb site, while Blacklist just waiting for dear life.
We're on a stalemate here, and 151 has to deal the blow, or else it's gonna be handed towards a very difficult play for Blacklist. As we see, Jabin finds 151. There's 3 snipers in the map right now for Blacklist, and Rage is on the top of the scout tower, and he's gonna find Mia down there below. And Roshi being the last girl standing, definitely not great for Rage to do that parkour, but hey, I'll take that.
Oh, Roshi shuts down Jabin. One step closer to sealing the round, with number 3 Rage already onto rotation. Gets the hit mark as well, dancing all around. Rage, calm down. There's gonna be Yato from the back end as well, forcing the time to get drained out. Roshi spraying, but it doesn't matter. Blacklist International Ultimate, they win by time.
No, it is those moments that you really have to think about. Those tiny little things that makes the biggest of difference. And good thing for Yato, he was very aware at that time. But Roshi, that spin off against Jabin was just crazy. But hey, they haven't really won much rounds at all. That needs to change. 151 with a wall bang. Where did that come? Where did that shot came from?
I think it was coming from the command center right there. The connection. Well, but Yato's can respond back with 1 as well. 10. Fun skill. Aurora pulling quite aggressively. Connects on towards Skurd. now forcing it down to a 4v3 as well. And Aurora, I'm loving the confidence and aggression here. And she might be able to capitalize even more. I mean, look at this. 3 opportunities just wrapped right around the perimeter. And she does spot down Yato, takes him out of the equation. Now AJ is left alone as S&D specialist for the set of Blacklist. And a 1v4 gets tagged up from the right side. And he does get shut down. Roshi is securing the round for the squad of DIVINUS, 5-2.
Yeah, great job there by Aurora initiating by attacking the players towards Wood. And that was something that Blacklist wasn't really expecting for DIVINUS to do, knowing that they've been down in rounds and of course their morale might be low. But again, DIVINUS, they just hit us with different types of attacks. But number 3, Enrage, gonna punch around Roshi off the back, opening up the day side. The first blood drawn, but 1-5-1. You gotta win this next few gunfights for your team to have a chance. But that flank play from number 3 in yellow in Aurora is gonna be key as well.
Could be the key, but Jabin just shuts her down at least. Rage from the backends with the gloves will punch on Mia. Ring the bells, Callie. 5v1 situation. 10 getting ganged up. Glove to the face. Callie, please ring the bell.
Yeah, ding ding ding. We started off with the punch from, I think I was scared to Roshi. I don't know who dealt that final blow. But, well, for Blacklist, they're definitely confident as the attackers to go around the middle of the map. That's how confident they are to actually do this, and now they're smoking it up. And once again, DIVINUS, they are facing the wrath of Blacklist. But now they're using the guns, and there it is. Attacks just coming through. 10 and DIVINUS just converting. It's all down to Jabin now with the Lapa.
You know, it's all fun and games, guys. At the end of the day, DIVINUS and Blacklist International Ultimate are friends. They were once in the same organizations. There's no bad blood in between this. I mean, you can really tell that both ends are just smiling for big time now. But, you know, continuously around should have continued, but unfortunately for Jabin, he does get shot down by Mia. You can see that you know DIVINUS is not having any bad times at all. They're still smiling, they're still laughing. They know what the banter is in between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's just normal for, like, you know, for Blacklist and Divin to do this. After all, they were one of the winningest organization back when they were part of the Ultimate Squad before. But now Rage is gonna start to play seriously and push around way beyond enemy lines. You see the chokehold being controlled by 10 on the Jeepneys. And it's gonna get that first blood. And well, for Jabin, they're gonna respond back with an even better result by dropping in 2 players from DIVINUS.
Well, the ultimatum here is that, you know, the 3 players here for the set of DIVINUS, Roshi, and overall 151, Mia as well needs to clutch it up, but looking like it's just going to be Mia now. This is the ultimatum, Callie, that we have been talking about. Can Mia clutch this one up, or is she just going to falter here? Zig and Zag.
What?
Jason
No!
the bullet, being a man like in the Matrix. And he's going to be able to secure the finishing blow to win the Search and Destroy.
That's the best stance I've ever seen. That zigzag machine, Jabin. Well, who knew that would have been pulled off? I mean, Mia got completely fooled with that type of movement, man.
Well, I mean, Rage, control your laughing, man. We can see you right there. We can see you, man. 11 kills on his name. Okay.
Not really. I mean, he was not expecting that play from Jabin to happen. That's why he's laughing.
No one did, man. Come on.
No one did. Come on. I even shouted. I was like, whoa, that's new.
To continue now, I mean, just looking at the scoreline here, not too far apart from one another, man. I mean, it was pretty much kind of like the same in the Hardpoint, especially on the first phase where the gunfight is pretty much even. And really for Search and Destroy here, for gunfight, pretty much the same case. I mean, then again, we had a talk as well that, you know, gunfights is something that DIVINUS doesn't really struggle in, but in terms of projection and ideality, I guess that's where they falter just a little bit.
Yeah.
Brazilians to Blacklist International Ultimate is no question. Then again, they are possibly right now the #1 team for Garena, especially in the firepower. For DIVINUS to be able to put up a scratch, especially just putting bodies drop from the side of Blacklist, it's a pretty big statement already for me.
Yeah, I mean, like looking at the kills, it is such the difference is not that big. And again, I have to agree with you. Blacklist, only had strategies on their back, and their ability to close out because of the experience is definitely one of the biggest things that made it possible for them to be so dominant again, guys. Blacklist International Ultimate, they're not just any other team in the competition. They are the Eastern champs. You know, they are they're the first Green Master champions, and of course the CGI 2022 champions as well. So you're talking about big achievements from this big boy teams and this big boy squad, and it's just as expected. Now it's 2-0. We're hopping into control, and it's a map pick by Blacklist International Ultimate. And well, we all know their percentage of winning at this map so far, 100%. Whatever map it is, they're gonna show up big time.
100. Give it a whole 100%. But you know, we'll say that way. It's just all gonna come down to, can DIVINUS put up a scratch on that history line out away from Blacklist? If we're gonna be basing it off from the last two games, obviously it's not gonna be the most brightest of case here for DIVINUS, but anything is still a possibility, as you know, still not has ended. So here we go, Cali. Last and final match for the series here. Here we go.
Hey, you know what? I've come to a point where I think DIVINUS is just giving Blacklist a chance to win this series. You know what? Tin is here on the top floor. He's gonna get that Tux to line up, and well, Tin absolutely is dominating with that SKS. Well, we saw her on that search and destroy where she at least scored 8 kills, if I'm not mistaken, which is the team high for DIVINUS. And well, at the defense, it is exactly not really solid so far. They let go of 2 segments at the A site while giving away the B as well. So Blacklist International Ultimate, their map control, they are definitely having much more space, as they have the mid map as well, so they can go wherever they like.
And so far, I mean, the lives not too far apart, but look at the capture and contestment here for the set of Blacklist. Already done with Bravo, and basically only one more quadrant away for Alpha as well. There's still a lot more time lives to be played around for them, so this might just lean towards them quite convincingly, as we do see Jabin now extended towards Kitchen. This might be a spawn trap ensuing soon enough.
Well, with this play from Jabin, it opens up more pressure at the Kitchens. And of course, now that he's going to be advancing towards the island, Rage is going to be able to open things up with the shotgun. And this is one thing that you really have to watch out when you're playing a map like Raid. I mean, the spawns are just crazy once you get that Kitchen control when you're on the attacking side. And well, the pressure definitely in it for DIVINUS. But for Blacklist, they haven't really made a lot of moves yet while attacking that A capture. They're looking to play for eliminations, and AG just locking it down. Rage on the point blank against Aurora. And well, it is just a total bloodbath for Rage. 6 in a row. Make that 7. Can we see 8 for this guy with the KRM? Making it look so easy. Make that 9. Shrinking it up. Let them know it.
Oh my days, he's still on the roll. He still continues. 11 combo spree, 12 kills under his name. Fully streaked up as well. Looking like he's not going to be able to get the last and final kill, but the rage still lives on.
You know what? The algorithm was like, let's stop DIVINUS from spawning here at his Gordons. Let's spawn him on the bedrooms, and that's what happened in the late game because of how much Blacklist has control of that game. And Rage, again, 11 kills in a row with that KRM. And he just only needs 9 to get that nuke. And once again, the only time that we got a nuke was during a hard point by Mia on Raid. Same map. And he's playing safe as well.
He's playing safe.
Oh my god. I don't know about this, man.
Streaks doesn't count in terms of the kills.
Yeah.
Still needs 9 more as well. But you know, the last time I saw a gameplay like that.
Oh no, he's moving. He's moving.
Getting closer and closer. Gets an opportunity here. Dancing around. Doesn't get an opportunity. Jack shuts him down. Finally, Rage. Taken down. He saw the smile. He knew for a fact what he was going for. But he gets denied either way. Quite unfortunate for the side of Rage. But in the process, with him playing safe, there's going to be a leeway for DIVINUS to get a capture onwards Bravo. Moving now to the second phase, all the way down to Alpha. Momentum shifted for the set of DIVINUS for just a moment, but keep in mind, look at the specialists here for the set of Blacklist. 5 specialists available.
Yeah, they can just burn their player down, and speaking of burning players down, the other is there to push towards mid. But the good news here for DIVINUS, they have an equal life counts here along with Blacklist International Ultimate, so they can just go whatever they like. But again, investments being made with that operator. Scared now invading the spawns. This time is scoring off a 3-piece before it gets taken down. Make that 4, by the way. And the lockdown just continues.
Continues now, and really spawn trap now pretty much initiated. Split spawn, scatter spawn situation here for the set of DIVINUS. 6 more lives to reap away for the set of Blacklist as well. Yato from the backends will get an opportunity, will take down 1. Can he find some more? Absolutely yes, but Aurora shuts him down. And that's just gonna be, you know, DIVINUS back against the wall. I don't really see this round to be going their way anytime sooner. I mean, if we move along for the next possibly few moments, we are expected to see Blacklist International Ultimate getting the final adjustment now and getting the match point advantage now. Is 1 more to kill. Yato will secure Jax under his name. Match point advantage now for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate.
I mean, nice try for DIVINUS. I mean, that capture towards B was efficient. But again, you really have to highlight the transition from B to A or any point of capture. After you get the first capture and in transition to get the other one, that's where teams just kind of fall behind and get trapped in the rabbit hole. And same thing happened for DIVINUS. I mean, as soon as they get that B side, they were kind of focusing so much on pushing towards that laundries, top laundries, that they neglected that mid-map control, which led to Blacklist International, you know, being able to advance and using the operator skills to take them down. And well, same thing now happening from the first round here. Blacklist unlocking that spawn trap once again.
Spawn trap initiated. Yato with a pred takes down 2. Scored with a 2 as well, but he does get shot down by 10. But the damage has been done. This V point no longer a topic that DIVINUS will be talking about. It is captured now by the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. 14-25. I mean, it's gonna take at least a miracle for DIVINUS to bounce back onwards this game. And with the streaked up Yato and overall the momentum just overall sided for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate, I think this is a GG well played out.
Yeah, I highly feel so as well. I mean, just by looking how well Yato and the squad has been lining up their operator skills and their score streaks here with that Predator missile as well. Yeah, it's been perfect. But, you know, you can really not blame DIVINUS for fighting off the world champions in here. I mean, DIVINUS is a world-class top-tier team in the female division, and you know, they have managed to break some records. And it's really hard to go up against Blacklist. Even Smart Omega gets in trouble with Blacklist. Even the top tier teams gets to struggle against this squad. And knowing that Yato, Rage, and again, is here in the lineup, it just makes things a little bit different. It just makes it a little bit harder, and that's it. Blacklist takes a 3-0 victory to end their 3rd week. But still, nice gameplay from the girls of DIVINUS.
Yep, nice gameplay. Excellent efforts, valiant effort for them. But that's just about it. I mean, at the end of the day, I always love to say this, is that any team could go the same way, just like how DIVINUS went down under the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate. Because keep in mind, you know, there has been teams that had it worse compared to DIVINUS.
Yeah. I have to agree with you on that. Yeah,
it's pretty nice to see that DIVINUS is really able to compete on par with the rest of the competition for like at least half the competition as well. They're here for a reason. They went through the same qualifiers just like each and every team. They didn't get invited, and they put up good fights. But unfortunately for them, the groupings was just a bit of a curse. I mean, Blacklist International Ultimate in your own group is not something that anyone wishes for.
Add this DIVINUS squad to Group A or Group 3, and you can see them up there rising the ranks and maybe even taking that #1 spot. Well, not maybe in Group D where WPM Lowkings reside, but you know, this is a very competent team. But against Blacklist International Ultimate, it's just really hard to look at. And well, they're just one of the few squads that actually was able to score at least, you know, very solid rounds, all of the game modes. And props to DIVINUS, even though, you know, they lost, they have managed to try, and of course, been able to figure things out, especially on the search and destroy. But again, Blacklist Ultimate just clearly so strong. Yato, offensive performance, 23-12. And ever since he's back, he's been racking all his MVPs.
Yep. And you know something about the most consistent player, even the last year's run for Blacklist, has always been Yato, despite the fact that the MVP was set for the set of Scurd, which Scurd obviously is a no question in terms of how consistent he can be. Yato as well, man. And you know, okay, you know what? Who am I to say? I mean, Blacklist International Ultimate is the Eastern Champs for a reason, and it just proves to show that, you know, if Yado is not there, it can be Skurd. If it's not Skurd, it could be Rage now. It could be, if it's not Rage, it could either be AG or Jabin. But you know, that's just the composition here for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate. Now, a quick recap on how the map modes went down here, Cali. For Hacienda Hardpoint, it was 250 to 100. Firing range 73 and control with a one-sided love affair, tree,
And now we're taking a look at the highlights again. This is where just one of the greatest moments for DIVINUS, where they have managed to play consistent. You know, the P1 to P2, where they've handled all of their rotations and have managed to be consistent with it by winning their gunfights as well, was clearly impressive. But when we came into the P3, and where Blacklist International Ultimate had the athlete to use all of his core tricks, and of course that Purifier, that's where things just kind of fell apart. But hey, the saving grace here is DIVINUS. They managed to score that 100-point mark, which is clearly a lot better than every other team that have played Blacklist International Ultimate in the Hardpoint so far in this group.
Yep, definitely. So we move over to Search and Destroy here, man. And as we thought that, you know, the game would be a bit closer, it was still pretty much a convincing win here for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate, despite that, you know, it was a 7-3 run. And there were some altercations where, you know, DIVINUS really had it more. It was just that, you know, Blacklist International Ultimate was playing with their food just a little bit, and DIVINUS was able to punish them big time. But overall, it didn't really go to their way in any way
Here's the play. Here's the play.
Yep.
Oh, this is nasty. Oh, well, yeah, but yeah, continue. And DIVINUS is just absolutely, you know, shot down here by Blacklist International Ultimate. You can see here at the control, well, you can form up like the main problem from DIVINUS here when they go up against top tier teams, where they really struggle in respawns.
Yep, really struggle in respawns, and just comes in as well in terms of rotation. They do lose. I mean, actually, from the first two phases, they do win this one up, but at the end of it, the vulnerability really comes in and shows at the middle into the last stage of the competition. And, you know, I just want to see more endurance coming from them. But, you know, let's talk about the MVP of the game, which we were talking about them earlier. It's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate Skurd with 24.33 kills, averaging at 11 deaths, 7.5 assists, a score line of 2,937.33, and a KD ratio of wow, oh wow, 3.32.
And well, all that kills actually was from that KD ratio was from that Hacienda Hardpoint, where he at least had a 40+ kills. And very impressive plays for him. You know, he's always there to beat the teams on the spot, and will clearly be needed when they approach the playoffs, where all the big guns are going to be gathered in. Of course, gonna go in their guns blazing. And well, for Skurd, good that he is back, the former Eastern Champs MVP. And well, we've seen this guy rise. We've seen him just kind of fall behind, and now that he's back up in here, definitely much needed for Blacklist, as they're looking to get that resurgence on and claim back that shown here for Garena Masters 4 to start the year.
Yep, definitely a good run here. And you know, I kind of failed to reciprocate that this is the first major tournament that we're going to be having for 2023. So what a start, man. What a showcase of talents that we're seeing here. And it's basically just a teaser on Blacklist International Ultimate. And keep in mind, you know, this lineup overall is pretty much new. It's pretty raw here, honestly. And there's still a lot more that we can expect from them.
Yeah, and just by looking at the way that the group stage has been working so far, we can classify that we have a solid top 4 in the MSP region. You got Blacklist, Smart Omega, WPM Lowkings, and Blacklist International Ultimate. So those are the top 4. And there are some teams that are rising on the moment. You know, you got SKADI, you got EZR Esports, and plenty more of these teams. And I'm looking forward to the most is, you know, when these MSP teams actually go up against the CGI squads or in the international squads of the other MSP regions. But hey, we're going to be hopping into our interview, and let's see who's going to be that player that we're going to be talking with. I am hoping that it is Skurd, but it's obviously possible that it can be any other player out there. And we're going to be hopping in here right now. It's going to be Javin. Hey man, what is up? How are you feeling fresh off a 3-0 victory? Javin, like the
your mic closer.
Your mic.
The electric fan is a bit loud.
It's a bit loud. Yeah. All right.
uh,
How are you, man?
I feel great. We won 3-0.
Well, that sounds good. That sounds great. That sounds great. Well, to start things off with the first question here, moving over to control, I actually want to talk about your teammate Rage here. Did you know that he was longing to get a nuke in the very run? Was there any sense
Yeah.
what was happening?
He was asking for a gun that round twos. He said, one of us should, sorry for the word, but suicide, so he can get our gun since he has shotgun.
Very impressive. Oh yeah, I mean we saw that. I mean that range with that shotgun is definitely not gonna cut you off when you're playing raid. But unless you bring the gunfights up close, you're gonna be effective. But on the long range, definitely not. But hey, any teams that you look up to now that you're guaranteed for the playoff spot, any teams that you're looking up to go up against with on the playoffs?
I'm looking up against 4 teams actually. These are Lowkings, AMT, Omega, and SKADI.
Ooh.
Ooh, wow, Scotty. I mean, I think Scotty will be quite flattered that they're on the radar of Blacklist International Ultimate Jabin. To finish it all off with the last and final question here, this actually is for the whole team. What kind of Blacklist International Ultimate can we expect for this year? Because this is just a start, and what we've been seeing so far has been quite promising.
I'm really not sure since
Okay.
this is our new lineup. Yata and Yobos just got back with us, and we'll see in the future what the team can bring.
Well, impressive stuff, Jabin, so far. If this is just the start for Blacklist International Ultimate, I am looking forward to more on that playoffs. Once again, thank you for joining us. Great job on the victory today. And yeah, congratulations on guaranteeing your spot on the playoffs.
Thank you.
Well, that's just about it. I mean, pretty interesting. I mean, straightforward, quick interview right there, but quite concise as well. Props to us in that one, there, Callie. Hey, hooray!
Yeah. We aced that interview. Not much better than the first one, but hey, first is always the worst.
Overall, really excited to see what more you can offer. And the most interesting part for me there, Callie, was Scotty. Come on, man. Scotty on the radar of Blacklist International Ultimate. Cisco, Chirac, Mid, Speed, Mark. They should be smiling big time.
Yeah, they should be, because right now they might be facing each other since it's Group A number. Oh no, it's not. As long as Group A SKADI will take that #1 spot, they're pretty much safe until the next round of the playoffs. But hey, we've got to go to a break. When we come back, we have another series for you. It is ALMGHTY taking on LF Org once we come back right after this break. Welcome back to the Casters headquarters. It's Kali alongside the Warden. It's Super Sunday, and now we are approaching our second half of the 4-match day. Up next on the lobby, it is the CDFI Kings themselves, Almighty, taking on, LF Org. It's going to be a tough battle in here, and of course for LF Org, they are fighting for the number 2 spot alongside Smart Omega, and if they can score an upset here, it might just be the greatest feat yet here in Garena Masters history.
Might be the case, but we're talking about Almighty.
Yeah.
Anyway, so in terms of the statistics here, although they did show up quite fairly the first time that they encountered Almighty, and it was pretty much a convincing lead there. For a moment, I think they were out by like 160 points for a moment there, man.
Yeah.
Something like that.
A hardpoint raid.
Yep, with Steve there really popping up. But guess what? The unimaginable happened, and the comeback ensued for the set of Almighty. So, if ever LF Org starts strongly here, I just hope that it can bring it up until the end.
Yeah, it's something that this qualifier teams have trouble in when they're going up against these invited teams. It's closing out maps, and we've seen that over and over again from the 3 weeks of action that we've had so far in Garena Masters 4. And well, for those who are just tuning in, here is the schedule for today. It was SKADI at that first match. It won 2-1 versus EZR Esports, and of course, just fresh off of that victory, Blacklist International Ultimate sweeping their sisters in a twister of a match on that second game, and Blacklist Ultimate guaranteeing their playoff spot for Group B. Now up ahead, Almighty, they are already guaranteed as well for the playoffs, but they're going up against LF4, who is fighting for 1 versus Smart Omega, Warden.
Yep. Really, and overall, I mean, there has been a lot of history line for this group stages, man. And we move along. Let's just see. Let's just talk about now on who's going to be the lineup for the set of Almighty, in which we all know it's going to be consisting of Jeff Pro, Heaven, Shut Up, Irfan, Jane, and Sandio. And the main reason why did I mention this lineup here, Kali, because we were projecting that the lineup would be so different from what we were so used to. We heard rumors that Shut Up and Jeff Pro moved to ABC, Heaven stepping out of the competitive scene, Irfan J moving over to Blacklist International Ultimate, and Sandio left alone for the set of Almighty.
Yeah.
It wasn't the case. It was such a taunt for this team here. And guess what? It was a big taunt. It was a big misimpression that we all put up, and they came into this year pretty strongly, man.
And they're going up against this play of hopefuls. This 5-man squad, LF Org, Static, Civ, Badman, Bench, and Epochs. And if anything particular that we can watch out for is that guy, Steve. I mean, the guy was scoring multiple streaks when he was playing up against Almighty the last time they met. And he's going to be a very big key here. But I'm expecting all of the players to step up today, because if not, they might just not be able to qualify for Group C as the number 2 seed.
Might not be able to do so. I mean, just looking at the group standings here, I mean, if ever they can claim a 3-0, maybe till then they are going to be able to be on par up against Smart Omega for... no, not even. I mean, they're still going to be trailing by 1 game, so... Still a hard time here for the set of LF Org, and they gotta hope that Smart Omega has to falter just a little bit more as well. We move over to the head-to-head here. It's gonna be Irfan J up against Bench, and in terms of the lines, the kill is not too far apart, but where it really gets differentiated, it's gonna be the deaths here. 21 deaths for the set of Bench, while 9 for the set of Irfan J. Really shows how strong and persistent Irfan J is in terms of living on towards his runs. And in terms of the assists, not too far, I mean, quite far apart actually as well. 25.5 for the set of Irfan J, 11 for the set of Bench. KD ratio actually higher for the set of Bench, quite interestingly.
Yeah, quite interestingly, despite this team actually losing a lot of more games, honestly, I think the KD ratio is flipped. Irfan J has been slaying. I mean, we saw him scoring 52 kills at Hacienda versus SR NACAGUE at one time, and where they come back in with the games. But up against this game, of course, Almighty, they are currently standing as a number 1 with 5 wins and 13 map wins. And LF Org is standing with 1 win and 2 lose. Guaranteed, let's say that LF Org won a 3-0 victory against Almighty, which is shocking, right? And almost impossible. If they win this match, they take the number 2 spot away from Smart Omega. Granted that SR NACAGUE will not play. That's crazy.
Oh, really
That's
interesting
crazy.
now. Really interesting
Yeah.
now. I mean, oh la la. I mean, at the end of it, I think it's pretty much just like a rematch here for Hardpoint. And
Yeah.
you know, we've seen the cards being so favored for the side of LF Org, so it's still pretty much a possibility for Almighty. And you know, we had insights on why the lead was so convincing for the side of LF Org, and you know, I think Earth and Jay stated that you know they really lost the rotation there. So in terms of winning rotations, LF Org they might have this one in the bag.
Yeah, we saw that. And that's the reason why they had such a big lead against Almighty in the same exact map. And it's just the closing out part where they had struggled with, because Almighty was kind of prepared to invest all their operator skills, especially that Gravity Vortex when this team actually played it during that hardpoint raid. But this time, I hope it's going to be different. I want another dog to win that again today. And LF Org, no, I've got to go with them. Their performance against AMT was thoroughly a lot better compared to the other teams that have played Almighty so far in a hardpoint match.
Definitely. And you know, moving along towards this hard point, you know, we are going to be talking about Search and Destroy right after, and which in Search and Destroy, this is where we might be able to see LF4 just falter just a little bit more. I mean, the only time that they won Search and Destroy was during the run there they had up against Asher NACAGUE, which they won 7-2. But aside from that, up against Smart Omega and Almighty, it was 2-7. So I don't really know how to feel about this one. But one thing that it's kind of scary for me to say, because it's so it's not really the most likely thing to happen, is that control might be one of their suits as well, especially since you know we could really take it to the factor that you know they want to have a chance to put up a scratch on the run here and have a little bit more of a chance to qualify for the playoffs. But you know, till then, that is a topic that we have to talk about later on, as now we are now heading straight to raid hardpoint. This hardpoint number 1, a very clashy hill. Let's just see who can get the top of it.
Yeah, Civ and his squad starting up strong here by making sure they stack one player inside of the hard point, but AMT now about to flood in by attacking in multi-angle. First the attack through pillars from Shut Up, and of course the statue control. Oh yeah, I meant that gallery's control from Incendio, greatly beneficial as they get themselves right back inside of the hill.
Yep, really 10 to 13 now. Good point accumulated for the set of Almighty. 25 more seconds to go as well. And it's about time here, I think, for the set of L4 to reconsider the decision. They don't want to barge in inside the hill no more. And they just have to go for the early rotation. They can't capitalize off this. I mean, whatever they do, whatever pressure they hold on to, the 3-wave factor hold here for the set of Almighty is just too much for them to deal with, and the break will not live on. But in return, they do get the early rotation for P2, so let's just hope they can capitalize off this.
And this is something where they were effective at up against Almighty in their first matchup, taking control of that power positions. And if you're Almighty, you gotta be aware of that. And they're gonna send out Shut Up to be in that laundry side, and Shut Up's gonna use that. Oh my god, everything just falls through in the half of Almighty, just one play. I blanked out.
Yep. I blinked and it happened. The break lives on for the set of Almighty. I can't blame you for that one there, Callie. That's just how it goes to show how quick the adaptability of Almighty is. They've lost the rotations the last time around. They bring it back 2 times stronger, even more actually, because really perfection is what they're doing now in terms of playing this map of raid. And I think it was a mistake that LF4 forced this map.
Yeah, Almighty is a top tier team, and they're not looking to repeat the same mistake twice. And you know that here. I mean, the break from that P2 was key for them to take so much lead here up against LF4, but it's all right. LF4 can still turn things around with just one good hill. And this is where CODM kind of got in a hot streak up against Almighty, and where we saw them actually pulled up with the momentum. But let's see if they're gonna replicate the same exact thing, because Almighty, they are looking to break now, but they're kind of falling things apart. And this is again something that they need to work on. They're attacking one at a time, but good thing Heaven wins and opens up this garage. But Batman there once again to clean it up, and of course get the hard point back for LF Org. And great stand so far in the hill.
Great stand for them. They do need to put more players here onwards Lambo, and maybe till then they might be able to just bag a little bit more convincing point for them, as now we do see a break will try to ensue for the set of Almighty. Heaven with a claw will take down one. Earth and J with a drone will take down one as well. Until then, a lot of frags is leaning towards Almighty, and only one more player to worry about, and that's gonna be a bench with the Annihilator. really denying the break to live on for set of Almighty. 17 more seconds to go, and I'm loving the fact that LF4 is really playing this hill for dear life, but at the end of it, Almighty does get the scrap time out away from them.
Yeah, that scrap time will just help AMT get the 100-point mark right in time for this P4. And this P4, the spawns gets crazy, so you can't really guarantee yourself a lot of time. But maybe that operator skills from LF4 can help you. Maybe that operator, that annihilator from bench can help you clear this out. And maybe that claw from Epox can help control this lane that's being routed in by AMT for now. And while they're standing their ground, they claim the first 10 seconds, they win the early rotation, but they gotta make sure that it's consistent.
You gotta make sure, and you know, if ever a comeback was able to happen for the set of Almighty, it might be the same case here for the set of LF4. I mean, till then, if they can get the entirety of this very hill, they might as well even things up. And look at the map control here on where stop ends. I mean, they do win the first three casualties as well. But what they got to worry about is the break here coming along for the front lines. But what can you do when you have CF here winning his gunfights flawlessly? And Epox as well. The cavalry arrives, the claw gets invested, and they hang on with the momentum. 82 to 99 once was a convincing lead down to just 20 points.
A very great comeback and a bounce back made here by LF4, rebounding from the hard point that they lost towards P1 to P2, and that P3 to P4 was kind of a much better and of course a clinical round for them up against Almighty, as they were not really able to give AMT a lot of time at all, and they've been able to reduce that lead back to 30. And now as they open up P5, they're gonna have control as well. They got the four corners covered up, but AMT, they got Incendio working the ones with the right AMR, pushing and just single-handedly opening up the mid-map for Almighty.
Really good opening here for the set of Almighty,
What?
but LF4 bouncing back with
What?
their own break as well. Epox inside the hill will get one kill, 5 spree for him. Predator missile well available to get invested, and he might as well invest as one now, but looking like he wants to play with raw vanilla mechanical gunfights, and he absolutely connects. 15 kills under his name. Predator missile flies through, no opportunities whatsoever, but he does get that information, and the lead now is given for the set of
Wow,
LF4.
what a comeback made it by LF4. Slow start, we can say, for them, but even a better mid-map. Now here is the tough part. You gotta be consistent and close things out. You already got that lead, and something that you need to work on right now is maybe get the top launches away from Almighty, which is something that they're controlling and they have the favorable spawns of. And if you don't get that, it's going to be quite messy. AMT's got everything locked down and covered, but Batman wins one gunfight, and that should be one less player to worry about. And well, they're trying to clean up that break, and Batman, he is going to be the key in the front, man, to get this open up! They're talking guns! They're smoking guns!
Oh my days, he still lives on now. They get the break inside the hill, 145 to 122, but laundry spawn still given for the side of Almighty. Until then, they have the power positions. They got the rotations as well to just barge in once more and put the pressure here, given for the set of LF4. 145 to 129. Irfan J will try to make the play, but Bench will shut him down. Heaven on the front lines will spray down for dear life. He does pick up 2. Can he find 2? Absolutely not. Until then, the persistence of LF4 still being found overall. This hardpoint number 1, Cali, it's played until it's dry.
Yeah, they're just soaking it up. Everybody just refusing to lose here. But that final 4 seconds is gonna decrease the lead of Almighty even of L4 even more. But this P2 we saw earlier, Almighty was able to break in a matter of seconds by routing around the top launches, and that's the same thing Incendio has been doing here. And if you're Batman, you gotta take this one away. You gotta win the gunfight, and he does so. But there's still one more player to deal with, and that's going to be shot up on the Tiki as well. Static is gonna be inside the hard point. He takes care of shot up, so that is going to be a very important kill for him. A very big kill. Shot down Incendio as well. A lot of tricks coming through the hands of LF4, and AMT is being too predictable, and look at the kill feed. Everything is all blue.
Oh, Static is still on the prowl. Annihilator, 4 more rounds to need to find a connection. Make it only 3 more as he finds another one connected onto the bullet of Heaven. Jeff Bro as well. They falter. They get the scrap time, and they want to get the early rotation onwards P3 as well. A lead so convincing now for the side of LF4. Make it rain some more. Predator flies through. Another capitalization for the set of Static. And now here we go. Almighty trailing by quite a lot. The question is, can they bounce back? I don't think think so anytime soon here, man. Especially if LF Org can win their gunfights because they got the early rotations onwards P3.
I mean, Sonic on a 5 spree. How is this guy even still alive? Someone's gonna stop him and shot up there to clean it up. Gets that double. But there's still 2 players inside of this garage, and you gotta break in with full might. You gotta use your overrated skills, and now they're gonna be very important. But Batman cuts off the push. The delay is on the collapse from Almighty, and Batman resupplies the chain and reinforce inside the hill. And Almighty struggling to break the P3.
Oh my days, every gunfight's now being won over for the set of LF Org. Badman here on a 4 spree. Can he make it a 5?
Oh,
Absolutely,
no!
Yes. Make it a 6 as well. Another opportunity granted. Give it to him. Make it some more. Make it rain. LF Org putting it in a very supreme manner. 225 to 150. And the spree still lives on. And finally, Badman does get shut down. But the damage has been done. The lead continues. The lead ensues. 20 more points to claim for LF Org to pull up a stellar comeback.
A lot of sprees is coming through in the hands of LF Org. I mean, everybody is stepping up. No one is even underperforming. And at least Bench is doing the time inside of that hill. 242 to 150 AMT. This is their last stand of a chance for them to come back in a matter of hands here at P4. Basketball court opens up. They need every single second in order for them to come back.
But if Almighty has done it before, they can for sure do it again. And everywhere, in any way whatsoever, anytime, it could be the start of how Almighty can deny another, what was supposedly a victory for the side of LF4. Can they hold on to the hill? Absolutely not. Static gets the break, and they get the clears as well. 4 more points to claim. LF4 stunning and shocking Almighty.
Oh, I am so impressed with what has happened. Multiple skill streaks. And notice how LF Org, everybody's built up that streak. And it means Almighty is not winning their gunfights after that first setup rotation.
Oh my days. That was insane. Man. Oh, man. I don't know what to say. But whatever LF4 just did, it was bizarre, man. That was one of the best performances we've ever seen in this competition. I don't exactly know how to feel about this one, but something is up. Something is up with LF Org, and really, their performance was so stellar. This is not the LF Org we saw the last few days.
I mean, they're streaking a lot better than Blacklist, WPM, Smart Omega versus Almighty, and something's gonna give off. I mean, the gunfight's clearly not there for Almighty, as we do see some players go in the negative spot in the KD, especially Heaven. And, well, LF Org just definitely so good at breaking. I think we saw at least multiple 6 kill streaks from several of the players.
Man. Last time we saw the altercation between Almighty and LF Org, it was Steve popping off. This time around, it's going to be Badman with 39 kills, 26 deaths, and 12 assists. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I mean, someone, please. Someone gotta check them out, man. It's
too good to be true to see them routing up so many multiple kill streaks. But hey, maybe I'm just salty that Almighty lost.
I mean, the vast majority might be salty as well, man. But you know, it could be just an understatement here. I mean, then again, LF Org, Badman, Static, Epoch, Steve, and Bench, they're veterans in the Call of Duty mobile community scene. And they haven't been the loudest players, no, right? They haven't been the team that has been able to take the spotlight whatsoever, but everything has a start, as I would love to say. And if a start has to ensue, it has to be now. And so far, LF Org started this one quite strongly with a very stellar victory up against Almighty in Hardpoint, 250 to 166. All I gotta say for now is wow.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The first match, it was LF Org with a strong start and a 50-cent finish, right? And here this time, Almighty came in with a strong start, dominating the first and second Hardpoint, and then LF Org, as soon as that garage opens up, AMT just kind of fell apart, and it is what it is. They won, and that's impressive. And so the journey for the playoffs continues for LF Org. Now that they've won one, where then they're going into search and destroy standoff. And for me, if you're LF Org, it's okay to lose this series, but not really lose the series. It's okay to lose the search and destroy. But you have to at least win the series. You have to win the series.
Yeah, man. I mean, overall, I mean, the battle's not yet over. I've probably consumed maybe like 90% of my voice already in Hardpoint.
Yeah.
Moving along for Search and Destroy and Control. I mean, if ever that LF4 is longing to get a series out away from Almighty, they gotta win Search and Destroy.
Yeah. That's the best way. That's the best way. You can't control these kings. No pun intended. No pun intended.
Come. You can't control the kings. You can't control the control kings. If you want to be redundant, you can't control the control kings because you can for sure control the game. Wow.
Wow, that's how many controls in one sentence. Damn.
I can't control my mouth anymore, Callie. I can't.
That's okay. It's okay. I can't control my mouth as well.
It's such a shocker here. I mean, just looking at how it went down, I mean, I'm kind of glad that we did see it down to the wire situation once more for the set of Hardpoint, especially for specifically the map of Raid, because we did see that one up, and it's just so nice that in some way, LF4 was able to put up a vengeful run and really put up a comeback. Same cards that Almighty did the last time we saw that one pan out, but here we go. We move over to Search and Destroy. We know for a fact how angry Almighty can be after losing a game. The question is, will their anger be enough to shut down LF4 in this very game?
It's currently a 3v3 situation here, and the next gunfight could just be here with Batman versus Jeff Pro, who's currently at the middle of the map as they are looking to fight for that middle control. But if you're Batman, it's not really a great way to be here. But that timing is impeccable for Jeff Pro, and there it goes. Number advantage now goes to AMT. Almighty definitely putting the pressure. They have every bomb site covered.
Got every bomb site covered. 3v2. Comeback. Might be able to ensue once more. I mean, Epochs and bench could be enough as well. But, in terms of them looking for an opening here, I think that a bomb set will be the brightest of choices. If ever they can eliminate player 2 Earth and J and force this one to a 2v2, till then, they might be able to even things up. Taking this slow, not really going to be the case that you would want to see. So far, it's going to be bench dodging the bullet, but unfortunately for them, Raw on the front line. It's going to be Jeff Rowe. We'll get the 2 piece. We'll take down Epochs and bench, and we'll secure the first round for the set of Almighty.
Yeah, that's 3 kills now. I think that's 4 kills, almost an ace for Jeff Pro in that first round. So definitely a very needed victory there to open up this Search and Destroy. This is their map pick, so this is where they're confident at taking down this LF4 squad. And now we continue the prowl. Heaven this time getting sent out towards this gas station. Incendio gonna be the front man in the long range, and that's double right there. Gonna be straggling LF4. And you've talked about LF4 kind of faltering apart when they play S&Ds, and it's currently showing out right now as they're getting punished by AMT over and over again in this first 2 rounds.
Big punishment still coming through as well. Very aggressive push from Set of Static, not going to go to his way. Incendio within 50 GS shuts him down, shut up onto towards his bomb site. Will find this opportunity up against bench. Against an automatic, not really the odds so favored for him, but with bench, we're supposed to just be able to put the pressure down in. Looking like he's going to fall back. In the process, he does take down 1, but from the back ends will be the gloves to his face. We'll get him shot down, and it's going to be another round for the set of Almighty.
All right, that's it. You kickstart with the first blood. Just follow it up, play for trades, and that's been the formula to victory on this first 2 rounds. But LF4, they're looking to change things around by making sure that they attack the mid-map and taking over Heaven. Static is going to open up that middle, and number 5 in yellow in bench is going to have that top map advantage by taking down Jeff Pro. So early 3v5 advantage. Nice way for LF4 to deceive Almighty here at this first 3 rounds.
First 3 rounds hasn't been the brightest of days for the side of LF4, but can they bounce back around this very round? Sieve, first kill up in the board for today on Search and Destroy. We'll get another one. Earth and J under his name, left alone. El Capitan Incendio, 50 GS in the dream as well. 1v4. I don't think this is a possible thing to happen with a right deck as well. We'll not find that opportunity. See, we'll pick up the third for that very run as well. And that's going to be the first round for the set of LF4.
And again, if LF4 gets to do the impossible today, I'm telling you, Smart Omega's gonna be in trouble in that number 2 spot, because granted that SR NACAGUE will not play anymore in this group stage, LF4 will have another win in their bag. But again, it is just too early to say that, because AMT, they are starting up strong in this first 4 rounds, and they've been doing so great at investing the first bloods in here.
First bloods. Well, it comes in handy. It might be the first altercation here as well. Static will win that gunfight onto Jeff Bro. Good Punisher. But you gotta watch out from Grannies. How does that happen?
How?
Good read. Oh my days. LF4 is something else. They're really popping off for this one.
That slide was nasty. How the prediction is just on point. It's like a robot. It's anything you can do, but Incendio, what? With the pistol on the long range, if anything particular, I am just in awe with the way this dude has been playing. Top tier competition we are seeing in here right now. And Incendio just using the pistol at round number 4.
Well, call this man Agent 47.
Yeah, John Wick, maybe.
Yeah. really able to connect big time with those. And they're going to be able to retain the double round lead for the side of Almighty. Good call right there. Convincing lead. Can they retain? Absolutely yes. Especially if they can get the first bloods once more. But that hasn't been the factor that they've been excelling at. But so far, they might change the tides. And now Incendio capitalizes onward Steve, forcing it down to an early 4v5.
Very great opening there for AMT, but LF Org responding back with 2 of their own, and now the game is tied and the bomb is getting crossed in at the A side. Incendio will be caught in the act, but good thing Bench will be cut off by Heaven on the back of that Baker, at the back of that Grannies. And Irfan J stepping up big time, always bringing in the big guns here. Warden is using the, what, is that the Hades? If I'm not mistaken, the pinch is gonna come through here as well. Heaven missing those first 2 shots. That's going to be deception. And Irfan J now on the prowl. It's gonna come in zigzagging, but it's gonna get taken care of. Epoch standing his ground, but the nade from Heaven, and the ring around the Rosie before the defuse.
Well,
they're laughing, bro.
Yep. You know, this reminds me of the storyline where I forgot which team was it where they lost the first game on I think it was during stage 4 where they lost the Hardpoint. They lost the Hardpoint and then they just managed to like run it down from search and destroy to control. They got really angry from that, and you know that's really something that we can really expect from Almighty. You know, just changing things up. You take one game, we'll take the rest. That's the motive that they want to live by, and so far it's truly leaning towards the storyline, especially if LF Org can't really find any proper answers no more. And what a way to start things off for the set of Almighty, just punishing the early altercations here for the set of LF Org.
Yeah, I mean, winning the first blood has been key so far for AMT in this moments. You know, 4v5 has been something that LF Org has trouble overcoming so far in this first 5 rounds, and keeping up the pressure here at round number 6 has been extremely very useful. But that first blood has been traded out now by Epoch, so now they are slowly gaining grounds. And well, the attacks coming through now at this A side. They can put that bomb down and starting the pressure on the yellow building. And now the come up on the spray transfer on the box is good thing Irfan J wins that.
Good thing Irfan J wins the static already out of the equation. See, Epoch left alone in a 2v2 situation as well. Irfan J and Jeff Bro for the set of Almighty lives on. You got to deal with 3 players. Badman quite well present. And this retake is going to be quite hard. I mean, we'd see if you're holding down the angle with scope, might just be able to connect. But the pre-fire lives on for the set of Almighty as well. Putting the pressure down in, but they need to move in quick. Only 25 more seconds to go.
The slide cancel from Irfan J is enough for them to get the information, but Steve now finds the first one. And Irfan J, the clutch king himself, gets the double now, hunting the player down, but Epoch with the pistol. Almighty, I mean, you know, they're finding ways to disrupt your momentum by playing with your mind. Unfortunately, right now in that situation, it didn't work, but Irfan J almost clutched it up, getting that double.
You know how impressive it is to get melee kills now. You know, after the game removed the launching effect, it was pretty much harder to get those melee kills. So really, props to Irfan J for really trying to pull that one off. But for now, we move along for this very round. Still a very convincing lead here for the set of Almighty. So they're still up by 2. LF Org, this time around, they might be able to rock the momentum just a little bit. I mean, they do start things off quite strongly with 2 kills under the name already. Irfan J and Heaven already out of the equation. Make it also shut up. 2v5 now. Here we go.
I mean, I don't know with ALT, man. I think they are not playing as their usual self. You see them playing around and, of course, losing rounds. It's something that's not all AMT-like, you know? I think they're onto something here, right? I don't know. Let's see, though. Maybe it's just LF Org doing so great right now with the way they're responding here at the second half. Jeffro, last man standing. And Against 4? What are the odds, Warden?
What are the odds? 90-10. 10% winning, 90% losing. But I want Jeff Rowe to prove me wrong for this one. 45 seconds left on the clock. The bomb drop on towards Fountain. And Statue at least. And the first altercation will not go towards his way. Static, being the Bane, secures the kill right there. Lowering the lead out away from ALMGHTY by 1. 1 more to go to even things up.
Very impressive there for LF Org, you know, finally making up on the defensive side, which is kind of expected now because it's easier to defend here. Epox just shuts down, shut up here with the angle. But Heaven trying to respond back, but bench. Quick to know. But AMT gets the bomb plant.
Gets the bomb planted. 40 seconds left on the clock. Incendio with a 2-piece. Jeff Rowe looking to get 1 kill, but he does get denied. Incendio with a 3rd will pick up another one. Enough damage has been done as well. Static, 1v2. Because Irfan J, the crossfire will ensue as well. If Static can swing to the left and pick up this kill. This might be a dangerous situation for the set of ALMGHTY. He does pick up 1. Irfan J, can you deny the clutch? Boxing gloves in play, but it doesn't matter. 3rd time in a row where Irfan J whips at the gloves and he does get punished. Not what you want to see for the set of ALMGHTY.
Yeah, I mean, bringing the gloves on a gunfight is nonetheless not nice in that type of situation because, you know, ALMGHTY, you've already done the comeback there. You already planted that bomb. Instead of gave you the 2 kills. But I mean that's the best move in that situation, you know. That 1 shot, 1 kill from that melee kill from Irfan J could have been landed, could have been not. It was a 50-50, but props to Static for making sure that the attack just come true.
What a flick!
Apox, this is the 2nd time he gets those first blood.
What a flick! Steve as well gets 1 kill. Irfan J shuts him down. But the damage has been done once more. Irfan J looking to get some more, but unfortunately for them, they do get shut down. Look at the confidence here popping off for the set of LF Org. They got to deal with Shut Up, though. Shut Up already picked up 1 for this very round. Still heating up. And he has been able to pull up one of the most unimaginable clutches in this competition for Call of Duty Mobile Garena. And he can for sure do it once more. Spots down another. Could come the nade. Might be a dangerous case here for the set of Steve. Fortunately, he does reposition as well. Come again, Cal. It's still a 1v2 situation. The bomb drop on that mid lane.
And realistically looking at this way, LF Org, they're on pace to win this one. And the triangulated defense around that bomb site is more than enough for them to trap them in a cobweb in the middle. As soon as that bomb gets picked up, it's an immediate trap, but he has to win 1 first. Dropping bench on the bomb side. He's gonna find the player on the red side, but Steve there. Just better. Pulls the trigger early and LF Org. They now have the lead.
They have now the lead. And 1 more round away for the match point advantage as well. I think one costly thing as well. I really hate to say this. I mean, we love the fact that Irfan J loves to fiddle around, but you know, 3 rounds in a row where he kind of lost a round for the squad. 3 casualties. Deal-breaking casualties that was supposedly giving them the lead. Didn't really happen because he brought gloves to the gunfights. And guess what? Steve, the nasty flick will connect. Irfan J does get shut down.
Oh my god.
And guess what? Guess what? LF Org is on the match point advantage.
Oh my god. If Smart Omega's watching right now, they are currently in trouble because at this pace that LF Org is playing by initiating those first bloods and chaining that to a round win, they might just be able to take this S&D and go up and win this series. Something that has been never done ever before in the group stage, that a qualifier team has managed to beat an invited team in the group stage. And LF Org, they're almost there.
Well, the fight is not over, not just yet. So far, the odds not so favorable for the set of LF Org. It's 2v4. Send your Irfan J Pro Heaven, well alive. Still kicking here.
No!
Heaven looking to get the gloves.
No!
Gets the kill. You need to secure the kills. You can't get too complacent in this very run. The bomb is going to get planted, yeah, for sure. But the numbers gets dwindled down in terms of the lives. 2v3 situation. Once was a 2v4.
Well, if your LF Org, Static is the one that you want to stay alive the most. 25 seconds left. He's trying to route around the flank, and he wins that big gunfight against Incendio now. The flood is going to come true. Jeffro is going to be in the copy. Irfan J gets shot down, but Jeffro gets 2 birds with 1 stone. And they keep the hopes alive of ALMGHTY.
You know what's crazy? LF4, they're up, but Almighty's still smiling.
Yeah, that's crazy, alright? Something's gotta go, something's gotta give. And I believe Incendio is not in his usual area, you know? Like,
Yeah.
it's more dapper compared to the usual. Maybe he's out.
I heard that he's in Malaysia right now, but you know, we'll go over towards this game. Very intensified moment here. Almighty, one more to force an overtime. Looking like a push. We'll try to ensue, but oh my days, Steve from the front lines will come in, but Bench will get the connection regardless. Forcing it down to an early 4v5. Heaven evening things up though. He wants to get some more. Trade-off will not come in. Trade-off here will be found over onwards with a bomb. It's going to be a 3v2 situation. shhh will take down Steve. Static will take down shhh. 2v2 now. Here we go. Another 2v2 right in our faces. The bomb is going to get taken down. Epox will take down one. But Jeff Bro, another deal-breaking shot will come in. Overtime. Rightfully served by Almighty and LF4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a match. We've got a match in here between both squads. And LF4, they're going to start onto the attacking side. You know, AMT, they've been so effective on the defense. Let's see if that's going to continue and work out as they push out, attackingly aggressive. Heaven takes the first blood, but Batman eventually getting that traded kill. And it's a deadlock 4v4. No one really making a ground.
Really scared situation here. Offense found for the side of LF4. They really want Steve and Epox to get this connection. But look at shhh. Quite aggressive on the mid lane. Finds an angle, takes on Epox. One more player to worry about, and that's gonna be Steve. Good read from the side of shhh. The IQ is just popping off right now for this man.
You can rely on him to use those tight angles to take those players. It's been so consistent all throughout this map. Currently, he's got 9 kills in the game. And LF4, they're still trying to bounce back, but if anything particular, AMT has control of the game, but Bench, that big kill from Incendio, dropping that scope, but shut up once again, stepping up big time. 3 kills in this round. Just one more to get that 4-piece, and Buttman! He gets spotted! He gets sent to the next round!
Oh my days. Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, I don't exactly know how to feel about that one, but that was one of the nastiest angle that you could really get a shot onto.
Yeah.
That's just about it. But move along towards this very round. Look at this take. Look at this blitz play here for the set of Almighty going all around back alley. I don't think this is something that LF4 would be expecting.
This is just high tier trolling here. If this works, I'm gonna lose my mind. Heaven now on the tanks. Epox gonna spot the first player. Epox gonna find that triple up against Irfan J. The reload is on, but shut up trying to turn things around, but that's just a very risky play. But you know, it could have worked. But the bomb getting defused. And LF4 ties it up.
LF4 ties it up. I don't exactly know how to feel about this one, man. It's so amusing to see. At the same time, so questionable. Is it the Brazilians of LF4, or is Almighty doing something wrong? Because clearly it has to be either way.
Yeah, I think it's a 50-50 here. The answer, we will never know until we find out what happens at the end of this game. Batman and his squad are now on the attack side once again. And the game just too hot. And it requires one of the players to go out. But hey, Heaven now using the snipers. Now we're talking serious here. But it's the first spot traded. And that bomb gonna get crossed. And oh, Heaven misses that important shot on the mid map. But hey, 45 seconds for this retake. They have the numbers advantage. Oh no, never mind. It's a 4v4.
4v4.
Now they do.
We got a 4v3. Heaven takes on shhh. Oh, I mean Steve and Bench as well. Badman. And Epoch still alive. But can they live on? Can they ensue and get this win? Heaven still wants to put through his name. Irfan J with the gloves will connect as well. Forcing this one to another run of overtime here, man.
Yeah, that triple from Heaven was nasty. Back-to-back sniper plays, and now you can start to feel the difference that the dual snipe setup from Heaven and Shot Up is currently in. That won them round so far. And I'm curious to see what kind of attack strategy that AMD is going to do here. Clearly, that attack from the back did not work. So they're attacking right through the front here this time, which is very important now as they look to close it out. The bomb plant is on, 45 seconds left. And there goes the first blood. Static taking down Heaven.
Static, Heaven. Might be another force of an overtime here, especially if the retake can still ensue for the set of LF4. Look at the formation coming in. Looking like ALMGHTY wants to deny, but the break will come in on towards his bomb site. Look at this 3v2 situation now. Will come in. IrfanJay with the gloves will come in. Static will take the one, but the defuse will surely happen. And once more, LF Org will force another round. Oh my days. Another overtime, Kali. Another overtime.
This is the longest that we've had so far. This is it. 16 rounds of action, make that 17. But props to IrfanJay though. That punch, that gloves, it worked on that last round, but it's just that no one was really there to back him up on the long range, and that's why Static was able to pick him up. And now for Static and the squad, you've already pushed ALMGHTY this far. Might as well take that win, right?
Yep. But, you know, ALMGHTY, if they don't stop playing with their food, we might just expect another overtime. But so far, let's just wait how the altercation is going to play along. And looking like it's going to be this A-bomb side that LF Org wants to lean into. Nice. But the first frag will come in, and Sandy will take down Epox. Really good start for the set of ALMGHTY.
Yeah, bomb drop at the middle of the map, but Steve, I don't know what kind of angle he took there, but he's gonna put the double against Heaven! Woo! Now he's got control on the tractors. That is a head glitch on the spot, and Static is there to pressure.
Well, 4v3 situation. Jeffro, what are you doing? Why are you running inside with your gloves? IrfanJay will take down Static, but the trade-off will come in. Badman will take him up. Incendio, you remember me? You need me, right? You need me, Incendio.
Yeah.
I know you remember me. Get angry, boy. Get angry, boy. Steve shuts down. He wants some more as well. Checks around the corner, but unfortunately, Badman just overpowers with a CBR4. Looking like the Warden buff wasn't enough.
He doesn't need you, man. He doesn't need you. He needs the other one. Oh, well, now we're talking seriously here. LF Org. Match point. And they strike a serious shocker here at Super Sunday versus AMT here at the Group of Death Group C. Starting on the defensive side, can they end it here up against ALMGHTY, who's settling the plant? Here is our very first 5v5 retake. Let's see who gets it.
Oh, Incendio once more.
He's mad.
I don't know.
I think he's mad now.
Yep, quite mad. But, you know, if ever Call of Duty wouldn't be a thing, basketball would be something else as well. But, you know, moving along. 8-9. Moving along now, here on versus mid lane. Epox will win the gunfight, and Incendio still popping off for the squad as well. Static will take down Shut Up. 3v3 situation. Epox can still continue, can still ensue. Now it's a 2v3 situation here. The odds not looking so favorable no more for the set of ALMGHTY. It's now going to be Heaven left alone with a sniper in hand. Will take down one, forcing it down to a 1v1 situation. The time is dwindled down as well. They need to get the kill. Do they have enough time for the defense? Does he have enough time? 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 He absolutely, yes, has enough time. Oh my god.
No way! LF Org won the series against ALMGHTY in a deadly battle at S&D.
Oh my days. Insane. LF Org defying the odds, doing the unimaginable. They get it well done.
Pardon? I am lost for words, man. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. All right? That last play was kind of messy, but the way it ended was just seconds. It was seconds. Crazy, right? LF Org wins the series, and they will be the first team to actually beat an invited team in the Garena Masters history. In the group stage.
I don't know how to feel about this one. There's a lot of things going inside my mind here, but one thing for sure, it is the first. And usually the first things are the hardest things to reciprocate. So that's just about it. Now, I'd be damn surprised if LF4 can win control as well. I'd be really surprised.
No.
I think I'd be slapping myself to the point that I wish that I'd be waking up, because I don't think that's a possibility whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean 13-0 for ALMGHTY since Garena Master Season 3. So that's a 100% win rate, not just here this season, but it goes way back. And this team has been on trial and has been tested, not just here at Garena Masters, but of course during the regional champs as well, and CDFI. And well, just by taking a look at what's just been happening, we can say maybe that the awareness of Incendio wasn't really there because he was somewhere else, right? You told me that he was somewhere around Malaysia right now, not really in his usual place. And here's the thing. You know, LF Org now with this series victory, they now have 2 wins, 2 lose in their series. Same day, same like they are currently on par with Smart Omega. So guaranteed that SR NACAGUE will not play against LF Org next week. Then that's 3-2. So LF Org now actually is the second team in Group of Death in Group C, only second to ALMGHTY. Well, crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Unimaginable might happen now. Come again. I did comment inside this game out of control, saying that it's such an impossible thing for ALMGHTY to lose a game out of control. If this one happens, I just don't know what to say anymore, man.
I think I'm gonna have to shave my head after this. No, yeah, same. Come on, let's shave our head if this LF Org squad will manage to defeat AMT in a map in a control game mode where they've defended all their life from. Again, this was a key to their run at CDFI 2022 versus Q9 Club, where they were down 0-2 on the best of 7 series, and eventually coming back from the dead by making sure they kickstart their way by playing control. And well, at the defense, starting solid so far, winning their gunfights.
So far, ALMGHTY with the defensive side set up for them. They are absolutely getting this one up in the board really convincingly now. 22-15. I think at least one more good push for the set of LF Org to even things up, but you know, it might not lean towards the case because just looking at the map control here for the set of ALMGHTY, it's just so well done. And looking at the influence onwards Bravo, it's only happening until now, but the damage has been done as well. The resources not so much no more for a set of LF Org, so with only 14 seconds left to stall out and 11-10 lives to play around with for a set of LF Org, they're really gonna have to play this one up to perfection.
All right, here, Bench gonna stand his ground. AMT just only needs 8 more lives to take care of, and this should be round being a win for them. But again, LF Org is making strides by capturing this B control point, but Jeffro is starting to hit up 5 in a row in the spree. But Bench gonna get eliminated, and that's it. 3 lives left. AMT got control of the spawns. Every time these players go out, they get met with deadly gunfights and the guns blazing. And again, you know, AMT is playing with their fist again. And we saw them taken down once again. But again, they win the first round on the defense.
Ooh, well, first round on defense, quite well expected. Let's see if LF Org can capitalize off the same case as well. And keep in mind, you know, on this run, we did see LF Org go against Smart Omega. And guess what? They were able to bring it up to a 2-3 standing, in which they were up by 2, but you know, good bounce back there from set of from set of Smart Omega did happen. Now here we go, looking to be a very aggressive take here for the set of ALMGHTY. They're pushing and ensuing this take here onwards to this 8 point right now, and I think they are. Irfan J is going to be able to get this opportunity to get at least the squad of LF Org here.
I mean, look at this play from LF Org. They're so disoriented on the defense. AMT is the one attacking, but they're the ones trapping the spawns, and they're not playing for spawns any way possible. They're not playing for the objective any way possible here. They're just playing for kills. Look at this. It's just 20 seconds in, and now we're seeing LF Org down to their final life counts, and AMT, we know they're not messing because they're on it. Look at the difference on the gunfights, and of course in the life count.
Life count not so available no more. Really dominant performance here for the set of ALMGHTY. Well, quite well expected. So, fortunately, Cali, we are leaning towards the fact that we are not going to be shaving our heads. That's one thing. One thing as well is that ALMGHTY going to be flawless for control, maybe for the next entire season once again. So, 19-4 here in terms of the life count. We're seeing that LF Org is still pushing a lot of efforts down in, but you know, with 18 lives to be played around for the set of ALMGHTY, best to expect that they are just going to be able to seal this one up.
I'm glad that ALMGHTY is still stable at this control despite the loss at Hardpoint and S&D. And it feels like they're not really phased at all, despite being, you know, being recorded by LF Org to be the first team to lose versus a qualifying team in the Garena Masters history. And well, honestly, It's expected that Almighty will win this control. You said this for yourself. They are 13-0 in the win rate. They all have a 100% win rate. And, well, it is just looking what it seems right now in this slumps control.
Yep, definitely. So here we go. Match point advantage. I mean, the voice just died down just a little bit now because, you know, we are actually going back to what we were supposed to be expecting.
Yeah.
On how the performance should pan out, no?
Yeah.
And it's just going to be sheer dominance here for Almighty. And guess what? First 5 kills. Excited for them.
Oh, look at that. Make that 7 with a double from Incendio with that Predator missile. Make that 8. No one has really died yet for Almighty. Heaven now on control here at this graveyards is gonna make it impossible for LF to escape the spawns, and it's shot up now, bringing in the Annihilator as well. And Almighty, their map control in control. No pun intended. It's been impressive, not just this day, all throughout the season.
All throughout the start of the Garena Master season, you know?
Yeah.
And that's just about it. And I think as well during stage 4, they were able to just rock the show in terms of control. So pretty much expected now. I mean, 24-11. Match point advantage coming again for the set of Almighty. 11 more lives to reap away, and they can win this one at 3-0. So that's just about it. 27 seconds as well to be played around. LF Org, all they got to do is play consistently, play flawlessly on towards the Bravo point, and maybe till then they can extend the series furthermore. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, as the gunfight is just being so won over by the set of Almighty.
Almighty, just 7 more life guns to take care of, and the spawns are currently being overrun by Almighty here. But now they do go down. But LF Org, they're kind of stuck in a situation where they have to capture this B control point, and Badman on the graves rotating. It's going to spot a good shot there up against Shot Up. But again, the damage has just been done, and Almighty is expected to win this. Heaven lining up the show with that snipe, with that claw. And it seems like they're gonna gang up with this guy with the piss. Look at this. Look at the top left side of the minimap. 2 players with that punching gloves, and they're trying to hunt them down. The smoke is there to counter.
Run, boy.
They're back against the wall.
Run, boy.
He gets 1. Hey, and no, don't end it. Don't end it with the gun. You gotta snipe. You gotta
Run,
kill in the gun.
Epox.
Oh my god. Attack of the undead. Real life. Oh, let them know it, Epox. Let them know it. If this guy can clutch up with this. Oh, never mind. Incendio, why you gotta spoil it? Why you gotta spoil it? We're having fun here.
Well, 3-0 at least.
Yeah.
Something that is supposed to happen. But, you know, this is GG well played right there for Almighty. They do lose the series overall. And going in, Gally, I want you to talk about how much effect it's gonna be putting up for their group, man.
Oh, again, I tell you, I will tell you once again. Now that we did see LF Org win against Almighty, that's automatically a very impressive win. So they're currently 2 wins and 2 losses. And add in the factor that SR NACAGUE didn't show up last time, then against Almighty, LF Org will have 3-2 after the first after this week. So now for LF Org to maintain that number 2 spot, they're going up against Smart Omega next week, and that will determine who will go to the playoffs. Warden.
Definitely. So, ulala. I mean, in terms of the rundown here, I think it's safe to say that this is really the Almighty that we're really expecting. Here we go. Incendio popping off for the squad, 26-11. Jeff Bro with 24-12. Heaven 15-16. Overall, you really just have to revolve the gameplay around Incendio and Jeff Bro for this one. They really were able to slay out the competition for control slums. But for set of LF4, they is exactly where they faltered. And we really expected this one to happen at least. I mean, not like we expected Search and Destroy to lean towards Almighty. But we did talk about how, you know, if LF4 was leaning towards, is going to be long towards winning the series, it has to go down to Search and Destroy. It can't be Control, because in no way whatsoever any teams could bleed out Almighty in a game mode of Control.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And of course, for LF they have done the impossible by taking down Almighty and display all 3 series. Now, the next step is to make sure that they win against Smart Omega, because when we're looking at the series, let's say Smart Omega once against LF Org, they're gonna be tied with 3 wins and 2 loss. And the map win will help Smart Omega get their spot to the playoffs. And LF Org, they need to win that series against Smart Omega next week for them to qualify. And I tell you, this is the epitome of the group of death, Warden. It is the group of death. No one is safe. Well, except for Almighty, though.
Yep. Well, no one is pretty safe except for Almighty. Coming in, they are on top of the bracket for a reason. And you know, one shocker here is that Cali, they did win up against Smart Omega on the first altercation, which was 3-0 win. Moving over to the second one, it was going to be settled for a set of Smart Omega. I mean, they were up by 2, but guess what? Almighty was able to put up a shocker and go for a reverse. So that was really a big factor right there. And it's going to... we can really bring that factor a long way through as we get to determine if our Smart Omega does advance to the playoffs. And that might be one thing that, you know, Smart Omega has to worry about as they move on to the later stage of competition, if ever they do move on.
And you would think that Smart Omega would have the best chance of winning as the second seed here for this Group C. But with this recent rise to occasion of LF Org and coming back to life, this is going to be not just worth of anticipating, but it is another playoff-worthy series that's coming next week. That match versus LF Org and Smart Omega will not just determine if Smart Omega will not play in the playoffs if LF Org wins, but LF Org could just be the best underdog that we're gonna have all throughout this season.
Definitely. So, you know, looking at the highlights here, I mean, man, the Search and Destroy had a lot of mixed emotions, man. I didn't know what to exactly feel. And, you know, that last and final round right there to decide it all off, with Heaven was left alone in the 1v3. Fortunately, in the nick of time, LF Org was able to get the defuse and get it all going, hence handing them the series win.
There were a lot of bad plays that happened all throughout from AMT and LF Org and that S&D, but this play right here, where it almost felt like it's the Attack of the Undead, which is not really a professional game mode that's being used in competition. But, well, that was it. That was the highlight there for S-Slums. 3-0 victory for Almighty. But we have the MVP of the game, the man who led the impossible shocker of surprise here at this Super Sunday. It's Batman himself, averaging 20 kills per game and 22.5 average dead and a KD ratio of 1.33. He's helped this team a lot by making sure that he steps inside of that hard point. And, well, it turned out that it helped him.
It helped him big time. He was really able to put up a good show on that run right there for that hard point. Moving over to Search and Destroy as well. But, you know, going to be leaning towards Epox and Steve more for that one. But, you know, really nice to see, you know, finally a player from the side of finally Badman getting the credits and, you know, showcase that he has been, you know, deserving for a long time as well. You know, he's been persistent in terms of playing under the name of Elephoric. So, really, congratulations for Badman for that one.
And so that's going to end this series. Almighty getting slayed by LF Org, the underdog of this play all 3. And now we're ready for some rewards. After that grueling matchup, let's take a look at our pop quiz segment and see what kind of question will be lining up for Garena Call of Duty Mobile Academy. Which sniper rifle has a thermite attachment? I actually don't know, for real. But if you guys know what the answer is, make sure you answer with the format of answer plus player ID plus the pop quiz hashtag. And Warden, can you guys, you're more of a sniper player, right? So
answer with the player ID and the pop quiz hashtag.
What?
Yeah. Yes.
What?
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
Me too, man. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Well,
I don't know. I was asking you what map, what gun has the thermite attachment, but maybe let's talk it out later so we don't give this guys a hint.
oh, it's obviously the Pharaoh.
It's the Paro?
Yeah.
Oh damn! I thought it was the Chicum.
Oh no, the Chicom. No. It has the Irfan J attachment for that one.
Oh okay. How about you know? Okay.
Yeah.
Irfan J attachment.
Yeah,
Damn.
if you want to look for the Irfan J attachment, just make sure you log in, go to your loadout, and equip the monolithic suppressor alongside with the marksman. And after that, you send your phone to Irfan J to give the rest of the attachments.
Okay, that's definitely sketchy.
Believe it, man.
But okay, I'll believe you. But anyway, that's it for the pop quiz. Make sure if you guys want that, you make sure you answer correctly for a chance to win exclusive crates that will be given out next week once we give you the schedule for the Garena Masters for final week of the group stage. And well, I'm so excited for this interview. You know, I've got a lot of things to ask for the squads from LF4 because this impressive win definitely was crazy, Warden.
Definitely. I can't wait to see what they have to say because honestly, is it something that they're going to be expecting? Let's come and find out.
I wonder who the player is. Hello, Static. What is up, my man? What a shocker of a victory versus ALMGHTY. It feels good to see you here right now in front of us. And well, talk about that game one and that game number two. What came into your strategies, like how to defeat ALMGHTY?
Well, we played them last time, and I feel like we had some minor mistakes that we had to be fixed, and so we talked about it. And I also have a feeling that another thing that came into play was because of the birthday of Steve. It's actually today, and I feel like that added the, like a huge motivation to win against AMT. And so yeah.
Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Well, really interesting take right there now. And coming in, with you all winning the series up against ALMGHTY, that's going to be putting you in a very stable spot that actually has a chance now, which wasn't really the most likely thing to happen before and wasn't really projected. Likely spot to advance to the playoffs. How do you feel about this one, Static?
Of course, it feels great that we have a chance to get into to the top two. Well, we still have to be grinding a lot because we have Smart Omega next to defeat and to go against. And we're just gonna try our hardest, and let's just see who comes out on top.
Oh, definitely. That match up next for you is going to determine who's going to play at the playoffs. And a chance for you not just to shock ALMGHTY, and of course, a chance to shock Smart Omega as well. So talk us through what will be the preparation looking like for this preparation for this playoff contending matchup between you and Smart Omega next week.
I think we're just gonna go back to the same old routine. Go scrims, talk about our map picks, and basically just grinding as usual.
All right, thank you so much, Static, for giving us your insights for that, and an impressive win, Warden. You got anything else to ask Static before we end? Because this is a shocker. I think it deserves 4 questions here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to wrap things off now, in terms of mentality and confidence, how confident are you all to actually winning up against Smart Omega?
Out of 10, I think I personally I would say around 8 or 9.
Damn, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's something that we are going to be looking forward to, you and Smart Omega. But for now, thank you, Static, for this one. We are really longing to see that performance shine. Oh my days, Cali.
9? Thank you so much, Static. Congratulations on the victory once again. Okay, 9. 8 or 9. That's an average of 8.5. All right. Bro, if
Callie,
this happens, I'm going to shave my head.
What we got to do here, honestly, is just come back to have this break here. But before that, man, oh my days. I just want to say to everyone, that matchup, insane. That's really something that we are going to be eyeing for. But before that, we're still going to be having our last and final matchup for today. And that's going to be the Forsyth Kings against FRANIC. But before that, we're going to be having a short break. So we'll be right back. well, just like every story, there's always an ending, and it's bound to be the ending for week number 3 for the group stages. Now, approaching to the last and final game, we're going to be having Rao FRANIC up against the Forest Kings. So coming again, we are going to be your casters here. It is the Warden. Alongside with me is going to be Cali Gaming. And we are indeed, once again, you're going to be casters for today. Now, man, what a day we've had. What a day that we've had.
Yeah, what a day. I mean, every game is just exciting. You know, it gets your blood boiling. And, well, it turns out that out of the 3 matches that we have had so far, it turned out one was a shocker. Who would have known LF Org would manage to defeat a king like ALMGHTY in a group stage? And, well, that puts Smart Omega on a precarious spot on that Group C. Now we're talking about Group D. The 2 teams that are fighting right now, RAU FRANIC and Forest Kings, is not ordinary matchup in here. They're fighting for that number 2 spot, so this is the important match that you need to win, because you lose this, you lose your chance to play at the playoffs, of course.
And, you know, for the very bracket itself, obviously, you're battling only for the 2nd place. You can't really get on par with the West Wind Mamba Lowkings right now, because they're pretty much known for being flawless in the group stages. Coming in from Garena Masters 3, all the way down to CGI, and also moving along to this very Masters as well. They might just come out flawless, so that's just about it. But, you know, today's schedule, coming in now. First 3 matches said and done. Easier ESPORTS, SKADI, Blacklist, International Ultimate, DIVINUS, ALMGHTY, and LF Org. They're now taking a rest. They're done for today. But whose job is it to put on more show? It's going to be Rao FRANIC and Forest Kings, rightfully served now into our faces here, man. And here we go on the hot seat, Cali. How do you think this one's going to pan out?
Oh, I think it's going down to a map number 3 again. And if we're going to do the exact same thing like that again, well, I believe RAU FRANIC is going to have a bit more chance, because their control so far clearly a lot better than Forest Kings. They've won the last series between them 2-1 by winning the Hardpoint and, of course, the control. The only thing that needs work is that S&D, where they struggle against Forest Kings. But again, RAU FRANIC is in a state where they cannot be complacent. I mean, yes, you have 3 map wins already. You got 1 map lose, but if you lose this against Forest Kings and you lose your match against WPM Lowkings, it is gonna spiral out of control, knowing that Forest Kings have a pretty good chance of taking you down in terms of winning a series.
Definitely. So here we go. Just taking a look at the players. Well, it's the typical OL flex from 2 players, no? And let's just see if they can maintain that composure and the flexiness of theirs after the series has ended. Because moving along now, what they're going to be going up against is going to be the Forest Kings, in which we all know the Forest Kings just basically has the same desires as well from Rao FRANIC. And this is the consistent of Coco, Nyx, Vuzet, Esto, Apollo, and Cherry. And in terms of topics that I would love to talk about, it's gonna be Cherry, man.
Yeah, I mean, we played with Cherry one time and we lost the rank. Well, not that one, but you know what? It was fatigue. He said he was like on a. The team was like on a very intensive scrim right after that match, and well, it's been working so far for them. I mean, Cherry is one of the best objective player out there. And you would want him on your team because he plays that objective so well that he can also slay inside of that hard point. Now, here is the thing. Now, the catch for Forest Kings is that they have to win against RAU FRANIC and get that win against SHUSHHH, so that will give them that 3-2. And of course, if they can sweep RAU FRANIC, that's a guaranteed number 2 seed for Forest Kings. If only they sweep, Warden. If.
Oh, well. Sweeping is something that is so quite unlikely to happen here. But then again, you know, we are talking about it's last and final day and for this week 3. And so far, we've seen a lot of upsets. We've seen a lot of turnarounds. And we can for sure expect a little bit more of a different take as well. And just overall, looking at their statistics rundown here, Cali, you know, just neglecting the head-to-head. Because I just truly believe that it's going to be a new day here. Both ends has played... actually, Forest Kings has only played 9 games so far, while Rao FRANIC has already played 12. But in the process, I think it's pretty much even for the win rate, man.
It's pretty much even. And the reason why this match is important is because RAU FRANIC, if they lose this match, they're going up against WPM Lowkings. And you already know what WPM Lowkings can do in a play all through series in the group stage. They're currently, if I'm not mistaken, they are 13-1 in terms of the series, only loss being to Huntsmen during Garena Masters Season 2. But here is the maps and modes for RAU, FRANIC, and Forest Kings. A battle for the playoff spot. Hacienda, Hardpoint. I think this is going to be the second time that we're going to see it today.
Yeah, definitely. I think we did see that one played out during the run in between Blacklist, International Ultimate, and DIVINUS.
And
So-
yeah. Continue.
I mean, so moving along here for Hacienda, I think in terms of the history lines being shared here for RAU, FRANIC, and the First Kings, we don't really have any history line between this as well. But in terms of promising Hardpoint, RAU, FRANIC only lost Hardpoint to the Westman Bombero Lowkings. But for the rest, First Kings, SHUSHHH, twice to SHUSHHH, actually, they won Hardpoints, those Hardpoints. So, you know, a little bit more of a promising take here for the start of RAU, FRANIC. So let's just see on how this one's going to pan out. But keep in mind, the first time that they did go against the First Kings as well, it went down to the wire. So they better expect a little more of a different take from the First Kings, because if not, they might get caught slacking.
Yeah, just like what ALMGHTY did earlier up against LF4, they got caught slacking. I mean, after a very strong start on that Hardpoint raid, where they have at least around 70-point lead, they eventually lost that up against LF4, and the next thing you know, it's snowballed from map number 1 to map number 2, and they lost the series. And now LF4 is just messing up the algorithm in that Group C. Now, for RAU, FRANIC, they have to learn that beating them once is not enough. You gotta beat them twice here. Secure that number 2 spot here today, so you don't have any more problems running around next week.
Well, definitely. So, you know, here we go. Rock the show. Let's rock the show now, Cali. Everyone, buckle up your seatbelts, because this is now the last and final game. Energy's all up high. Raise your hands in the air. Let your voices loose. Let's give it up now to RAU, FRANIC, and Forest Kings.
All right, Shari starting off with the first blood here. RAU, FRANIC inside the hill. 4S Kings are going to be spawning on the disadvantage, but now they are going to be able to control by putting out Kaku on the left side of the minimap to get that garage. And it's going to be waiting here at the open to slay out.
Definitely. I mean, looking at the formation here for the set of RAU, FRANIC, they are trying to locate those players onwards top red and all the way down to top blue as well. But look at the swarm here from the set of the Forest Kings. They're trying to really define themselves towards the right side, and they absolutely can as well. And you know, in each and every hardpoint games, I really long for those teams who can define which side they want to hold on to. Much more if they can hold on to both of the sides. Until then, they can get a promising start here for the first hardpoint. But looking like, in terms of promises, the Forest Kings actually being able to deliver big time here, as they are able to secure 31 points, might be 39 points at the end of it as well if they can get the remaining scrap time.
A very solid start so far here for 4S Kings. I mean, they have managed to claim most of the P1 time, but now they are going to be hit with a late rotation, and they have to make sure they win their gunfights up front. And Nyx is going to be the first one in line to be that front man. It's going to deliver 2. And the pinch play happening so far. Number 4 in blue going to be in that statue as well. 39 and 20 going to be the score of the game. Still pretty much close, Varden, but RAU, they're standing their ground inside of that hill.
Starting up quite strongly now. Coco right up front, looking to get the break. Absolutely they can. RAU, FRANIC to lose the grasp on towards this one. Player 5, Nasty, longing to get this one up as well. Up in the entry, Cherry on top of the car, spraying down for their lifelines too. But does get shut down by Tristan. But till then, the Forest Kings still holding on to the hill.
Solid rounds held so far by Forest Kings. Despite the late rotation, they hit them slow, but it was very effective. 4S will be looking to get that final 15 seconds. Well, RAU, you can see them now rotating early towards fences. Same thing gonna be happening here for Forest Kings. It's gonna be a 50-50 battle now, but the scrap time getting claimed here by 4S. And Chari, he is intercepting the rotation, delaying the push. And there's only gonna be 2 players there for RAU. And 4S Kings, they will be able to convert those final 2 players, and they're gonna be in time for the hardpoint to open up. And that's going to be a key for them to chain P2 to P3. Impressive rotation so far.
Well, I know for a fact what answer I could provide if ever someone asked me how to play Hacienda hardpoint into perfection. Just look at the Forest Kings right now. They're absolutely doing this one well done. I mean, getting the scrap time, also getting that early rotation as well. If they can continue to win their gunfight, it's just going to get more convincing and convincing even more. As we do see now, a little bit more processing will be found over, and involvement will be found over for the side of their RAU, FRANIC. But looking like it's actually going to pay off quite well as well. 40 to 80, still a big catch-up that they got to do. But a start is a start, and that's absolutely what RAU, FRANIC do.
Yeah, no investment made so far in terms of the operator skills. Now we are seeing Tristan do that. And he's gonna try to create all the difference that he can make to buy his team some time inside of this hill. Well, he's doing heck of a job just laying 5 in a row. And there it goes. They are claiming the scrap time. And a better bounce back here for RAU FRANIC. Despite dropping those first 2 hard points, now they are back in track, just a 20-point lead from Forest Kings, moving on to P4.
Yep, moving over to P4 now. 20-point lead for the set of Forest Kings. RAU FRANIC still on the trail, but the momentum has shifted down for them. Coco wants to burn that momentum down with a Purifier in hand. Apollo is well on the feed, and in the process, they get the break inside a hill, retaining the lead convincingly now. But look at the setup here from the set of RAU. Aura hops up. Can he get the skills? Absolutely yes. Spotted down some more. Sparrow whips out, and they are going to be able to get the break inside the hill here, Callie.
It's all about bouncing back, and well, that's been RAU's been doing from that P3 to P4. And despite the solid start from Forest Kings, it hasn't really mattered at all. Now they're looking so bleak, struggling to win their gunfights. Take a look at the kill feed. Tristan is popping off, and no one really entering in the point for now from Forest Kings. RAU just 5 more points to take the lead. But now the breaks and the collapse is on for Forest. They attack in multi-angle, they attack right through mid and through the bitch side. Then now RAU FRANIC, they drop it right in time to move to P5. No, to P1.
Rotations now towards P1 will come along, and in some way the lead is still on it for the set of Forest Kings. I mean, it started off with them having the lead, ended up with the lead as well, but you know, a catch up still ensuing for the set of RAU FRANIC. Still lives on, and looking like this Hardpoint number 1 white lead towards Forest Kings once more. Look at the allocation here. They have 1 player on towards open halls, 1 player on towards top blue as well, but they instantly lose their gunfight. So in return, RAU FRANIC does get the break instead of hill.
This is something that Forest Kings have been struggling with ever since the start of this group stage. I know that they are solid when they're playing the early game, but that mid game is where they just kind of get to fall apart. And you can see it clearly here. RAU FRANIC has been on a slow climb, and the descent from Forest Kings is clearly evident, but now they are winning a little bit more, which is impressive. They're slowly bouncing back, but we need to see more from them. 15 seconds left on this hard point, and their rotation should be hit right now to move to P2.
That should be it. 120, 119 to 99. Both teams here longing to get their rotation here onward out all the way down to P2. RAU FRANIC does win that rotation. They just have to hold on for dear life and solidify their defense. Until then, they might at least, for the first time, take the lead out away from Forest Kings.
Well, here we go. Early rotation in favor for RAU FRANIC, but one thing we can see is Forest Kings rotating as fast as possible, and Coco dropping in the double to open it up and breaking the hill all by himself. That's key, and now his teammates are going to be there to reinforce. But RAU FRANIC, they're stacking here at the front, and they are coming in here flooding, but Nyx properly investing that Purifier has got to be the best way for them to control the attack from RAU FRANIC, taking them down and spawning them outside once again to buy time inside the hill.
Yep, buying time inside the hill. They are absolutely converting big time here. 150 to 106. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon now, and I don't think even later. I mean, just looking at the positioning here from the set of RAU FRANIC, one thing that they really falter in, Callie, is just the coordination. It's not really going towards their favor. Hence, the cohesiveness from the side of Forest Kings, just being able to overdrive and overrun the competition here for the Hacienda Hardpoint.
157 to 117. And Forest Kings making a massive adjustment by getting that early rotation, something that we didn't see from them on the first set of hills that we had. Chari's gonna be in here with the Purifier, and the close range is gonna be effective. It's not gonna be to take down the last player that he saw, but with that play, that could have delayed the push from RAU FRANIC moving on to P2.
160 to 125, 44 seconds still inside his hard point. Looking like RAU FRANIC will be able to get the break instead of Hill. Big play from the side of Aura will kick in. Tristan as well will take down one player out of the power position, and that could be a good start for them to at least bag more points inside of Hill. 138 to 160, 20-point lead here for the side of Forest Kings, getting denied surely enough. If ever RAU FRANIC can still continue to pursue and win those gunfights, they are absolutely on the run to take the lead back towards their side. But looking like the Forest Kings doesn't want to go down without a fight, but unfortunately for them, it's not looking to be enough at all, not until now. Every time
they attack on that first 50 seconds, they get completely denied. And the reason why only RAU FRANIC is dropping this is they're setting up for P4 already, and that's going to be on the rock statue's bottom side of the minimap. And that's a 3-man solid setup there, with two players coming along the way, coming from the Ducks. And Forest Kings They're gonna stack right through bitch side. And of course, right through garage. I did not meant to say that, but I meant the bitch in the water, not the other one.
Yes, definitely. We're going to be moving over to the beach side now.
Yeah.
And so far, it's going to be the Forced Kings still on at lead so far. 32-point lead for them. FRANIC really having a hard time. Is it the gunfights? Is it the coordination? Surely not to be the gunfights. I mean, we are seeing a lot of bodies being dropped here for a set of Forced Kings, but the trade-off just much more better for them. 192 to 150 we go. It's about time for FRANIC to get a break inside a hill. But what can you do when Forced Kings is playing this one into perfection? Trade-offs over trade-offs. Angles being held onto. It's played into absolute perfection.
Yeah, Esto was a key factor here, and that's why they've held this hill so far. But Asta now making the break towards the middle, and no one really able to take care of him. And they cleanse the players all single-handedly, but the Gravity Vortex there to clean it up. 3 seconds left. And are you FRANIC gonna get that scrap time? But Forest Kings, they have about a 50-point lead coming into this P1 and approaching. They might just be able to take this hard point away from the squad of RU FRANIC, who's still setting up their rotation. And well, that's gonna be even more advantages for Forest Kings so far as they soak the hill.
215 to 154 here. A very hard call for the side of the Forest Kings. In some way, I don't really want to have this one and play this one this way. I mean, it was really long to get a much closer game, but it's looking like not to be the case. If ever FRANIC can step up and double down in terms of winning those gunfights inside a hill, we are absolutely bound to see Forest Kings just dominating the series overall.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. For Apollo, I mean, this first win is gonna be very needed for this squad. And again, they need a 3-0 versus RU FRANIC just to make sure that they are guaranteed, you know, get the playoff spot. But that's not going to be completely easy with RU FRANIC, you know. This team has managed to defeat them once already, and what makes it hard for them to defeat them for the second time? But by looking at different maps and modes, you see Forest Kings doing clearly a lot better here at Hacienda. But it all matters down here at this garage. If they can secure this garage, they might just be able to swing it here. 30 more points for them to win this match against RU FRANIC in map number 1.
Oh, definitely. With Forced Kings here having a stronghold on towards this hill. Purifiers being invested. Esto Nix whipping this one out. They are absolutely going to be able to hold on to the hill for dear life. FRANIC, I'm having such an ominous state here on what they can finally offer for them to get a break inside the hill. They need to get the break if they want to ensue and live into the series furthermore. 8 more points to claim for the side of the Forced Kings, and they're absolutely going to be able to seal the deal here for Hacienda Hardpoint. But quite fortunately, FRANIC, they get the break inside the hill.
Yeah, they're opening up the floodgates, but Forest Kings, they're looking to flood and of course collapse the defense inside. Forest Kings, they are coming in hot, but they are gonna be shut down by Nasty with that triple. And scrap time gonna be in the hands of RU FRANIC, so they still have time, but the next one gonna be having to be in their favor. Number 2 in yellow is the only player that's going to be near that next hardpoint, and he has to win his gunfights, but Nick's there to shut him down. And the hardpoint opening up in 5 seconds. Forest Kings in position to get this victory.
Oh my days, 8 more points to claim for the set of Forced Kings, make it more 7th now. Nowhere to be found. FRANIC, they're nowhere to be found here. I think it's a GG, well played. Good run. Good run. Stellar effort for the set of FRANIC, but Forced Kings, they take this one up. Clap,
you can see,
clap the hands.
you can see the clap from Apollo. So many claps. I think he averaged about 5 claps in that rotation. I don't know. But yeah, great start for Forest Kings. They have managed to defeat RU FRANIC in a map where they haven't played much particularly. So now we're hopping into Search and Destroy, and where RU FRANIC really have some trouble into. But again, that's where Arrow comes into life, and with that sniper that he can have, that he can use, he might be able to pressure Forest Kings in the map that we're going to play up next.
Yep, definitely. Now, moving over to this hardpoint, man. I mean, I was kind of mixed feelings about this at first hand, but it was clear how well the run will be panned out for the set of Forced Kings, especially from the start of P1. I mean, the effort was right there. The execution was right there as well. And overall, the projection was really well done. And for the entirety of the game, despite the fact that, you know, it might have went both ways, it's just the fact that out of each and every hard point, it was Forced Kings getting just a little bit more than FRANIC. But aside from that, it was good efforts. It's just that the pacing from the set of Forced Kings was just too fast for FRANIC to catch up.
Yeah, you can see Cherry. We've talked about Cherry. He may not have the greatest of gunfights in this game, but he does all the time inside the hill, scoring the highest points in the objective time with 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That's 130 seconds, just more than half of the 250 score limit that we had. But again, for RAU FRANIC, I mean, they are so well with the gunfights. We can agree to that, right, Warden? But the spawn manipulation was where kind of things fall apart. It always was 4S Kings early on the rotation when we do see them chain the P2 to P3 to P4, which was very impressive. We've had some instances where RAU FRANIC was definitely putting off a show, but it wasn't that consistent compared to what we had from 4S Kings. And now we're putting ourselves back into the S&D where it slows down. A map pick by 4S Kings. And I think it's going to be a 50-50 here, because we know firing range is a long-range map, and knowing that Arrow is on the opposing team, that guy's a deadly sniper. And if you are not able to take him down, that's going to be a problem here in this coming game.
Definitely. But, you know, it might lean towards a 50-50 here, but for my end here, Callie, I think, you know, with more search and destroy firing range being played here for the set of Rao FRANIC, they played 3 if they only won 1. So I think I'm pretty scared about this one, but it might not be a fair comparison here after all, because the Force Kings has only played 1 time in firing range, and they did win that one up, and it was actually up against Rao FRANIC. So it might lean towards that. I don't know. But I think if ever Rao FRANIC wants to have this edge just a little bit much more better compared to the Force Kings, I just hope that out of the 3 firing range games that they've done, I just hope that they learn something out of it, man.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, the experience of the loss is going to help you become better. But again, the jump to improve is clearly a very, very hard for you to do in just a matter of weeks. It takes months to actually improve a map. But again, 4S opening up as the attackers, going to get the first 2 kills, and they've opened up this B side, waiting just for the plant. Apollo not nailing that shot just yet, but the numbers favoring 4S Kings.
Quite favored. And looking like it's just going to be the same case here. Zabolo will take down 1, make it 2. And just like that, the Forest Kings, they take the first round. Clean.
Wait, 6 players are playing? Oh no, one's browsing FB. Okay, never mind. I was confused. Who's that? Why are you in the call? Okay, maybe he's supporting, right? Maybe that's a buff that they need, obviously. But
Don't
again,
do me
now,
like that, Callie.
yeah, I was confused. I
thought I was seeing things as well, man. I
had to take a second.
Well, we move along for this round, dude. 2v4 situation quite early on. We get a 1v3 situations now, Knicks. Instead of Force Kings, make it a 1v2. Quick, nifty kills. Chase, longing to get the skills, but he picks out. He gets the kill. Paul, can he get the kill? Can he seal the deal? Absolutely not just yet. He's gonna go for a reset. But look at how greedy this is. He wants to get the kill. Checking all around. He's well aware where he is. He gets a 1v4. Well done.
Come on, Nix. I need to see the clap from Apollo again. Oh, never mind. He's not gonna give the clap. So we're gonna clap for Nix. Nice timing there. I mean, holding up one spot and producing at least 2 kills and clutching it up for a 1v3 against RAU FRANIC. Definitely impressive. Now, the connection is definitely gonna be in the hands of Apollo, as he's going on a duel against Arrow on the Americans, but they're not gonna slow it down. But look at number 1 in Paul in blue, approaching Woodhouse. Woo! Oh, I still gonna have the timing for it though.
Not the timing, not just yet. 5v5. All gonna come down to the perfect timing as well. And so far, it's gonna be Aro putting the pressure down in. We'll take down Apollo. That's gonna be a refract. We'll try to ensue, but Esto will get denied by Paul. Quite aggressive take here from instead of Paul. Will be able to convert big time. He's gonna be able to find some more as well. One more bullet to connect. He doesn't get this one up, but another opportunity granted for him. But Chari shuts him down, forcing it down to a 3v4.
Yeah, I was holding too much angle there, and Forest Kings, they were able to easily track it down. Coco, unfortunate for him there, not really able to convert the third, but he has helped his team cross that bomb towards A. And RAU FRANIC is going to cut down Nick, so the clutch player from round number 2 is out, and it's all down to Cherry. We put him on the spotlight now. It's his turn to pass the ball to this last 2 players of RAU.
Yeah, Cherry, if you don't remember, this is the map that we lost the streak.
Yeah.
You better redeem yourself.
Yeah, we had like 7-game win streak on S&D, and when we played with Cherry, it was just over. Well, let's see though how it does well.
Oh,
Information.
doesn't look like it's gonna be leaning towards his side here, but you know, quite fortunately, he does get the bomb in the process.
Yeah.
Me too.
16 seconds.
Time dwindle down. Might get extended further more, but this time around, the time of the factor is still leaning towards the Forced Kings Cherry. The game, the round still lives on. They need to go for a pinch here. Player Tree will not be the player that will get the kill. It's gonna be Chase and Tristan securing this round for the side of the FRANIC.
Very decisive win here for our AU FRANIC that stops the momentum from Forest King and the snowball to happen. So again, the aggression definitely was working there, but it was kind of a 50-50.
Definitely a 50-50. And here we go, round number 4. Let's see if ever FRANIC can put up the same pace here. As we do see once more a very lenient watch here on towards Bravo for a moment or two, but they do fall back. So quite interestingly being played here for the set of Forced King. So still a 5v5 here, both teams playing default.
Just slowing it down, this is the way you go. When you have a slow game like this, and a very tight one, and of course, a very important one. Remember, what these teams are fighting for is that number 2 spot, and if Forest Kings can win this series, they're gonna have a great chance of taking it away from RAU to play at the playoffs, where you're gonna get some money, and of course, a lot more exposure. The push now coming through for 4S here at this B side, and Tristan there to just eliminate those 2 players. And Arrow with the double!
What a double kill from the side of Aro. There's gonna be enough for them to even things up now, 2-2. Looking like this Hardpoint here, I mean, this Search and Destroy, I'm gonna be much more closer to Hardpoint. So this is what I'm hoping. I hope you get to see another Search and Destroy like how it played out for LF and ALMGHTY, because I want to scream at the top of my lungs, man.
Oh yeah, here we go. RAU is currently still aiming for an A defense. They won the last defensive round. And that shot this time will connect. That's information. RAU now rotating. Aro looking to connect the shot. Misses the first 2. And now the rotation in the backup from Esto to drop Arrow is now on. And now they're taking control of the mid-map by taking the trailer.
Trailers well taken over. All they gotta do is now hold on. Winter gunfights now. Chase slides in. You can't afford to let that one slide. How does that happen? 2 kills under his name. Looking for some more as well. 2v3. Time of the factor still ticking as well. You need to move in quick if they want to win. They want to stand a chance to win this round. Looking like it's not going to be this case. Chase out in the open will get taken down. And the Forced Kings, they retain the lead to their side.
All right. Very aggressive attack there made by Forest Kings. Good thing that the backup there from Esto to drop the player on the Americans was right in time for them to initiate the bomb plan as well. So if they're gonna stack like that and flood the gates here to his A site once again, they're gonna stand a great chance of dropping RAU FRANIC once again. But another round passing by, and this time still a different approach being tried out by Forest Kings. Still sticking on the middle, still sticking on the spawn.
And allowing the fact that yeah, they have won this first series here, but you know, they're just putting the respects that FRANIC deserves. After all, they are a team that is bound to win a Search and Destroy as well. So this is about it. Moving along, I think we get to see the first blood now finally connecting onward to Aro to Apollo. I mean, it's gonna be a nice 4v5, putting FRANIC in a stable state.
And this is what Aro is getting paid to do. He is scoring that first spot. He loves to play range, and he's been such an ever glowing player for RAU FRANIC, dropping that double nasty. But the plant is gonna come true. He's gonna need some backup here. And number 4, that's going to be Tristan right in time to play the bait and switch. Now the bomb is planted. Cherry is pressured. He can go for the push here and drop him up immediately like it's hot. And now finishing off, that's going to be Chase.
Well, good take here for a set of FRANIC. Another round for them. Evening things up now. It's a ping pong battle. Back and forth we go. But let's see if it's going to be the same case here. So we move over to the second phase of the game, which is a switch of sides. This time around, it's going to be FRANIC on offense. Defense for the set of Forced Kings.
All right, Aro is going to be the man that's hot for RAU FRANIC. and he's the guy that you want to play through first. But the default defense for Forest Kings, that's 2 players towards B, 1 player mid, 2 players at A. And there goes the first ball being traded. Apollo and Chase getting it onslaught. But we already know, Forest Kings, they got the information. They'd push that A.
Pushing this one through. 4v4. Bomb site might get opened up soon. Oro just misses in the nick of time as well. Hare lives on. Looking like he's going to be able to hold on this angle. For the side of Forest Kings, you can't pick. You might get shot down. It's going to be Paul getting the kill. Next, we'll get the refrag. Cherry as well. That's a 1v2 situation. Rao, FRANIC, Tristan left alone. Forest Kings having this odds so favored for them. All they got to do is play by trades.
The bomb is down, and it's not in a precarious spot at all. It's in the trailers, so Forest can just set up a 2-angle push here to take this one away from Tristan. And it's still a chance to stand their ground, but again, the push coming through. Tristan will fall for the bait, and there it goes. Forest King still stands with the lead.
Ciao, ciao, ciao. Hello, hello, hello. Well, anyways, round number 8. Here we go. Are we going to be able to see the same trend here? Is FRANIC going to be able to even things up? Or can Forest Kings actually drive the heat now and take it until the very end? And so far, I think one key take here is really just heading towards the Bravo side. After all, that's the bomb set with the less altercations that you could put up to, especially if you're on the side of the FRANIC.
Well, it's going to be quite tough here. Alright, Tristan's going to get that first blood, Warden. And Nick's there to trade once again. And the play for retake for Forest Kings. They can open it up by attacking the flank. And Aro's not going to find the timing to spot the player. And he's going to rotate around. Oh no, he's not going to put the punching gloves. Nasty there to drop him, bro.
Dropping them down like flies. 3v2 situation. Aro and Nasty left alone for the set of FRANIC. Nick's Apollo Esto. Forest Kings make it only Aro now. And just like that, they get a retake on towards the bomb site quite cleanly. No casualties whatsoever. They get dropped. Looking like Forest Kings, they are going to be able to retain the momentum. Rocket up and extend their lead by 2.
The retake was very, very mental there. It's clinical for Forest Kings. I mean, they know that there's a player right under the flank and of course in that woodhouse, but they still eventually manage to pull it through, and that's the Forest Kings that we need to see here. If they're gonna want to take that number 2 spot away for FRANIC at this Group D, they have to be solid all throughout, and Forest Kings building up a very solid lead. 2 rounds for now, and we might see even a triple round here now on their side.
I made a case. And I'm loving the defense here being put up. I mean, they're just leaving Apollo here to hold down the angle and get this information on where's the bombs it. If ever the read is right, he might be able to convert or not. Either way, he does get that information, and it's just all down to his teammates here and what they are going to be able to, what are they going to try to offer. And looking like they are going to get dropped by 1 so far as Coco will get faded out. I mean, will get killed out with no trades whatsoever.
Yeah, right now, FRANIC is stacking their players inside of that A side, but they still have to make sure they got control at that trailer. And well, they're going to send 3 players there, by the way. They're not going to spot any player, but they're cutting out the rotation at the middle of the map. And Aro's going to take care of the player on the jeepneys, and a pretty clinical round for FRANIC as they go in for the attack.
Good run right there. And that's going to be them lowering down the lead just by 1. 1 more to catch up. And keep in mind, though, Forest Kings are on that 5 round already, and they have 5 rounds already, and 1 more round for the match point advantage. So for FRANIC, they better watch out, and they better capitalize 1 more round just to, you know, set the tone, stabilize it just a little bit, because, you know, they did lose the first game, and you can't afford to lose another one, as it is obviously as well the series point advantage.
Good thing that Tristan and Aro has been playing hell of a job here. Tristan's got 10. Aro's got 8, and they've been leading this team since the start of this first round. And well, at the attack side, they've been 50-50 at the A side, but they're gonna try to crack this safe 1 more time and see if it works. And well, the rotation needs to be in the trailer, and Chase is gonna do a hell of a job to get that kill, opening it up, but he's gonna lose a gunfight against Esto. It's gonna kick up with it 2 peels, and it's still an equal battle, 2v2.
2v2. Oro, Nasty, against Shari and Coco. Well, in terms of the rounds, really, FRANIC would want this more, but what can you do when Shari from the back end will say, hey, man, I heard my name earlier. Let me pop off. Let me change the tides and let me prove you all wrong. He does get
Yeah.
those double kills to secure the match point advantage.
I mean, there's something with these players, being called out, and when being called out and stepping up. I mean, last time I casted with AJ, and Dick had only 1 kill at the end of the round. He ended up with 8. And it was just impressive that he did it in just 3 rounds of action, clutching up rounds after rounds. And well, maybe it's gonna be the work here. I want to see Nasty play up big time for RAU, but Apollo drops Tristan, which makes the push even harder here for RAU FRANIC for now.
I mean, MVP, Mr. MVP for the shared round. FRANIC no longer added or part of the equation here for the push. And this might be the last and final round. If ever Ralph FRANIC could put up any scratches, no more. But as Aura will take down Apollo, good trade off there. It's going to be 4v4.
4v4. Carry now pushing big time, gets 1. And now that's going to be information. Now the flank can happen here. Number 5 in yellow in Esto. He's good at gunfights, but he's not gonna get it through up against Paul. And now Nyx, he has to win this against Arrow, and they do so. It's a matter of putting that bomb now if you're RAU and pressure with time and force 4S Kings to play for that retake.
What's with 2v2s? And it's going to be under 2v2 granted for us, but this time around, Rao FRANIC, the time of the factors leaning towards them. But a double chow might come in here, and Paul is into big trouble. This might be their biggest mistake, and so far, quite fortunately, he does get 1, but the trade-off will come in for instead Forced Kings. So a 1v1 situation, 25 seconds left on the clock to play with here. Nyx has to watch out. You got to check your corner here. You need to go for the slide, and he absolutely does. He gets the connection, and that's going to be more than enough factor for them to win the series overall. 4 Suit Kings overrun, search and destroy, 7-4.
Yeah, very impressive clutch play there for Nyx. And that's why you got to check your corners. There's always going to be a person that's prepared to take you on. And good thing that he's got the jump on that. But again, the game is still not yet over. Forest Kings, they may have won the series that puts them 2 wins and 2 losses coming into this game. And of course, through week 3. But they still have to win one more map to make sure that they're guaranteed for that number 2 spot.
Definitely. Now, that's going to be a really nice take here for the set of Forest Kings. And I'm really loving how they are able to bounce back, in terms of the win rate here for them. I mean, they started off the series with having more losses than wins. 9 games played, 5 losses and 4 wins. Wasn't really the brightest case, but now as we do see, and we did move along with them winning the first 2 games, it's going to be putting them with 11 games played overall and 6 games won, 5 losses. So they're on the positive stake now here, Cali.
Yeah, obviously. And well, again, the thing here with 4S Kings is that they have the biggest of chance now that they have defeated RAU FRANIC on this series. Now with this win, they will stand at 6 map wins compared to RAU FRANIC's 8 map wins. Now, let's say 4S Kings have managed to win this control that gives them 7 map wins. And if they can 3-0 SHUSHHH next week, that's going to be 10 map wins for them. Now for RAU FRANIC, they gotta win this control because they currently have 8 maps into this game that they've won. But next week, they're going to face with WPM Lowkings. And we all know taking 1 map away from Lowkings is very hard. So, Warden.
Yep, definitely. I mean, after all, the West Point Mamba Lowkings is really a team that you just want to have a good fight with, because if ever you do, it's such a big statement. So this is about it. But now, overlooking at this whole series here, Cali, standoff on control. I think that it's safe to bet that Forced Kings is really longing to get a clean sheet here, just to put their statement or condition for the group stages to be much more promising, as they are bound to possibly advance to the playoffs.
Yeah, we're playing this control, and we all know what happened the last time these 2 met. We kept talking that these 2 teams love. We do keep talking that control is a defensive oriented game mode, right? But with these 2 squads, the last time they met at control standoff, they won all offensive sides. No defensive side wins whatsoever. So that's what's going to be on the line here. I'm expecting it to be quite the same feat, but I'm expecting more defensive wins here.
Definitely. So let's just see. Let's just see how this one's gonna go out. And so far, you know, in terms of the storyline for today, it always has been the defensive side's storyline.
Yeah.
No. So let's just see. So Cali. You know, we've had such a long day here, and we're basically pretty much done for this week 3 of this group stages. So I'm just pretty happy that, you know, we got to see this one have played out. You know, we had quite a big of a butt-clenching game there with Easier Esports and SKADI. Well, for the set of Blacklist, International Ultimate, and DIVINUS, we had a bit of a funny storyline there as well.
Yeah, we've had some moments. We have some moments.
Yeah, and for the third game, obviously, L4 and ALMGHTY, the shocker right there. This one, supposedly, the sweatiest amongst all. Not really going to be the same case here. One for sure, Forced Kings, you know, good adjustments overall that they've put up for the run here for the group stages for Garena Masters 4 could be enough as well for them to advance to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, starting off, Vuzet dropping with the double to open and defend this A site. And they're already on the spawns, by the way, Warden. And they got the switchblade in action, so the time to kill in the close range is gonna be faster. And RU needs to escape it, but look at the damage been done already. It's just 25 seconds into the game, and there's already 11 lives lost for RAU FRANIC in the first instance.
Moving along, 25 to 17. I mean, RAU FRANIC, I'm not really feeling their energy no more. And keep in mind, you know,
I can feel it as well. Same thing, Warden.
I think they know for a fact that, you know, they're basically looking to barrels of defeat here for their run to have a chance to qualify for the playoffs. And it's so unfortunate, man, because I really eye for those teams that could just play until, like, it's dry, until it's dead, until the game is over. Because, you know, at the end of it, you don't want to waste your experience here. You know, it's not every day that you are going to be able to qualify for a tournament like this. You really got to play passionately and prove to everyone how big of a heart you can offer into this game. Because after all, those who play by the passion will get paid off someday as well. So far, it's going to be Forced Kings just really filling in the energy, filling in the drive, and they are absolutely burning down RAU FRANIC.
Yeah, 16 to 8 here. And the lead is just getting cut through, but advancements being made by RAU FRANIC. They managed to escape the spawns and is trying to dominate. They've taken over the A control point, so they still have 1 minute and 34 to crack this B site. And they've already sent out Arrow to do so. And it's going to get that kill, but the flank coming through from Coco to prevent that B from getting captured. And this final 4 live counts left for RAU FRANIC, and they're just getting cleaned up there by Forest Kings. 2 players left in the middle of the map, and we all know that Forest Kings, knowing that they have so many numbers, they can just play for trades, and there it is, 1-0. Forest Kings starts up strong here at Control.
Yep, starting off quite strongly there, and you know, you could really expect to have the same personality of Forced Kings here playing offense, because really, in terms of gunfights, they're obviously overpowering the scenario right now. As we move along here towards round number 2, if they can seal the deal here, I think it's a GG well played. So we move along towards this mid lane. A lot of map control being found over, and so far this altercation, Forced Kings starting off strongly.
Esto, double, Buzet. Everybody is just painted in blue in that kill feed. 29-26. Forest Kings, they've been successful getting offensive sides versus RAU FRANIC on their last time that they met. And it's starting to look like it's going to be the same thing all over again, as they have managed to drop 7 players. And these operator skills are going to be very handy-dandy as they look to push through here at this A side.
Being pushed through 24 to 20. RAU FRANIC still having a hard time putting a grass sphere on this game, as this A point now halfway through the capture.
What?
Forced Kings really doing a lot of efforts, doing a lot of computations here, and they're absolutely converting it to big time. 20 to 18. Finally, we do see a little more efforts being found here for a set of RAU FRANIC. Oro here burning the street up, looking like he is bound to get some more as well, as the spawn trap might ensue soon enough.
Yeah, here we go. This is what we're talking about. RAU bouncing back now. They have claimed the space. They just need to convert and find the timing to get all the skills. And well for them so far, 2 of the players go down, but they have found the right place to get these eliminations done and dusted. It's still pretty close, but the clock is definitely winding down. And RAU, they just need to drop 1 player inside of this middle. But for SNIX, they are just so persistent, they just kept coming through. But RAU FRANIC, good signs showing here. They are definitely initiating something that we didn't see from them on the last round.
Yeah, but it's still down to the wire here, and still could go for the way of Forced Kings. But a spawn trap here, quite convincingly held on to by RAU FRANIC. Wow, oh wow, Paul there being able to rock the show for just a little bit, but still down to the wire here. 4v5 situation being played as a TDM. Big exchanges still coming through, but might be Fortune Kings coming out on top for this one. As you all thought that the spotlight will pan over for Rao FRANIC. Fortune Kings wants to deny. Rao FRANIC Oro left alone in the 1v3. What can he do?
Yeah, I mean, Chari 4-piece with that purifier. That guy just coming big time with the investment, but Aru can stack this. Oh, Esto there. Just too clean with that switch play. 2-0. Forest Kings on their way to claim number 2 seed of Group D. Taking it away from RAU FRANIC. Well, not for now. Maybe next week once they finish their match against SHUSHHH. But still definitely impressive. Match point.
Advantage. They've won offense, they've won defense as well. And, you know, in terms of playing defensively, they are absolutely able to just basically run down the show here. They won that one up quite convincingly, and I wouldn't be surprised if they can offer the same plate as well. 28-28. A lot of exchanges still coming through. A lot of efforts, valiant effort for the set of Rao FRANIC, but they have to start winning their gunfights.
And here it is. For RAU FRANIC, they have managed to be stuck in the spawns once again. They are repeating the same mistakes all over again. And they're just allowing Nix to just burn them. And the barbecue, it's chicken barbecue right now.
Whew. Man, someone turn on the air condition. I can feel the heat. I'm sweating my booty off out of this game, man. 23-16. Rao FRANIC looking at the battle for defeat already, and we're not even halfway through the game, not just yet, for the round at least. And looking like it's just gonna remain to be the same case here, man. 19-13. Rao FRANIC, it's gonna take a miracle for them to bounce back and get the morale back in the game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Just by looking how well things have been handled by Forest Kings, they have managed to fend off the attacks coming through at the middle of the map at the A site. And the flank will be happening here right now. And Esto there to clean it up, but there's still a good chance that RAU can still back this up. They just gotta invest those operator skills in the game, but unfortunately there for Asta's not gonna get good value off of that. And Forest King still got the number advantage and might as well close it outright. Asto now popping off, Buset coming in with the play. Just 4 more lives left for RAU, and it's looking like a 4S Kings victory.
Wave your hands goodbye to Rao FRANIC as the Fortune Kings about to reap away the last 2 remaining lives. Make it the only life remaining. Asta ready to say goodbye. Goodbye now, my man. Fortune Kings, they win this one up. 3-0 for the series.
Now that has dealt with RAU FRANIC, they are currently 3 wins and 2 losses now on Group D. And their next matchup will be WPM Lowkings. So just by looking at statistics, we can say RAU FRANIC will lose that series 3-3, and 4S Kings will be able to, you know, have a chance to fight for the number 2 spot next week once they go up against SHUSHHH and WPM Lowkings. And it's just kind of worrying for me that RAU FRANIC, despite their good performances last week, they slowed down this week. And it really messed them up badly here, especially up against Forest Kings, who's also fighting for that number 2 spot.
That's why they always say, you know, you can't smile until the game is over. You can't smile until the tournament is over. And that's just really much about it, you know. And really good to see how well the adjustment was panned out for the side of Forest Kings. Because, you know, if we're going to be looking at the whole history line for the side of Forest Kings, control hasn't been really one of their strongest suits. And keep in mind, you know, the control game right there, the first time that they went against each other during control standoff, it went 2-3. And Rao FRANIC was able to dominate it quite big time. So really loving what I'm seeing here for Forest Kings. If ever Forest Kings does advance to the playoffs, I think they have enough work ethic, good enough of a work ethic, so they can be contenders for the playoffs.
Yeah, obviously. And of course, for Forest Kings, this is just the start of their run for the playoffs. They have managed to eliminate, of course, tie up the series against RAU FRANIC here. And the next time that they will be playing will be up against WPM Lowkings next week on Friday. And after that, they're going to be playing SHUSHHH on Sunday, week 4. And pretty much SHUSHHH was no show this week, right? So we can expect them to at least not even play anymore. So Forest Kings They might be forcing a tiebreaker, and they might just be able to win with their map wins that they had. And this 3-0 right here might just be the piece that they need badly to advance to the playoffs.
Yep. And, with them putting up a dominant performance, it's surely going to lean towards that case. But, overall, a quick recap on how it went down. 208 to 250. One over by the set of Forced Kings. Not once did we see the lead given for the set of FRANIC. Moving over to Search and Destroy firing range. Same case as always as well. I mean, we did see a little bit more of a fight being shown for the side of FRANIC, but at the end of it, it was just Forced Kings really being able to rock the show. And for Control, we saw how that one panned out not so long ago. It was 0-3, one over by Forced Kings.
And this is just how well Forced Kings have managed to control every sort of position that is visible in the lineup of the games. I mean, starting off at the Hacienda Hardpoint, we can see at the highlights that Forced Kings, they are spawning on the right side of the minimap. So they have to at least take away the second Hardpoint spawn, and that's what they did. And the only difference that they had struggled in here was this P3, looking at these highlights where Forced Kings were broken away by, I believe it was Nasty with the Purifier, and so that's where FRANIC was able to claim most of their time. But apart from that, Forced Kings, they went back to the drawing board. They managed to adapt and of course take away this first map. And I didn't expect that the map number 2 is gonna be very dominant. Same thing for this map number 3, because the last time they met, it was super close.
Really, and it's just especially that highlight right there, basically, that Nyx with the 1v4, it really proves to show how well, and I mean, how sloppy and how much of a blunder FRANIC was. A lot of mistakes was really found there, and it could still be improved, but unfortunately for them, I think the run for Green Masters 4 is going to get chalked out soon enough, because, they're really slowing down there. I mean, if only they could show what they were made of during their last run, maybe till then they much more be in a promising state. But it is what it is. It's just gonna be, at the end of the day, there's only gonna be one winner, and today's it's gonna be Forced Kings.
And yeah, there we go. Your MVP Esto even has the finger sleeves on. That's how much of a gamer player he is.
Gamer.
There we go. Yeah, let's go, gamers. MVP of the game now for Esto. I mean, he is the guy that scored multiple kill streaks, especially on that hard point. And he was key to holding and standing their ground inside of that hill. And now that he's here, it's definitely a deserved victory. 1.59 KD ratio, average kill of 23.33, and an average death of 22. And, well, now for them, they have to go to a big obstacle, taking on WPM Lowkings on Friday, and of course, SHUSHHH on Sunday.
Definitely. Let's see if they can put up a scratch. I would be surprised if ever they can, especially for the West Point Mamba Lowkings. I mean, if ever we're gonna be basing it off the odds of ALMGHTY and LF4, with the ALMGHTY winning the series. I mean, losing that series. Maybe there's a possibility for the Forced Kings to actually win a series up against West Point Mamba Lowkings. I don't know, man. I just want to be surprised. I love surprise. It gets us screaming at the top of our lungs. What about you, man?
I'm craving for some surprises. That Group C, Smart Omega and LF it's gonna be so crazy because both of these squads will play at the last day of the group stage, meaning to say we will find out who's gonna qualify for the number 2 spot for Group C, and in a very crazy way, because they're gonna play at the last game of the group stage. So it's a thrilling match, man.
It's a truly thrilling match. But now let's talk about Forced Kings here. Let's have an interview section with them as well. Get ready your questions, Callie, because I for sure will have some questions as well. So let's hello, wave your hands to our Forced Kings Nyx. Before we start things off, Nyx, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling very great because we won 3-0. Yeah.
Well, that's nice. So I'm starting off this question right there, directed to you, Nyx. How did you pull off that 1v4 clutch during Search and Destroy firing range?
Oh, I just listen to my teammates' comms and understand their gameplay, then flunk the last one.
Oh, that's pretty basic. But again, communication is very important in terms of those clutches, especially when the games are slowed down. But Nix, you've finally beaten the number 2 seed in Group D, so that gives you more chance of playing at the playoffs. Now you just have to win up against Shush on Sunday for you to claim that number 2 spot. Now, how are you feeling about that match on a rate of scale of 1 to 10?
I'm pretty confident that we will gonna win those series against Shush 3-0.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Well, will the shhhs get eaten once more? Let's come and find out. But before that, next, I want maybe perhaps you can share a little bit more on how you were able to make your Garena dream come true as well, because I know for a fact that you have been going around the community to try to put your name and actually make your dream come true here for, qualify for a major tournament like this. If you are able to share any message to the viewers out there that just long to be like you, what can you say?
Just don't give up. Just keep playing and practice every day. That's the advice.
Yeah, consistency, man. Consistency. And well, thank you, Nix, for having us here. Once again, congratulations on the victory. We'll see you again next week. Congratulations and good luck. And well, that's all, Warden. Thank you, Nix.
Yeah. No, thank you, Will. Love the guy. Straightforward. I think a bit shy, but I know confidence will come in soon as well, as they are bound to fly to the playoffs. So
yeah,
that's just pretty much about that. So GG well played for First It Kings, Rare FRANIC. Quite unfortunate that they had to go down like that. But coming again, Callie, I did say in the middle of the game is that there's only going to be one winner. There has to be only one winner.
Yeah, and now we're going to look at the standings here. Once again, shocking surprise here at Super Sunday. It is LF Org winning up against ALMGHTY to tie up against Smart Omega on that Group C and that group of death. So if LF Org, of course, taking against SR NACAGUE, who was no show this week, it's guaranteed that LF Org will win that matchup. And well, for Smart Omega, they're going to have to deal with LF Org on week 4. But up against the Group D again, Forest Kings managed to sweep RAU FRANIC. They're currently with 2 wins and 2 losses, and their next matchup will be against WPM Lowkings, and their last up against SHUSHHH. So basically, what we're looking for here is a tiebreaker at Group D, where RAU FRANIC will end up with 3 wins and 3 losses. Same thing for Forest Kings with 3 wins and 3 losses, and it's going to be determined on who has the better map wins. And knowing that Forest Kings will fight against SHUSHHH, they just have to win at least 2 maps against SHUSHHH, and they will take that rank number 2 for Group D.
Yeah, definitely. So we do have a clear indication as well who's obviously going to be the number 1 takes here, and obviously since they are number 1, we are obviously going to be longing to how their performance will be towards the playoffs. But enough of that. The past stays in the past. Let's talk about the future now, and these are the schedules for the next days for the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be hopping into March number 3. Can you believe it? It's already the 3rd month of 2023. The time flies so fast, but we're going to be joining you there once again at 6 p.m., not 11 on Friday. And you will be joined by Beef Mammy and AJ. We got 3 more days to go for the group stage, and everything hasn't been determined just yet. So just make sure you stay tuned, because there's a lot more surprises and a lot more rewards that you will be able to get here at Garena Masters Season 4.
Yep, definitely. So, moving along here, Callie, it has been such a long day here, man. And that's just pretty much it. I think, it's going to be my last day here casting this Garena Masters group stage this year. So, guys, I don't know if I'm still going to be seeing you for this event, but, if you guys want to tag along and follow me along, guys, you guys know how it's going to go. I'm just the warden. Plain as basic as that. Callie Gaming, thanks for being the guy, being with me to cast this last day for the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's a pleasure to work with you ever since CGI 2022. You work your way up there. And well, and again, hopefully I'll see you on the playoffs. I think there's a good possibility we're going to see you in the playoffs. We're going to see each other in the playoffs. And I wish we get partnered up, because I have had so much great time with you. And that will be all for today. Once again, this is Warden and Callie Gaming bringing you the final match here at Super Sunday of week number 3. We'll see you guys on Friday next week. Make sure you stay tuned, 6 p.m. here at Garena Masters, Call of Duty Mobile Garena. Thank you guys for having us. See you next time.
I love your team.